obviously want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3. So I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Get the flag out.
Things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham, George. Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump,
again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a fly gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. Again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed to this one. He's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well, wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down, we're not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, clean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Oh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Don Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, in endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of
absolute
long off for 4.
Commentator's curse. I'm getting...
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top edged. That Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
For 4, I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slip for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it, he's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man, the first ball of a new over from Hill. And he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
people swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston,
the ecstasy, the agony,
disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, haven't spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3, so I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Get the flag out.
things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham,
Did
George.
he?
Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target and again his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump.
Good again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third mount.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstone lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact, right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. And to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed it. This one, he's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down. We're not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat. Dean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Dom Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh, no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive. Invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, an endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of long off for 4.
Commentator's curse. I'm getting...
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top-edged. That Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
4-4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slip for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it, he's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it, as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. The first ball of a new over from Hill, and he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
As good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff.
Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Thanks a lot, man. Good, yeah.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Edgbaston here on the BBC Sport website and app and on your smart speakers, and also of course on BBC CWR and BBC Radio London. Third day of this First division match between Warwickshire and Surrey. Warwickshire, of course, yesterday declaring at tea on 665 for 5. And Tom Latham 184, Ed Barnard 177. And a first century for Malik. And what a story that was. 105 not out. Surrey start this morning in response. 98 for 1 with Ryan Patel on strike on 22. It's Ethan Bamber with the first ball of the morning from round the wicket from the pavilion end, and the left-handed Patel is playing this solidly straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Dominic Sibley at the non-strikers end on 34, the wicket to go yesterday. Rory Burns, LBW to Barnard for 27, and Surrey at that point were 58 for 1. Perfect day again, blue sky, sun, nice and warm, and as we've been saying throughout this game, a pitch that is very nice to have a bat on. As first runs of the day, as this is tucked away by Ryan Patel, off his pads, down towards long leg, and they will pick up a single, and that moves Ryan Patel on to 23, 99 for 1, and a very good morning, Clive Eakin.
Shall I switch yourself on? Yes. First shout of anguish of the day from Alex Davis. I suspect we'll hear quite a few of those.
Yes, I think we will.
Basically, Surrey after bat, if they get to the end of the day and they are no more than, say, 6 down, then I think they'll be pretty close to make the game safe. Warwickshire need to bowl them out today, or at least be very close to bowling them out by the end of the day to retain any sort of chance. Thought.
Well, as I say, it's still a good pitch to bat on, as we saw from Warwickshire over the first 2 days. Not a huge amount was going on for the bowlers, although I thought Bamber bowled nicely last night. Got a bit to happen.
Bamber comes into bowl to Sibley, who just opens the face of the bat. Doesn't get it past Gully though, so no run there. Doing an update, although not actually hearing anything down my line, which is worrying me slightly. However, we will I'll go ahead with an update anyway. 99 for 1. Still 566 behind, so still a lot of runs to play for Warwickshire. So Bamber comes into bowl, and that's nicely pushed to mid-off by Dom Sibley. Another sunny day here at Edgbaston, which I shall be telling the listeners of BBC WM and BBC CWR shortly. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston on another hot sunny day with Warwickshire in the field. Surrey 99 for 1, still 566 behind Warwickshire's massive first innings total. Batting conditions remain very good. To have a chance of winning this match, Warwickshire probably have to bowl, or at least get close to bowling Surrey out by the end of the day. That will be a tall order. Surrey 99 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston.
Beautifully done by Mr. Eakin as always. On the clock start as over the wicket goes Barnard, and this is turned by Sibley off a length into the leg side. End of the first over of the day. 99 for 1 then Surrey. Patel has 23. Sibley's on 34. And a very good day yesterday for Messrs. Barnard and Malik. And Zem Malik a first 100. Maiden first class 100 yesterday. Played very well. Lovely story. Come through the Saka system, of course. And a really, really lovely story yesterday. And played very, very nicely for those runs. Then Malik. So it's going to be Oliver Hannon-Dorby from the Birmingham end of the ground. Well, the second over of the day. 4 overs for him yesterday, none for 11. He's going to have a couple of slips in there, a backward pointed cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket, and then a man at deep backward square on that short leg side boundary just in front of the Holly stand. There's been a short leg side boundary throughout this game for the left-hander. As settling himself down over his back is Ryan Patel. As around the wicket goes Hannon Dolby, and this is Patel. I think probably just about playing inside the line of that. And it's into the gloves of Davis, moving away to his left-hand side. And there's a chat out there between Yates and Latham. Latham at first slip, Yates at second. Patel settles himself down over his bat once more, and Oliver Hannon Dolby stands at the top of his mark. Ryan Patel settles himself down over his bat once again as Hannon Dolby's round the wicket to him, and he's in behind this one. Here's Ryan Patel and playing it straight back up the pitch. And there is no run as Barnard does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side. Patel wanders off towards square leg, and then will settle himself down over his bat once more as Hannon Dolby runs towards us, comes round the wicket to Patel, and first runs of the day for Ryan Patel as he turns this one out to deep backward square. Simmons comes up to do the fielding, and the 100 comes up for Surrey. 100 for one, then Surrey, and first milestone reached today. And a very good morning to Mel Farrell.
Very good morning to you, Mark Church. Just thought I'd pop on while our colleague is dealing with a few gremlins in the system.
Yes, there are. Well, I'm being rung up now as well.
Oh, so this is why I jumped on.
No, but I'm not. Yes, I think probably being rung up to tell nobody's hearing us. So that's a very useful piece of information, because we knew that bit already. So, but it's not. It's very nice to have it qualified as waiting is Sibley. Over the wicket goes Hannon Dolby, and Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump, and taken by Davis away to his right hand side. Those that are watching on the live stream, though, I think are hearing us. But,
lucky them.
Yeah, well. But yes, it will all get fixed in a moment.
It will.
It's always the way. It always seems to be Sunday mornings.
Does it?
Yes,
Well,
but there are other things going on.
Look, to be fair, and it's absolutely beautiful out there. It's the first.
It is.
First morning I've walked outside and felt warm.
Yeah, it was a lovely day as Hannon Dolby is in, and Sibley's allowing this one to go outside his off stump, and taken by Davis. There's a lot of gardening programming and church programming on a Sunday morning. That always
Church programming.
No, just general holy, religious, worshipping type programming, and how to plant your rhododendrons at this time of the year. So that sometimes means that it takes us a little bit of time to find the airways on a Sunday morning. Waiting over his bat once more is Dominic Sibley on 34 as Hannon Dolby is into him. Short ball, and Sibley just pushes away into the offside, and there is no run there. As Master Bo Webster comes round to do the fielding. End of the over. I was saying, so yesterday, 665 for 5 off 160 overs for Warwickshire. But Zayn Malik was the story, really, wasn't he? It was a great story, that.
It was, of course, I got my other hat on, writing for the Cricketer, and I did write a piece on him last night, which I was really pleased to do. So we chatted after the game last night.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
So he came up for an after. Excellent, excellent.
And he was very effusive. So because he trialled at 12 different counties at various points. He was in the under-19s, England under-19s squad alongside players like Ollie Pope and Dom Bess, and others around the traps. He's from Malvern College. Jake had an association with Worcester in their age programs. And after the under-19s, he was let go by Worcestershire, and he said maybe he got a bit complacent. He just thought he was going to go on to the next step as Patel waits for Bamber and just plays him up to mid-on, no run. And he said maybe there was a bit of complacency, but he's just lost his way, really, and sort of bounced around a bit, still desperately wanted to to be a cricketer, but it was very much when he was taken under the wing of Saka and Dr. Tom Brown. And he played in their first ever game against Worcestershire, this first ever Saka game in 2022. Bamber runs in, bowls to Patel, who just clips this one just straight mid-wicket, no run. That is Zem Malik doing the fielding. But yeah, he had played in that first ever game, and there were players in that side like Kashif Ali was in there, and Andy Ameed. Yeah. So, you know, it was already starting with these players who've had such success, and Zem Malik ended up being the 10th professional cricketer signed as Bamber is in, driven up to mid-on, no run. The 10th player, the Saka graduate, if you like, to be signed. And I was thinking a bit more about it, and I've spoken to Tom Brown several times, but you know, he'd done this research and he had this idea. And when you stop and think that there are currently 10 professional, very talented cricketers out there who have a shot at a career, essentially because this one guy, as Bamber is in, it's driven straight back to the bowler. As he came up with a concept and thought, there's 30% of recreational cricketers come from the South Asian community, but there are only 5% who play professionally at this senior level. So it's quite incredible.
Yeah, brilliant story. It really is.
Yeah.
He must be chuffed to bits last night, I would have thought. But as you say, very calm about it.
Yeah, he was. It was calm. It was interesting. Bamber in bowls. That's driven straight, but still picked up by mid-on, and they will get a single. Takes them to 101 for one. He was chuffed, but so it was interesting because I was asking him about when he hit the 6 for victory against Yorkshire, and I said, you know what, you finally get your chance after all of this time knocking on doors, and you know, you finally get your contract. You've got to wait to make your debut. You're in there, and then all of a sudden, you know, you've got to bat to get the team home. Just pause as Bamber is in over the wicket. It's just turned around simply a little bit, but it drifts up to mid-off. No run to finish the over. End of the over, 101 for one. And he said, do you know, I've never felt so much freedom playing cricket than when I was out there, or you know, at Yorkshire or whatever, because he said the real pressure was feeling like I wasn't going to make it. I was never going to get there. We're trying so hard over and over again. That was the real pressure. He said, so now, I know everyone sort of says, but now you've got, you know, you've got much more to lose. Yeah, but he said, no, now I feel free.
That's a good attitude to have. As Hannon Dalby is in round the wicket, forward goes Patel, and nods at Hannon Dalby as that goes off a thickish outside edge. Delighted to say good morning to everybody on the BBC Sport website and app. And on your smart speakers. And just say BBC Sounds, play Warwickshire versus Surrey Day 3. If you'd done that at 11 o'clock, you may not have heard anything, but you are now. And thank you to everybody, Mr. Eakin especially there, who's rung an awful lot of people. And the lovely gentleman I rang at the Media Factory, I think it's officially known, as around the wicket again goes Hannon Dalby, turn by Patel into the leg side. He'll get a single. There's a little misfield there at short mid-wicket, and Patel moves on to 26. And very helpful. And I'm glad you're with us. You haven't missed a huge amount, to be honest. It's a lovely day. The sun is shining, and it still looks a good pitch to bat on. And Surrey are 102 for one, having started today 98 for one. Dominic Sibley's on 34, Ryan Patel's on 26. Mal Farrow is alongside me. We've been talking about Zem Malik, who made his maiden first-class 100 yesterday, and he did it very nicely. As over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby, and this is left alone by Sibley outside his off stump, and taken by Alex Davis, the captain, moving away to his right-hand side. So I suppose today, this is about can Warwickshire wheedle out some wickets? And can Surrey sort of still be batting at stumps tonight with a few runs on the board, and then see what happens tomorrow? I think that's sort of where we are with this one at the moment. As Hannon Dalby is over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley turns this one into the leg side, and Malik gets round to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Yes, I mean, it would take a collapse to
yes,
to really.
It really would.
It really would take a collapse of
and
very un-Surrey-like proportions.
And it's something that we've not seen hint nor head of in this game so far. But cricket can be a strange thing at times, as Hannon Dalby is into Sibley, who is solidly forward and playing this one up towards mid-off. So one person who will be sort of challenging himself here is D. Sibley. Now he'll sort of set himself out to still be batting at stumps tonight, and then come back tomorrow morning and still be batting at lunchtime tomorrow, and then possibly still be batting at tea time tomorrow as well. So that's probably the Sibley game plan, I would have thought, this morning. And I spoke to Jim Troughton last night whilst you were speaking to Mr. Mallett, as over the wicket comes Hannon Dalby. Forward goes Sibley, and they will pick up a single as the throw comes in. Just get Sibley off the mark. Had to get his skates on a touch there, but he gets a single and he moves on to 35, and Surrey move on to 103 for 1. And yes, I think what he was saying was actually now, you know, we went in yesterday thinking, can we force something here, and we're going to have to, it's going to have to be done basically by us to force something. But actually now, really what we're looking at is just batting well and seeing if we can get batting points and still be batting at stumps tomorrow.
I don't love that. I'm not saying I disagree with him.
I don't see any other way of him doing it.
I don't. I'm not. And no, this is definitely not them. Just as a situation, I don't love it.
Absolutely. But you deal with what's in front of you, don't you? As this one's turned by Sibley from Bamber in there to short mid wicket, and Malik does the fielding, moving round to his right hand side, and there is no run.
Where does Surrey play next?
2 games back in South London. Right. Yeah, so 2 games back in South London.
Interesting.
Well, I think as we said, that's why Moral Verity went home yesterday.
Sorry, it's me, isn't it? Oh my goodness, sorry, it's Bamber in. And wouldn't you know it, it's clipped through mid-wicket and it's going to be a boundary. Apologies there.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday at lunchtime, just strolling out. So I think it's very sensible. Very sensible. Because there'll be a bit more in it on Friday, I would have thought, for him. So but you deal with what's put in front of you, don't you? That's the thing here now. So from a Surrey perspective now, it's batting.
Now I did tell you we were going to see some funky fields.
Oh, we did yesterday as well.
Yeah. Here's Bamber over the wicket. Oh, and that has beaten Sibley. Oh, maybe just played inside the line.
I'll tell you something, and I said this last night. Bamber's put on a yard here.
Yeah.
Definitely this season has put on a yard.
Yeah, I think he's worked really, really hard.
He looks a bit bigger up top, if that makes sense, as well. He's got a bit broader, but he's definitely put on a yard of pace.
Yeah, he's got a fielder, basically a very, very straight catching mid-on. He comes in once more. It's played very watchfully up towards mid-off. Yeah, so basically he's got a fielder that's standing right in front of Ryan Patel at the non-striker's end.
Because the thing with him was, when he was at Middlesex, is if there was anything there, he'd find it. He swung it around, he nipped it around. But there was no great pace to him at all. And I think actually, I'm pretty sure he had a good record against the international players who came back.
He's running in now, over the wicket, bowls, it's left alone.
And that was because he was very skillful, but also going from facing 85, and then you drop down and you're not getting it. But here, he is definitely put on a yard.
Yeah.
And that adds a little bit to his game, without a doubt.
And Ian Westwood was saying he's not come across anyone who works harder.
Yeah.
He works so hard, they almost have to stop him. And that's what they've really noticed as he's in once more. It's just defended out back past the bowler on the offside. That's going to finish up Bamba's over. It's 107 for 1 with Patel on 26 and Sibley on 39.
Well, he was always compared to Tim Murtagh, wasn't he?
Yes.
But he's quicker than Murtagh.
He's quicker, yeah, definitely.
Now he is, definitely.
Yeah.
And I'm not comparing him to Murtagh at the back end of his career, because you sometimes have to wait for the ball to arrive. But he's quick. He's definitely put on a yard here, as Bamba.
What I found interesting when chatting to him, I mentioned yesterday he's got a real thing for novelty socks. The weightlifting Winnie the Poohs and the dinosaurs in the kitchen.
Very nice.
His favourite pairs. But he's being very self-effacing and sort of, he makes a joke about the socks that it's to convince people that he has a personality.
Hannon Dorby. He's into Patel. Patel is playing this one back at the pitch, but it's a no ball from Hannon Dorby, and that'll be 2 more to the Surrey total.
And when I spoke to a couple of people here at the club before I spoke to him, the thing that they said, that everyone said, it came up again, he's the most self-deprecating guy you will meet. And so I asked him about it. I said, where, because it's not self-deprecating fast bowler. It's not something you normally associate. And he told me it's actually something he's working on, because he knows that he does it. He knows he's always the first to, just put himself down a little bit, almost before anyone else can or whatever. And so he's really working on it.
50 partnership came up with the no ball between Messrs Sibley and Patel. Patel's playing this one from Hannon Dorby out towards Malik. Cover, and there's no run.
So I guess that difference between yes being down to earth, yes being modest, but also realising, if he's here and he's supposed to be spearheading the attack, he's got to project confidence.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I think his spell last night was really good. But the thing I did notice is, as I say, he's definitely got quicker. Yeah. He really has. As Hannon Dorby. Around the wicket he comes to Patel. Patel is pushing this one straight back up the pitch and then goes for a wander off towards square leg. Does Ryan Patel in his short sleeve sweater. Got off the mark with a 6 yesterday into the Holly stand. Sibley's down to do some guarding. Not a huge amount has occurred in the first 25 minutes of play this morning. There's a few people in today, aren't there? Sort of dotted around the Holly stand and in the sun down there at the Birmingham end of the ground.
This would be the best day to be.
Oh, lovely. Very nice indeed. Hannon Dorby's in, that's well bowled. That's just a good line and a good length and beats the edge. And nicely bowled by Hannon Dorby. And gets a nice round of applause from his teammates. My favourite of those when he used to beat the outside edge, and I say this often when I'm at Chelmsford, was when Simon Harmer was bowling and Alistair Cook was at first slip, and Harmer would bowl an absolute ripper and it would beat the edge and you'd hear, oh, Joe, bowling Harmy, all of that, and then there'd be a pause and then there would just be from Sir Alistair, well bowled Simon Harmer. That's all he ever used to say from first slip. As Patel is forward here and playing this one off a goodish length up towards mid-on, and there's no run, but yes, well, quite rightly this morning, lots of enthusiasm out there in the middle for Warwickshire. And as I said, it'd be interesting as well with Alex Davis. He knows he's going to have to work his bowlers, but not absolutely into the ground. So it'll be very interesting to see how he goes about using his options and spin the quicker bowlers. As Hannon Dorby is in and Patel is covering up and playing this one straight back up the pitch. And again, there's no.
What I would say is Alex Davies has been in this position here quite a few times. Just I know from there've been the games that I've been here commentating that we've seen, particularly early on last season when they also had the Kookaburra ball in those first couple of rounds, and that made it difficult as well. They were actually on the other side, but the pitches were still. It's just those outer edges. The pitches seem to be a lot flatter here.
He's in again, Hannandel, and solidly forward goes Patel and plays this one up towards mid-on. End of the over, 109 for 1. Sibley 39, Patel 26. He did go to the airplane wing formation yesterday, which you often see, where he had 3 catches in the covers and 3 at wickets.
Yeah,
always looks like an aeroplane
I like
about
that.
to take off.
Yeah, that's. I think I mentioned that to you in the first innings, where it was notable that Rory Burns wasn't doing any of that sort of thing, because you'd see them in a line,
Yes, well,
almost
I
across.
remember seeing this for Sibley when he got his double 100 aged 18, and Yorkshire put everybody in those positions.
You've got that short straight catching mid-wicket in. As in comes Bamber. Oh, that's an edge. That is a definite edge. It drops short of the gully.
The thing again there, though, is Sibley's bowling probably a foot outside of his crease. And if anything does happen, it's not happening very quickly. So it gives Sibley an opportunity just to adjust there. Nicely bowled by Ethan Bamber again.
Yeah. I honestly just found him the most delightful character. He's impossible not to like. He's in now, and that one is let through very watchfully by Sibley.
Stuart Barnes and Ian Westwood are having a little wander now. Away to our left-hand side, the Brains Trust. There to our left. And of course Matt Walker's here as well. One of the great men of cricket.
How many greats?
Oh,
3 great. He's a 3-greater.
I'd give him 10.
Oh.
He's an absolute diamond, is that man.
Bamber is in once more. Just played back to Bamber, who gets over to...
I got an early message this morning from George Bell.
Oh, did you?
Yes. No, and I'm not going to say who it is because it might be a surprise for everybody, but he's interviewing somebody this morning, and it was the last person I expected him to say that he was interviewing this morning. So I was very excited. So he's doing that this morning, I think. So I'll leave that out there.
Next ball by Ethan Bamber is just played down into the gully region. No run.
He does have a cricketing connection.
But it's not a cricketer.
No, not a cricketer. And actually, when he sent the name to me, I was like, goodness me, that was not what I was expecting for Sunday morning when I'm having my breakfast. So I'm looking forward to hearing how that went this morning. Yes.
You got me intrigued. Here's Bamber, bowls, fuller delivery. Just pushed out to Zen Malik in the covers, no run.
I really don't want to give too much away, because as I say, it might be a surprise for everybody, and if it is a surprise,
I can just ask him.
Yes, well, you can. But all I said was, has he finally got round to writing number 6? That's all I said to George.
6?
Yeah. That's all I said to George. It's taken him a while to get there.
What number? What do you mean?
I'm not going to give any more away. But there we are. As I say, it wasn't what I was expecting while I was having my.
In comes Bamber. And that is another outside edge, but it's got through the gap, and it's going to go all the way for 4. So Bamber is he's not making it easy, and he is sort of asking a few questions, but Sibley kind of has the answers.
Yes, he does, and we saw poor old Matt Fisher with a bit of this, didn't we? Sort of finding the edge, but then it just goes all along the carpet and down to the boundary rope for 4, but nicely bowled by Bamber. And Sibley's on to 43 here, and Surrey have moved on to 113 for 1. But as I tucked into my Pano Raisin this morning in my cup of coffee, I got that from George, and I was very excited. Very excited for George, really, as waiting is Ryan Patel with his bat raised, as Oliver Hannon-Dorby from the Birmingham end is in, and he's forward solidly, playing this one up towards mid-on. And there is no run, and there we go again. A bit more shouting. I think that was Bamber down there. Yep, I think that is Bamber.
These effects mics are particularly good, aren't they?
This is Mr. Eakin's effects mic.
Yeah.
It's a very good one.
It is.
My effects mic, still going, but has seen better days, I have to say. How it's still going is beyond me, but it does a good job. It does a good job. You can get these really sort of new age-fangled ones now. They're
New
very good.
age-fangled.
As forward goes Patel, lets this one go. Who was it I was with who's now got one that it comes with a sort of a bracket, and you can attach it. Is that what's down there? Let's have a look. Oh yes, Clive's got one of those. Look at that. You see, but Clive's one looks very good. But my one, I don't think I've got it with me. But it's not as big as that one, and it's seen better days. But it still does a job. As I say, some of them these days are magnificent. This one's turned away off the hip of Ryan Patel down towards long leg, and they'll pick up a single. I really enjoy it when we get, well, when I used to get to go to international cricket, and we have it for the T20 finals day, where you get the effects piped in to your kit, and it's from a satellite dish down on the boundary. Now that's fantastic. And there was one famous occasion where we were at a test match, and I won't say who it was or who the two were, but they decided to have a very, very interesting chat right by the satellite dish, at which point everybody dashed in and put their headphones on, as this one's pushed by Sibley down into the leg side, and there's no run. But those are fantastic, and you don't even have to put your own microphone out the window. It's just there ready for you.
They can be dangerous things.
It's very good. Oh, absolutely.
Remember Joe the cameraman? That was very famous in Australia.
No, yes, I remember that, yes. I had an entire conversation with my mum once, forgetting that that everything was still on, and it all went out online about Doris the cat. As in over the wicket once more comes Hannon-Dorby, forward goes Sibley. And got some very nice messages and worried messages, because unfortunately Doris had seen, well, something had happened to Doris, yeah. But obviously everybody only had the one side of the conversation. Yes, so got some lovely messages saying, hope Doris, sorry to hear about Doris, but it's happened. I've had Sky cameramen where I've had to bang on the window and sort of just let them know that whatever they're up to go and stand away from the effects mic. So over the wicket once again goes Hannon-Dorby, and this is turned by Sibley into the leg side, and there is no run. End of the over. So we've had 35 minutes of play this morning, and Surrey have moved from 98 for 1 to 114 for 1. Dominic Sibley's got 43, and Ryan Patel's on 27.
Yes, it's meandering along. It's Bamber who is going to continue. I'm going to do one more over, and then I'm going to make way for Mr. Eakin after all his endeavours this morning. Absolutely. To make sure that we got on air.
Did a very good job there.
I do know who George Tavella's spoken to now.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's taken him a long time to do number 6. It really has.
I actually understand that now. I didn't know he was going to do that as well. I should have remembered. Here's Bamber around the wicket. First ball, just punched straight into the covers by Patel. No run.
The other thing I like now is the old stump mic as well. Although somebody has, but I do quite enjoy it, and the players know it's there as well.
Of course they do. Sometimes they use it to manipulate certain situations.
Oh yes.
Some certainly Australian internationals.
Yeah,
are particularly.
They've worked it out, yeah.
Yeah. In comes Bamba. It's a full ball, and that is just dug out along the ground by Patel. Gets his bat down in time. No run. But yes, some of them do. What do you think about players on the mic? How do you feel about that? So I know some people don't love it.
I don't mind it. Normally it doesn't tell me anything we don't already know, but it's rather nice to hear from them.
My favourite one on the mic, who I think is brilliant, Grace Harris in Australia.
Yeah.
She is genuinely hilarious. In comes Bamba.
Well,
nice high elbow drive, but straight to extra cover, no run.
That would be my only point on it, is that they're not telling me anything really what's happening in the game, but they're having a nice time, and if they can make you laugh as well. I tell you who has sort of got himself a whole role now at the Big Bash, Laurie Evans. But I've always said that in the production studio, that before they've even gone down to ask, he'd be knocking on the door. I'm ready to put the mic on.
Yes.
Ready for the mic.
Certainly is. Here's Bamba in bowls. That's the outside portion of the bat, but just goes straight to backward point. Of course, Laurie Evans here, Warwickshire.
Of course it was.
Warwickshire lad.
Yeah, I think that's why when I said that,
Warwickshire
Clive
player.
was nodding knowingly as well about Al Evans. There was a marvellous moment in the recent Big Bash where he was on the player microphone, and the Laurie Evans fan club was in the crowd when he went back to Perth. Yes, there were 3 of them, I think.
He's
with
made
a banner.
an art of it there. Here's the next ball from Bamba, and it's played up to mid-off, no run. I mean, he's made a really good career.
Oh, he has, but they've made a very nice. I think it was 3 of them, and they've made a nice little sign. So they asked him about that, and he was very self-deprecating, of course. But he said it's great to be back here, and they then went and interviewed them. How good is it to see Laurie back? Oh, he's such a great player, such a lovely guy. We met him, and I was thinking, oh yes, well he is.
Bamba, last ball of his over, and he gets a bit of an inside edge from Patel that just goes out to Zen Malik at short mid-wicket, and there will not be a run to finish off the over. It's 114 for 1 with Patel on 27, Sibley on 43. The partnership now is 56, and they trail Warwickshire by 551 runs. A long way away. I'm going to depart for a little while and make way for Clive Eakin.
Thank you, Mel. So yes, so they had a long chat with Laurie about that, and he did very self-deprecating, and they said how much they were looking forward to him batting, and then he strolled out and was out first ball, and then had to wander back again. But I think, Clive, that wouldn't surprise you.
Well, no, because there was a brief period when BBC Radio Dublin and BBC CWR did try to mic up players for our T20 coverage, and you can guess which player was keen to do it.
This year's Big Bash, he ended up in the games when he wasn't playing in the studio commentating.
In the end,
good.
I think
it's very good.
I think there were 2 problems. One, it proved technically challenging.
Yes, it is. Here's Anand Dolby from the city end, and forward goes Sibley and plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
But also, I'm not so sure the coaching staff are quite as keen for Laurie Evans to do it as Laurie Evans was to do it.
Yeah, well, there is that, I suppose. But he is very good. He is very, very good. And as I say, he was getting a bit of work in the commentary box in the Big Bash with Laurie. We'll see him this summer for Surrey in the old T20 as well.
He was an entertaining player here.
Still is, actually. He's still a very fine player. Anand Dolby. Over the wicket he comes, and forward goes Sibley. So a very disciplined start this morning by Messrs Hannon, Dolby and Bamba.
It is, they're not really looking like taking wickets, are they? But it is giving them a bit more time, isn't it? It really depends what Surrey's scoring record is as to how long they have to bat to be safe. I say safe, I mean, obviously they've got to try and avoid the follow-on. Having said that, if they end up 180 runs behind having to follow on, I don't think they'll be too traumatised by that. But it would give Warwickshire, I suppose, just a sniff of a chance.
Bit of a breeze today, coming over the Holly stand. And Dorby's in, and Sibley's just clipping into the leg side, and there's no run. Well, it's exactly what we saw from Surrey, this. Way the field's set up, and yeah, he's got this deep backward square, and he's got a couple of slips at this stage. And then, basically, again, we're set up here to bowl stump to stump. And Amber's doing that, and Dorby's doing that. We saw Surrey doing that.
You mentioned, you were talking about Zen Malik earlier. I don't know if you mentioned the news today that Warwickshire signed another player from the South Asian Cricket Academy.
Leave that to yourself. But it's a great bit of news again as Hannon Dorby is in, and this is pushed off the back foot by Sibley into the leg side, and there's no run.
It's a little different because they signed Zen Malik as a 27-year-old when he sort of revived his career. This one's a young lad, 19-year-old Vansh Jani. Batter. He's been signed on a rookie contract. He's been playing for the second 11. Came through Middlesex's youth pathway. Has been trialling with the Bears. Has hit 3 second 11 centuries last month.
There you go. I did get told that this morning when I was having a coffee. So it's another one. Very good as over the wicket goes Hannon Dorby. Slower ball this time. Turned by Sibley.
It says here he also scored 156 off 169 balls playing for Saka against the Bears. A Bears attack which included Craig Miles, Chase Simmons, Danny Briggs and Jake Lintott.
That helps.
So there we go. He signed a contract to the end of this season.
Yeah, very good.
So it's sort of a trial, isn't it? A trial to the end of the season, I guess. But he's got a contract anyway to the end of the season, so...
Yeah, it's good for him. So that's 11 now. That's 11.
Very good.
As Hannon Dorby is into Sibley, and Sibley's just pushing off the back foot. And there's no run, so back-to-back maidens for Warwickshire. 114 for 1, Surrey. Patel on 27. And Sibley's on 43.
Well, I was looking up the South Asian Cricket Academy, which I got the name of wrong when I was talking to Zen Malik rather embarrassingly yesterday. And I noticed the Midlands section of it, Warwickshire, along with Derbyshire, are partners, are described as partners on the website. SAC is a non-profit organisation designed to tackle the inequalities highlighted by research regarding the lack of British South Asian representation in professional cricket across the UK, it says here. And what Zen Malik was saying about it was quite interesting, was that what it basically does to places give them a professional environment. They're sort of treated as professionals, so they can train when they want. They get professional facilities. As Bamber comes in to bowl, and that's played back to him as well. Yes, as Mel's just saying there, they get the right nutrition, all these sorts of things that a professional cricketer would get in a good setup.
Looks like the academy setups now, isn't it? Academy setups, you get treated like a pro as well. It's all part of it, but that's terrific. It really is.
So we look forward to wonderful to see him. I bet we'll see him in the One Day Cup at the very least. This young lad this season. Bamber comes into bowl. Slip in a gully, was round the wicket. It's flicked round his pads to square leg for a single by Patel. Moves on to 28.
Yes, I was saying the Brains Trust of Barnes and Westwood are down to our left on the boundary.
Yes.
They might be
Westwood saying to his bowling coach, how are they going to get him out then?
Well, they may be talking about their shopping list for the weekly shop, but I'm sure they're just trying to see how this first hour goes this morning.
Bamber, just 25 runs conceded. This is his 15th over. Still at 0 behind the wickets column. Unlucky, really, not to have got a wicket yesterday, certainly. Comes into bowl now to Sibley, who leaves that. Decent leave. Bounces a little bit, taken by Alex Davis, wearing a short sleeve sweater. Still keeping wicket. Haven't actually found out if there's a particular reason. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with Kai Smith, so it might just be they've decided they want to do it that way. The option was always there.
Well, the other thing is Kai Smith's fielding in sort of those, I think they're described in modern terms as those gun positions, isn't he? So now if there was anything wrong with him, he wouldn't be stood in a backward point.
In comes Bamber to bowl. And Sibley defends out to the offside, there's no run.
in there. He's in back point. So, as I said, there wasn't anything wrong with him. They're going to drop a man out onto the short leg side boundary. So Smith actually come across to square leg, and Simmons has gone out towards the boundary, and now they've changed their mind. So back comes Smith. He'll go into backward point, but Simmons is going to stay out there, is he? No. So Simmons is coming back. So there we are. So
that was worthwhile, wasn't it?
It really was, yes. But it gave them both a different perspective.
So, the next one is left. There's no run. It just occurred to me to look up whether Kai Smith ever bowls. He hasn't so far, so I did wonder whether that could be a factor that maybe he's a secret bowling weapon they got up their sleeves, but I haven't seen any evidence of him having bowled.
I'm saying it with Davis. So he's going to have to work out his options throughout this morning.
Bamber into Sibley, pushes that back into the ground to Bamber. Another tight over, but not one that caused any real alarms. 115 for one. Dom Sibley's 43 not out. I did think he might be 43 not out by the end of play tomorrow, so he's bless him, but he's certainly doing a decent job in keeping Warwickshire out, which is what it's all about for. So I was trying to come up with the scenario where Surrey could win, and I struggled really. I mean, they could get way ahead, but by that time it would be too late.
Yeah, I think I could still see that yesterday morning, but with 665 on the net, you know, to taking the 5 sessions to get there as well on a good batting pitch, I think very difficult to see that scenario. Have a bit of Rob Yates now, so we're going to have a bit of spin.
Warwickshire's
the Birmingham end.
So Warwickshire's women are in Chester Street playing Durham. Not the best of starts. 70 for 3 off 16 overs. Davina Perrin's gone for 32. Katie George is currently 14 not out.
Surrey women are at Taunton today. They've not had a great start, actually. And you look at the Surrey women's squad and the team.
They're going all right today.
How are they going?
106 for 2.
Excellent.
In 16 overs. That's pretty good going. Bryony Smith is 46 not out. And Danny Wyatt Hodge scored 44 off 35 balls, which he's now out. Well, there you go. We're going to see Rob Yates now in bowling spin. So, usual hold up while helmets are taken off by batters and put on by fielders and all sorts.
He did a little bit of bowling last night, didn't he? 3 overs last night.
He did, yeah.
So yes, we got no great rush for any of this at the moment, and we're only 50 minutes into the 3rd morning, but everything's ground to a halt as we wait for drinks and bits and pieces to come out for close fielders. It's giving Tom Lathan a chance to have a go with Sibley's bat out there as well. It's like they're having a bit of a tea party out there, isn't it? A bit of a committee meeting out there, so I think we're ready to play cricket again. Barnard and Sibley were having a catch up there as well. Ryan Patel's still putting all his bits and pieces on. So we're going to have the City Point and the gully. And now he's going to go to short leg now. So off goes Smith to short leg. What Warwickshire have done is I think that's 3 maidens on the trot now from Messrs Bamber and Hannon Dalby, but Hannon Dalby now gets a rest. And it'll be Yates to bowl from the Birmingham end of the ground. And Ryan Patel settles over his bat as Yates in his sunglasses is in, and the first one bounces outside the off stump. A bit wide, and Patel has absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with that.
Just to update that women's score, you can see there is a stream on the Warwickshire website, and they're now 91 for 4 after 20 overs. Katie George is still there in 26.
Patel plays this one from Yates down into the leg side, and there is no run. I'm going to see the Surrey women's team in action on Wednesday. Beckenham against the Blaze. As Yates is in quicker ball this time, and that's just pushed off the back foot by Ryan Patel.
I interviewed one of the Warwickshire players before they played at Beckenham against Surrey. So it's a high scoring ground there, and lo and behold.
This is short, and this is cut away by Ryan Patel out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary road and get a single.
Warwickshire secured a record-breaking run chase there to win.
That often happens at Beckenham.
Yes. Covered a game there many moons ago.
That was the game.
314 they chased down.
Yeah, but that's happened an awful lot at Beckenham over the years. As over the wicket comes Yates, and forward goes Sibley and plays this one down into the leg side. I saw Mornay Morkel in his absolute prime there for Kent, bowling against Surrey. And Geraint Jones was keeping, and not a word of a lie, he was standing 10 yards inside the boundary road, and Surrey were running bys to him. As forward goes Sibley, and plays this one down into the offside. So tidy first over from Yates. Single off it, and Surrey are 116 for 1, still trailing by 549, with Patel on 29 and Sibley on 43.
Sometimes a frustration for Alan Donald here when he bowled in one-day cricket was that because he bowled so quick the wicket about to stand a fairway back, and they just kept running bys to him, which was somewhat irritating.
What's even worse with that is when it's in a one-day game, it's getting tight at the end, isn't it? And
yeah.
That's when it. That's when
it doesn't feel right, really, but
no,
I suppose.
But there you go.
It's obviously within the rules. Bo Webster is going to bowl. Looks like he is bowling seam. We know he can bowl spin. Whether he does much in red ball cricket, I'm not sure. But anyway, he's going to be bowling seam. As Warwickshire toil for this breakthrough. They aren't conceding runs, to be fair, but what is it? 18 runs scored so far this morning in 12 overs. So they have kept it very tight. But I wouldn't say the batters have looked in any great degree of discomfort. Webster round the wicket to bowl to Patel, who leaves that one outside off stump. Men's cricket, it seems to be a decent batting day at the moment. Yorkshire 161 for 1. They're building a significant lead against Essex at Chelmsford, the 254 ahead. Nottinghamshire got into a bit of trouble yesterday. Looks to be in a strong position now at Trent Bridge, 244 for 6. They're 381 ahead of Hampshire. Jack Keynes heading for a century. This next one, Webster's pushed back, and to mid-off there's no run.
Saw Mo Abbas, fiver.
Yes.
His former county, of course.
And Worcestershire had Sussex in early trouble yesterday, but Sussex now 106 for 3. They lead by 210 at Hove. Good game at Northampton, where Northampton's 194 for 8 in the second division in their second innings, leading Lancashire by 156. So it's going to be an interesting run chase for Lancashire there. Glamorgan's still well on top at Canterbury. They've got Kent 194 for 9, still 355 behind, so they'll be batting again, you'd think. Webster comes into bowl with slashes at that. Ryan Patel gets a bit of a bottom edge onto it. And it bounces past the stumps, and they scamper through for a single. That was a...
He'd have done well to drag that on, because it was very wide. Bit of a tempter from Bo Webster outside the off stump. Ryan to that. Patel flung his hands at that. As I say, he would have done pretty well to drag that on, because it was very wide outside the off stump, but he gets a single after all that excitement.
So a slip in the gully for Webster. That's 117 for 1. Patel's onto 30. And Webster right arm over to bowl, and Sibley just pushes it to mid-on.
I'm sure I should know this, Clive, but notice this season, there obviously is a boot manufacturer out there with the orange soles. I've seen an awful lot of players with those.
Yeah.
And Webster's got the orange soles. He runs in.
Yes, players like to have a bit of colour even when they're playing whites. Whites. This next one, Sibley pushes from leg stump to square leg for a single. That's 118 for one. Two wickets yesterday, both immaculately described by me.
Yes, well, I thought you were brilliant.
Given that we had 4 commentators on, I did well to get both the wickets.
You did
The rest of you commentated all day without seeing a single bowling success. This one from Webster. Oh, there's an appeal for LBW. Played forward to that. I don't think it was an appeal of great conviction. 118 for one. The end of 45 overs. So in terms of bonus points, that's the other thing, of course. So we'll have to go some in terms of bonus points. They only got 1 bowling point. And Warwickshire got 4 batting points. Surrey are currently scoring at 2.6 and over. I'll have to speed that up with them to get many batting points.
It's going to be Yates to continue. I'll vacate at the end of this over.
Fill in.
Mr. Brett in. Sibley will be on strike. Yates will come over the wicket to the right-handed Sibley. He's on 44. Dom Sibley is. Yates is in, and Sibley is forward and turning this one down into the leg side. Picked up by Smith in there at short leg. Malik's all the way out there at a deep mid-wicket. As goes a bit wider on the crease here, and they'll get a single as Sibley's just working that one through the leg side out towards Malik, who comes round to do the fielding. So another single for Dom Sibley. He moves on to 45. 119 for one. Looking forward to watching Simmons have another bowl today. He's out there in front of the Holly stand. Short leg side boundary. Yates is in, tosses this one up. Forward comes Patel. I think he's looking to just push that down the ground, but this was a bit early on it. And then bottom hand came into it and squirted away into the leg side. As Yates is in once again. That's nicely bowled, and forward goes Patel. Plays this one out towards short extra cover. And there is no run. Sibley's having a bit of a breather down there at the non-striker's end. He's taking his helmet off. As Yates is in once more. Forward goes Patel. As he's straight back up the pitch. There is no run. Approaching the first hour of play this morning. As Yates is in once more and driving is Patel to the left of Malik, sweeping on that cover boundary row. End of the over, and another single for Ryan Patel. He's moved on to 31, and Surrey are 120 for one, Clive.
Just think of Rob Yates bowling spinner, because they haven't got the option of Jacob Bethel at the moment. He's been in the IPL, which is now suspended, so he might. And the overseas players apparently have been leaving, so whether he'll be back for the Hampshire game. But there is talk of the IPL resuming in later this month, and so that they might fly back, the players, the overseas players, for that. So a bit of uncertainty there. As Webster comes into bowl to Patel, a bit of an inside edge, a square leg, he'll get a single. Took Jacob Bethel a while to actually get any game time in the IPL, but he has done it in the last couple of games. He's got a half century out there as well. One of just 10 English players playing in it this time round.
He got in because of injury, didn't he? Was it Phil Salt who was injured, and he came in for those last two games? Well, it's fairly slow progress so far this morning, Clyde, in the first hour.
It is. Not a lot happening really with bat or ball so far. comes Webster. Sibley leaves that just outside off stump.
I think I found out this morning, and apologies if we've been saying Peter Hartley, but Peter Hartley was down to umpire this game, but Ian Blackwell actually is the umpire. But he's lost so much weight during the winter. He lost 6 stone seemingly, and I didn't recognise him, because normally, without being rude to him, you could see him because of he was a very bulky figure, but full credit to him, he's slimmed down by I'm told 6 stone.
Comes into bowl. That was driven, cut off by Zen Malik. Had a brief spell with Warwickshire and Blackwell.
Yep.
Helped them to win the county championship.
Yeah, that was the championship year 2012, wasn't it? He came in for the last
year, didn't he? Yeah.
Couple of months.
Slip and a 4th slip in place. Webster, right arm over bowls. That's left by Sibley. Holds his bat high in the air. The ball whistles past him.
It's an absolutely magnificent morning here. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. There's little bits and pieces of wispy cloud. But,
yes, that has been a frustration for the bowlers, though, hasn't it? A bit of low cloud can help them sometimes here.
I think they'd take any help they can get on this surface, wouldn't they?
Webster bowls left, just drifting away outside off stump. Sibley in no hurry, but given that Surrey really can only realistically draw the game, no need for him to be, except I suppose on terms of those bonus points.
Yeah. They got the one bowling point, didn't they?
Yeah. At the moment, the rate they're going, they'll be struggling to get more than about 2 batting points, but you'd think they'll accelerate at some point. That's a play to point, and that's beaten the fielder there, so this will be runs. It's been chased down by Zen Malik, but I don't think he's going to reach it, and that's 4 runs to Patel, so that speeds things up a little bit. And Sibley moves on to 49, 125 for 1.
Yeah, just shakes his head, Bo Webster. It was, he knows that wasn't the greatest delivery out just outside the off stump.
Just ready for my report in 40 seconds. They're not sending me what we call Q in the business, but I still have to do it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there
we are now. So I do that report in a few seconds. Rob needs to continue. To bowl. Update coming up. Well, this is Clive Eakin from Edgbaston, where the batters continue to dominate this county championship match against the title holders Surrey. Surrey are 126 for 1. They're still 539 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings total. What Warwickshire's bowlers have done this morning is to keep things pretty tight. They've only conceded 28 runs so far in the first hour of play, but in truth they haven't looked all that threatening either. They do need to bowl Surrey out, or at least get close to bowling them out by the end of today to have any sort of chance. Half a chance there at short leg, but that doesn't land, and Dom Sibley, the former Warwickshire batter, has just completed his half century. Surrey 117 for 1. This is Clive Eakin at Edgbaston. 127 for 1. Unfortunately, the score had left the scoreboard just at the time I was about to say it, and I'd forgotten.
Yates in again, and this one is slapped away out into the offside. So Malik does the fielding out on the cover boundary. Just a single to Patel. He goes on to 34, 128 for 1.
So that'll be Dom Sibley's 71st first-class score of 50 or more. Quite a few of them will be on this ground.
It's forward to this, runs it away into the offside. Yates goes chasing after it, but in the end, falls down in front of Ethan Bamber, who does the fielding mid-off.
24 first-class centuries, including 2 in Test matches.
We were talking yesterday about him getting back in the side. This one is running to the offside. I suppose it's the fact he's still considered a relatively slow scorer, although we've seen lots of occasions in white ball cricket where he can score quickly. But perhaps doesn't quite fit into the way they're looking at Test players at the moment. This one he turns into the onside. There's no run. He got 100 for Surrey at rugby, didn't he?
He did. I was mentioning that yesterday.
In the one-day match last year.
In a losing cause in the end. It was a good match. They narrowly failed to chase down a big target. He scores at a good rate in that game. In fact, that was the first county century to be scored at the venue. Three more one-day cup games due to be played there again this year. A little bit more bunched together to give it more of a festival feel. Bo Webster comes in round the wicket to bowl to Patel, who pushes out to the offside for no run.
We were blessed with good weather there last year as well, weren't we? Which also always makes the festival, the outgrounds, better. Because you're a bit, if it does rain, you're a bit short on places to hide and to get cover.
Webster around the wicket to bowl to Patel. Defends that. There's no run.
Still looking for his first wicket, Bo Webster. Wicketless in his debut game last week in the victory over Yorkshire. And still nothing so far in his night over.
Turns. Wearing number 12 on his back, the old super sub number in football, comes in round the wicket. And that's driven past him. They're gone for a quick, well, they don't need to go for a quick single because that was very well timed by Patel, and it beats the dive of Tom Latham, and they get 4 runs in the end to long on. Beautifully timed shot from Patel. He's on to 38, 132 for 1.
Yeah, it's powerfully, and Ethan Bamber rushing across there, try and get it, but couldn't quite get hands to it. Two floppy white sun hats out there this morning with the Warwickshire players.
He's guided down to third by Patel. It was a little bit wide. Webster kicks the ground in frustration. Patel stretched for it but ran it down just to pass backward point, and just Warwickshire kept things tight. Bo Webster's struggling to do that at the minute. 136 for 1.
Yeah, it's the third boundary off him in, what, 5 deliveries?
In comes Webster. Oh, that's edged, is it? Yes, it is. So Bo Webster does get his first wicket for Warwickshire, and Ryan Patel has gone. It's good delivery, just drifted away, and he's edged it. And Patel's gone for 42. And Surrey are 136 for 2.
You get another wicket.
I do, yeah.
There. It's we're going to kick Clive on commentary all day, I think. Well, I have to say, I didn't see that one coming, to be honest. Patel had taken quite a liking to Webster. Breakthrough, it's taken an hour and 10 minutes this morning. Warwickshire pick up their second wicket. It was a nice delivery, just did a little bit. And Alex Davis behind the stumps, completing the catch.
So
Dan Lawrence will replace him. Dan Lawrence had a reasonable start to the season.
Well, the one thing that hasn't happened so far in this match is one wicket being followed by another. The nearest we got to that was the shortest partnership, and Warwickshire's innings was worth 30 runs.
I suppose that drop catch yesterday of Barnard as well would have been, had it been taken, because it should have been taken really by Taylor, substitute fielder, would have meant 2 wickets in 2 overs, but he wrecked that by dropping the ball. So Webster's on the board, his first wicket.
So, 2 slicks in place. Dan Lawrence, the experienced international batter. Webster bowls, when he just pushes it back past the bowler for no run. And applause for Bo Webster. Bowled a couple of 4 balls in that over, but he's forgiven because he got the breakthrough, he got the wicket.
And it will be, I was just wondering whether they might, with the new batsman in, might have made a change and brought back one of the quicks, but no, Rob Yates is going to continue at the Birmingham end. Fairly economical so far, 14 coming from his 6 overs. Slip, short leg, a backward point, and a sort of backward square leg close in as forward comes Sibley to that first delivery from Yates. Yates started the season off with picking up wickets in the opening game against Sussex. He got 3 wickets in that game. So he comes in and bowls. This one's run away into the offside. And he has just the 4 wickets so far this season. So 3 coming in that match here at Edgbaston against Sussex. He turns again into Sibley. 136 for 2, Sibley on 50, and comes forward and plays this one up to Anand Dolby at mid-on. There's no run. Wickets just live and 1 or 2 up, and 1 or 2 of the spectators up a little bit. A few shouts coming. So Yates in again. Bowls, and Sibley is slightly 4 shot there, looking to play it into the onside, and just got leading edge out to point. For a second, Alex Davies thought he might have something there, but it's, ran all on the floor, so no chance. This one outside the off stump, left by Sibley, no shot offered, and the ball goes through to Davies. The quicker ball, that one, he was pushed through a little more. It's last ball of his 7th over. Sibley bends his knees, crouches down, drives up to Anand Dolby, who makes a good stop at mid-on. Lawrence was all set for the single there, but Sibley was going nowhere, so end of Magnova from Rob Yates. 136 for 2, it remains.
Bad luck to Chris Benjamin, the former Warwickshire batter, who's finished 94 not out. Batting at 7 for Kent, who've been bowled out for 212, which means they finished 337 runs behind Glamorgan's first innings total. That's at Canterbury. So nice to see Chris Benjamin in the runs.
Yes. He's got it. He didn't get into the team at the beginning of the season, did he? But he's managed to break his way in now. So that will help secure his place.
Webster comes in to bowl to Lawrence. Just moves across the stumps and turns that through mid-wicket. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Chase Simmons runs round and fields. And it's 138 for 2. 2 wickets in the whole of yesterday, so far 1 wicket today. In total in the match, just 7 wickets now in the best part of 7 sessions. So it's a wicket a session on average. So we're having an average session at the moment. Can Warwickshire make it an above average session? Webster comes into bowl, and that's left by Lawrence. Remains on 2.
Lawrence comes down and has a little tap on this wicket. I've just been in to look at all the equipment now which we've got for doing the pictures for the live feed. It's like a production studio now we've got with the amount of cameras and stuff.
That was driven to mid-off for no run. 38 for 2.
It's been a huge investment all round, not just at Edgbaston, most counties in terms of the equipment and the facilities they've got for providing the pictures. It really is impressive.
If you want to follow what's going on in all the grounds up and down the country, the BBC County Championship page will give you the details. Let's push out to the offside for no run. You may already be on it listening to this. If you are, scroll down. Otherwise, if you just go to BBC Cricket, find the County Championship page. Gideon, Paul and Lennon are in charge today.
I think that's a really good service. I have to say I'd follow that one, and it's almost instantaneous updates if you're not able to watch the pictures as to what's going on.
In comes Webster, right arm over, that's left by Lawrence. Taken by Alex Davis. I'm just looking at where I think Webster's back foot is landing, and whether that's in danger of encroaching into the no ball area.
Yeah, breaking that back line.
Comes in now to bowl, and that's driven, but it will be cut off by Sam Hain at mid-off. End of the over, 138 for 2, Dan Lawrence on 2, Dom Sibley on 50. One player out today, Ryan Patel, who was caught behind off the bowling of Bo Webster for 42.
Rob Yates to continue, having bowled that maiden in his previous over. He's having a chat with Alec Davis, who's come up to the bowler's end to talk to Yates. Still got to slip in, so Latham's at slip. Short leg, which is Kai Smith, who seems to have got that role now. And he's bringing in Malik off the mid-wicket boundary into a deep mid-wicket, but he's probably halfway back from the square to the boundary. As Yates in Sibley drives up to Hannon Dolby at mid-on. He likes that shot, Dom Sibley, so we're just playing a ball from on or off, outside off stump, and just using the wrists and playing it up to mid-on. He plays that a lot. In he comes again, Yates, and back goes Sibley. This one gets a little bit more of a bounce, and Sibley goes onto the back foot and plays it away out to backward point. But can't beat Ed Barnard there, who does the fielding. 138 for 2 it remains. Comes Yates. Again, it beats Sibley's cut, attempted cut. Again, goes back, gives himself, and Yates just pushed that one through. And Sibley again. He's done that once or twice this morning, been beaten, but didn't get a nick to it. It was well taken by Alec Davis standing up. So Yates again in, Sibley turns this one, but only to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Webster does the fielding there. Two big tall men between him and Oliver Hannon Dolby, who has stood almost within about 10 yards of each other. Two really big guys. 6'7", 6'8". This one is played again to Webster. And again, there's no run. Yates gets through his overs really quickly. So if you're ever behind on the over rate, give the ball to Rob Yates because he'll quickly get you back. So he comes in again and bowls, giving them plenty of air, but driven to Webster. End of another very nice over from Yates. Another maiden, and the score remains on 138 for 2.
Notice that Yorkshire actually had a point docked for a slow over 8 in the match against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
So you do have to be a little bit careful about that.
There haven't been many this year, I don't think, of the... We can't see the over rate on here. I gather it's on the other scoreboard, but not on the main Thwaite scoreboard.
138 for 2, sorry. I'll do one more over and then we'll bring Mark in.
Okay, and then bring Mel back in about past.
In comes Webster to bowl to Lawrence, who drives that. Good shot, but Webster just managed to get a hand onto that to slow it down. That's allowed Sam Hain to cut it off, and there's no run.
I don't think there's as many in today as yesterday.
Well, not in the areas that we see anyway. Yeah. Just 40 runs added this morning. It's pretty slow going from Surrey. They've lost the 1 wicket. That one though will, well, it's driven down the ground by Lawrence and it's actually deflected off the stumps, and Tom Latham's unlucky because he was racing to cut it off. But the ball then changed path dramatically, having hit the stumps, the non-striker's end. Didn't come off the bowler's hand, so there was no danger of a run out. And it completely wrong-footed Latham, and he's got a 4 for it, Lawrence. I mean, it might have gone for 4 anyway, because he hit it very hard and well.
I'm going to say, I
would have been close.
Yeah, I wouldn't have either got to it. It was a nicely hit shot. It's very rare, though, that you see a ball hit the stumps and go at such a different angle and still get to the boundary. It was it really raced off those wickets. There was no chance of Bo Webster getting a hand to it.
So Lawrence is now on 6. They're putting Rob Yates in. He's taken him out of slip and put him in the adjacent pitch at shortish mid-on position for the drive. Webster comes in to bowl and he's worked that out to point, and Zen Malik fields, but they have time to get through for a single. 143 for 2. Isn't Dom Sibley's 50s just come back on there? I don't know why. Come back off again. So Sibley on strike, 50 off 152 balls for him so far. In comes Webster. It's driven by Sibley and it's cut off by Zen Malik.
He must have felt good, I would think, last night. Slept well, Zen Malik. He got that maiden century.
He spoke well. He spoke to him after the game. Finally made a breakthrough in professional county cricket. He's certainly taking his opportunity, having a late call up for the last match against Yorkshire. That one is driven straight to him, so he'll feel that one comfortably. Get a lot of credit he gave to the South Asian Cricket Academy for helping him get this opportunity. Apparently, I quoted to him what Mel had told me, which is that he trialled for 12 counties over the years. So he said, yeah, people keep telling me that. In comes Webster to bowl to Sibley.
She told me that as well.
And that's left. It's taken by the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 143 for 2. Shall we bring Mark back in?
So had he, how many he had been trialled for, did he say?
Well, I think that was cool.
Oh,
he didn't dispute that figure. So.
Oh, right, okay. I know he was at Glamorgan last year and got centuries in the match against Warwickshire, and Warwickshire now for the trial. I think Warwickshire signed another Saka player yesterday. His name, I'm afraid I can't remember at the moment, but find that out. 143 for 2. Lawrence is on 7. Dom Sibley is on 50. It will be Rob Yates to continue at the Birmingham end in this brilliant sunshine here in sunny Birmingham, as we're joined by Mark Church again. Good morning or good afternoon.
Hello, Phil. Yes, it's much the same at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. Yates' his first ball played up into that mid-wicket area by Lawrence. Bo Webster does the fielding. There's no run. 43 for 2. Then he comes again, bowls, gives himself space and hammers this one away out to the cover boundary where Chase Simmons is waiting out there to just gather up and return the ball to Alec Davis. One more to the total. Lawrence goes on to 8, 144 for 2.
Yeah, he's been in good nick last couple of games. Dan Lawrence 117 at Sussex in quick time, 55 not out against Somerset.
Yates in, Sibley looking that shot again up to mid-on. Again, just pushes it up there, but Hannon Dolby is positioned back about 10-15 yards behind Rob Yates, and just a little too close in to take the quick single. Yates in, but gives that one outside the off-stop, but again Sibley going for that. Gives himself room to cut that ball away through backward point, and again that ball goes past top outside edge of the bat through to Alec Davis, and Sibley again just missing out on that shot. Yates to him again, forward comes Sibley and turns it to mid-wicket. Yates is keeping him well tied down. Well, the last 2 overs from Yates have been maidens.
Yeah, he's just bowling fairly tidily here, isn't he?
Yeah. Not doing a great deal with it, but just varying it enough to cause a little bit of a problem. This one, he's pushed it through, and having said all that, but he gets away with it.
Wow. I've seen disguised quicker balls, but that one wasn't. But yes, I think Sibley there, it's probably the right shot, because they've left a huge gap through backward point, but he's just missing it at the moment.
I'm going to make way for Mel again.
Okie dokie.
I'm going to go and do the museums.
Ah, yes, of course. That time of the day.
Yep. So I shall see you after lunch.
Lovely. Safe trip around the other end of the ground. So Ed Barnard is coming into the attack after Bo Webster got the wicket of Ryan Patel. He just pushed at one outside his off stump, and he'll be very disappointed with that, because you don't really want to miss out here. And he'll feel he did with his 42. Simply 50, Lawrence on 8. Barnard, who had a very good day yesterday, 177 not out, and then the wicket of Rory Burns. So excellent day for Barnard yesterday. He's bowling here to the right-handed Dan Lawrence. He's got a short extra cover and a short mid-wicket, as Lawrence stands with his bat raised as Barnard right arm over the wicket to him. He's full of length. Lawrence turns this one up towards mid-on. Bamber does the fielding, and there is no run. Welcome back to Mal Farrell.
Hiya, Churchy. Oh
dear.
Sorry, I was just setting up an iPad.
I'm having a bit of trouble with my phone charging at the moment, but I think it's that old thing of the way you plug it in. It's got a bit bunged up.
Oh.
Yes, as in over the wicket comes Barnard, driven by Lawrence. Barnard gets a hand to it and ricochets away up towards Bamber at mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm basically obsessed with charging.
Yes, you are. You've got so many chargers.
I'm obsessed with charging.
Yes.
And it comes from travelling. I'm obsessed with the adapters and various charging elements. While cleaning out my house this week, I realised I have a drawer full of adapters.
Oh. As in over the wicket once again comes Barnard, and looking to force off the back foot is Lawrence. Doesn't time this at all, and it just potters out towards short extra cover, and there's no run.
Because there is nothing worse, and because I use my phone to film a lot.
Yes, you do.
It needs to be charged all the time.
Well, you were talking yesterday about a power bank.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, is that for your phone to charge on? Is it? And,
yes.
and you charge that up, and then it's a mobile power charge. Is that what it is?
It is.
That's excellent, isn't it? As in over the wicket once again comes Barnard. Forward goes the right-handed Lawrence. Plays this one out towards cover point, and there's no run.
But they vary in quality. In the strength, how much charge they hold, and the strength of the actual connector to your phone, like the lead.
Is it? Yes.
That will affect it. There was once a few years ago, because this started off when we were talking about free stuff that you get from the ICC in particular.
You top quality journos, as this one's left alone by Lawrence outside his off stump. You get you used to get probably more than you do now.
Yes.
You used to basically wardrobe yourselves for an entire year.
Well, it was all the nifty things. Well, you know, I've got my water bottle and my keep cup.
Yes.
But there was one charger, and I know this is incredibly sad. There was one charger we got a few years back. It was the best one I have ever had.
As in over the wicket comes Barnard. Forced back up the pitch by Lawrence. So maiden over first up from Barnard. And Surrey 144 for 2 on this third day. Lawrence has 8 and Sibley has 50. What, in the fact that it was quick and reliable?
It was quick, it was powerful, to the point that
it overcharged.
No, that it could charge my laptop. And it's very rare to find one.
That's extremely versatile, isn't it?
It was brilliant. So you could charge both a phone and a laptop. And then I was devastated because this is going to sound strange, as Rob Yates prepares to bowl to Sibley. He's in over the wicket and has slapped away through the covers, beats the fielders, no protection, and that's 4 runs for Sibley. He's been quite tidy, Yates, but that one, it just had enough width. He leant out, slapped it away. So I was devastated. I was on my way to Nepal for a tournament, and I had my charger with me, and I had to stop and change planes, some random airport in China. As Yates is in, this time just very wristily played out behind point, no run. And you have to go through this unbelievable security process when you're just changing flights, transiting in China. As Yates is in, next ball, Sibley again plays out to point, no run. And when they went through, you put everything through security, the scanners and everything, they confiscated it because it didn't have some serial number on it.
Oh no.
And I was devastated. Wow. Yates in, bowls, that's just played into short mid-wicket, no run. And that was the end of my favourite ever, and I've never found one as good since.
And there is a security guard somewhere in China who
yes.
never has a problem charging his phone or his laptop now.
It was, it was a very strange airport, that one. Yates is in, bowls. It's played back to the bowler who'll field it.
I'm waiting till they invent one that you can plug into yourself. Give yourself a bit of a charge.
I could do with that. I could do with that.
First thing in the morning.
Usually for me it's just coffee. In comes Yates. It's played straight up to that fielder who's hovering in at short mid-wicket.
Tidy over again from Yates. Just that one delivery where he just threw it a little bit wider at Sibley. But Sibley knows it's not going to spin back sharply and go through the gate, so he just got the foot out there and drove it through the covers for 4. Because there are these ones as well where you put your phone on it
Yeah,
And
the
it just
wireless.
Is,
yeah.
That's wireless, is it?
Yeah, like it's a
Would
wireless
that work
charger.
with like a normal one of these? Could I do that on my phone, or do I need a
I don't
special
know, your phone looks a bit old.
But it is.
It's falling to pieces on the
No, well,
side.
that's the.
That's the case.
The case is falling.
Right. I think it depends on how new your phone is, perhaps.
As Barnard's in, forward goes Dan Lawrence and plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
But there'll be times when I have some charging arrangement for a laptop that then is also, then I'm charging my iPhone and my iPad off the laptop as well, and it's all very, you know.
It's very clever, all this stuff. It really is.
But I am very obsessed with being able to charge all the time.
It's the modern world. As over the wicket once more comes Barnard. And this one's turned by Lawrence into that short straight mid-wicket position, and Webster does the fielding.
Because at times, you know, I also have to charge my light, I have to charge my microphones.
You do.
So this is, you see, this is why I am. I think about it far too much.
Yes.
That it's not healthy.
No. So I can see why. There's nothing worse than trying to turn the old camera on and realising, oh no. As in over the wicket comes Barnard. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Dan Lawrence. He just rehearses playing straight back up the ground. So today it is 50 for 1. Sorry, 50 for 1 today. As Barnard comes marching back towards us, set up on high. We've got a great view from this commentary box. It really is a terrific view. Down the ground and towards Birmingham city centre. Oh, Lawrence. What's he got a problem with here? Has he got something in his eye? Yes, he has. So Dan Lawrence is just removing some grit, I think. Poor chap from his eye. Using his shirt there, very sensible.
Very, very sensible.
Yes,
Don't put your fingers in there. Yeah, it was. I think it was forecast to get up to 26 degrees.
Oh, lovely.
Here,
very nice.
Which is pleasant.
Yeah, very nice. Well, it's lovely cricket watching weather, isn't it?
It certainly is.
A few people out there at the moment in their shorts and t-shirts. As Barnard's over the wicket once again, and Lawrence is letting this one go. Outside his off stump, and it's taken by Davis, moving away to his right hand side. Busy in all the parks around the country today.
Well, it was his Mother's Day in Australia.
Oh,
today.
Is that today?
Yeah, it is. So I wasn't able to call Mum because I had to come in here, but I did speak to her a couple of times during the week, and I sent her a message.
Lovely.
But it's very, it makes things tricky.
As in over the wicket once again is Barnard driving. Is Lawrence. Get a run.
Because you never forget Mother's Day or Father's Day normally, because there's so much advertising around it and everything else. But when you're in a country where it's on a different day,
I can see that. Yes, yes.
So actually, my best friend messaged me this morning to say, don't forget it's Mother's Day.
Handy. Very handy.
Yeah.
That. Very handy. As over the wicket once again comes Barnard, and this is flicked beautifully off his hip by Dan Lawrence. The fielding's good down there at long leg by Ollie Hannon-Dorby. Long arms and long legs.
He
at
does.
6'8", and he's used both of those there. The long legs to slide and the long arms to stop the ball, and they pick up a single, and Lawrence will keep strike. 149 for 2. Lawrence 9, Sibley 54. Well, the other thing in this country now is there seems to be a bank holiday every day of the week.
Oh, don't I know it? And it's really annoying because it's really, because I'm always trying to get a train somewhere. And as I discovered when I went to Chelmsford and got stuck there, it took me 4 hours to get from Chelmsford to London. Yeah. I was lucky I wasn't trying to get back to Birmingham.
Replacement bus service?
Yeah, certainly was.
I've done that, yes.
Yeah, it was not very much fun. As Yates, he's in bowling to Lawrence. He just gets on the back foot and punches that up to wide mid-off.
That's the 150 up for Surrey.
It does, as they come through for the single. Some smattering of applause there from fans appreciating the visitors' efforts.
Yes, I think smattering's the right word there. It wasn't even a ripple.
It's a smattering. That's all right. The short leg in as Yates comes in once more. It's full ball and there's a bit of excitement, but I think it's more performative than anything else.
Yes. I think it's just a sort of get you have a bit of a jump up and down as much as anything at the moment.
Oh, he just played it into the ground. Here's Yates again. This time it's a bit more towards leg stump and played into the leg side by Sibley. No run. You've got to keep yourself awake somehow.
Well, yeah, I think they've done well this morning, Warwickshire. They bowled very, very tightly.
Oh, the problem is there's little reward for good bowling as Yates is in once more. That time that's come out off the outside edge, but rolled along the ground to backward point. Yeah, just it's similar to Surrey. You know, Surrey's bowlers bowled really well. You look at someone like Ethan Bamber today. I thought bowled really well in particular. Just the rewards are so hard to come by. Yates is in once more. It's turned around the corner past that short leg. Only as far as square leg.
Way to our left, Ollie Sykes is doing a bit of sprint work. Way to our left-hand side.
I don't know if that's a sprint.
I think he's warming up.
Oh, is that it?
I think he's only just started.
Here's Yates over the wicket, bowls off the back foot, just played gently square on the offside, and they'll pick up another single. Yeah,
he's warming up over there to our left.
Yes, knees high.
Yep.
It's just when you said he's doing some sprint work, I just looked over and saw him doing a slow jog.
Yes. I think as they are, I think this is more the warm up for Ollie Sykes away to our left. But yes, he's doing a bit of work with the strength and conditioning coach.
Is Ollie the most popular name for an English cricketer of a certain, you know, that sort of, I don't know, early to mid 20s now? Although even Ollie Hannon-Dolby is. I just feel like there are almost more Ollies than anything else. But you're always going to have your Matts and your Michaels and I guess those traditionally popular names, but there do seem to be a lot of Ollies.
It's a good vintage, isn't it? And sort of they go in cycles, the names, don't they? I think I was pretty sure I was going to be Jessica.
Were you? Yeah. If you were a girl? Or
no, I think Dad thought it'd be a bit of a laughter. No, I think if it had I been, I think that's apparently what I was going to be. Here is Barnard. And this one's left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. That's taken by Davis, moving away to his right-hand side. Well, actually, I have been told that when I was taken in for the old baptising, christening scenario, and as we walked out, Dad wanted to go back in because he hadn't thought it through, and he said, "Oh, if it would." Called him Colin middle name, it'd have been MCC. As driving is Sibley, but I think the font was being used elsewhere, so there was no extra time for a change of heart.
Well, my grandmother didn't like the name Melinda. She wanted me to be called Sarah Jane. You know, my mum and Dad chose Melinda anyway. But my grandmother just refused to call me that, so she called me Sarah Jane for years and years.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. In over the wicket comes Barnard. It's well left by Sibley. It's well bowled by Barnard. Just got that one to come back a touch at Sibley. Sibley comes wandering down to do some gardening. And Barnard just running in and hitting a good line and a good length. And just got that one to come back a touch at Barnard. And again, lots of oohs and ahs out there in the middle. Sibley 55 off 173 deliveries. As he waits with that bat raised, as always, then those hands will just nudge forward a touch and then he lets it go outside his off stump once again. And Lawrence leant on his bat down at the non-striker's end. As I say, that 100 at Hove was exhilarating stuff from Lawrence. 55 not out against Somerset. It's having a natter with umpire Hartley. This pavilion end, Ethan Bamber's in good voice. Down there at a deepish mid-on as Sibley's on the back foot, punches into that short cover point position. Tumbling stop in there by Latham, I think it is. He then lobs the ball to Bo Webster. And Ollie Sykes is getting a bit quicker away to our left in his sprint training.
I was talking to someone upstairs who did say that, yes, Ethan Bamber does not stop.
Chuntering.
Chuntering.
Yes.
Yes, he's very enthusiastic.
Absolutely is. And over the wicket again comes Barnard, and again Sibley just very happy to let it go outside his off stump. It's not going to bother Sibley that at all. And he comes down and has a chat with Dan Lawrence. So 15 minutes until the lunch break on this third day. Yes, but same school as Zach Crawley. Ollie Sykes made his his debut in all forms of the game last year, and then played the game at Sussex and made, off the top of my head, 37. But he's a very, very exciting player, is Ollie Sykes. And Ben Earl as well, who got picked in the Lions squad.
First ball in the next Yates over as the full ball is played back to the bowler by Lawrence.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just an interesting summer, this one. Players coming in and players around the England side, and Yates pulls his length back this time, and that has just played straight through the covers, but their fielders converging. Oh, hang on a second.
He's off now, Ollie Sykes.
He's off now, Ollie Sykes.
There you go, you see.
I don't think he's at 100%.
Not yet.
Not yet.
It's quick.
Run through, I reckon that's about 80. He did get a single there, by the way, so Yates will now be bowling to Sibley. Yeah, that's he's just about to put the afterburners on. Yates bowls, floats this one up, and it's played to that short leg, no run.
Yeah.
But they've got a lot of space out there, because even though that's the long boundary, but there is a huge amount of space between the boundary rope and the hover cover. There's Yates in once more, full play, gently out to the offside, and a big call of no from Lawrence, from Sibley rather, as Lawrence did look to maybe want to take a single there.
I think to our right sums up where we are in this game.
Next ball's just played square on the offside. It's backward of point. Yeah. Chase Simmons does the sweeping. He's lost his hat in the process. They've taken another single.
I think the way Surrey are looking at this at the moment is just bat. Warwickshire bowled real discipline like Surrey did. I think what you're seeing here is Surrey's saying, listen, we would have loved to have sort of done something, but with that amount of runs, we're not going to be able to.
Yates in. Oh, this time he beats him. That's a good ball from Yates. Just gave it a little bit of air once more. And Lawrence, I might not have been expecting that. But he has bowled well, Yates. It's the end of his over. Yeah, 153 for 2, by the way. Lawrence 11, Sibley 56.
Yates has looked very tidy.
Yeah, he has been very tidy. And then
got lovely action.
Just every now and again. Just realising my stream when I look down to watch that again.
Because that was the end that Lawrence bowled from, of course. So I mean, he just gave that one a little bit more air to Lawrence. And it was really nicely bowled by Yates. Very, very nice stuff. As Barnard from the pavilion end is coming into Sibley, who's solidly forward. Laying this one down into the leg side. Simmons gets across to do the fielding. Moving round to his left. There we are, there's Bamber again. Yes, you can hear him. Down. There we are. Come on, Barney. That's what he's saying. Come on, Barney. It's a good nickname, that. Really put a lot of thought into that one again.
Have you ever had a nickname other than Churchy?
Barnard, oh, I've had a few. As in over the wicket once again. There's Barnard, and forward goes Sibley. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I always say this when Barney. Very nice Barney. There's been some good ones over the years, though, hasn't there? David Sales one is still one of my great favourites.
What was David Sales?
Jumble.
Oh, nice.
Cracker,
yeah.
That is very good thinking. Sibley drives. He looks at the bottom of his back because he didn't time that at all.
See, I had this conversation on commentary with Frank Watson from Worcestershire. I was explaining that a good Australian nickname is one that it requires at least 2 steps, possibly 3.
To get to it.
To get to it.
Yes.
So Barney's actually a bit boring.
Yes.
If it was Rubble.
Good, yeah, I can see that, as this one is left alone outside the off stump by Sibley. And that's taken by Davis, moving around away to his right hand side.
Yeah, if you had Ed Barnard, Barney, Barney Rubble.
Yes,
So Rubble, but then a really good nickname then, maybe it would be Rocky, because you go from Rubble to Rocky.
Yeah, and I think what should happen is, if it is that complicated, I think when you shout it from mid-off, you have to explain the entire process to get to it for the crowd. As in over the wicket once again comes Barnard. Forward goes Sibley. Turns this one into the leg side. And Simmons does the fielding in there. Oh, yes, he's very loud, isn't he, Bamber?
He is.
He's echoing around the ground at the moment. It's good. You know, this is what you need. I think I played in the side once where everybody at one point was given that role. You know, you're going to do 10 overs of this now, and it was as much to keep you interested as anything. As in over the wicket once again is Barnard, and that's left alone by Sibley, wide outside his off stump. Well, what a good friend who I haven't seen for ages, actually. Nobody actually really knows him by his proper name. Everybody knows him as Jigsaw.
Oh,
and
how did he get Jigsaw?
Even at his wedding, there was one moment where I thought it was going to be to you, Jigsaw. Well, he played hockey, and yeah, the nickname Jigsaw came from the fact that whenever he had a chance to score, he always fell apart in the box. So that was Jigsaw. Isn't that a crack?
I like that.
But it stuck.
I like that.
So everybody knows him as Jigsaw.
Oh, that is a great
nickname. The poor fella is one of the nicest, but no one ever calls him by his real name.
Oh, that's superb.
It's good, isn't it, that one?
Here's Yates bowling to Lawrence, who just takes a stride forward and watches the ball go straight past his pad. Yeah, that's a corker.
Yeah, it is very good.
So if it's a good nickname like that, 1 step is fine.
Yes, absolutely.
Yates in over the wicket. Again, he gives that a bit of air. Just as clipped past the fielder at short leg. Yates is just every now and again. You just get the feeling he's just keeping them honest, shall we say. This time he darts this one in a little bit more. It's just played straight back down the ground.
Daniel Norcross is listening in.
Is he? Oh, bless him, Norky.
Yes.
What a wonderful man he is.
Well, yes. He certainly is.
In comes Yates. Oh, he gives that some air, and that's too wide as well. Slapped away through the covers. 4 runs in front of the Holly stand. And just as I was praising him, he just gave that a little bit too much width.
Yes.
Every time he's given him width, he'll find himself put away.
Well, yeah, that one, he didn't use the facilities kindly provided by the ground staff, because it was just a big full toss. And it was nicely put away by Dan Lawrence through the covers for 4.
And again, this time drags his length back and fields the defensive shot of his own bowling. Yes, I actually sent Mr. Norcross a photo the other day. You know how your phone brings up photos every day, like memory photos?
Oh, yeah.
As Yates is in, full ball, played down to mid-on, no run. And that's the end of Yates's over, 157 for 2. Lawrence on 15, Sibley on 56. Well, a photo came up on my phone, magnificent photo of Mr. Norcross holding a blue and red umbrella. In fact, it was taken here at Edgbaston. And so the background's got this blue and red umbrella, and he's pursing his lips and giving me a proper good old blue steel. It's a great photo, and I sent it to him.
Sure,
and he told me he'd lost his umbrella, and that umbrella, and he
really
loved it. Or brolly, of course, he called
I'm
it.
not sure I want to see that before lunch. Maybe a bit later in the afternoon. I've just looked behind me, and he's on the wall behind us as well.
He's everywhere.
Having a chat with, looks like he's having a chat there with Wakar Yunus behind us, because there's lots of photos of the TMS team in the TMS box. Now, coming into the attack is the Centurion of yesterday, Zem Malik. He's coming into the attack to bowl. Does he bowl leg spin or off spin? Well, we're going to find out in a minute. I don't know if he's particularly well known for his bowling. I've got a feeling it is leg spin.
Yeah, I think it.
Well, look, we'll see now. Here he comes. Yes.
Yep.
And the first one's a googly, and that's whipped for 4 by Sibley through the leg side. So that's over the boundary rope and away for 4. But Norcross saying this is a very good one. So Monday Zondeki, the South African international. His nickname
what is this? What's
Monday
his name?
Zondeki.
Right.
Zondeki.
Zondeki.
His nickname is All Hands. Isn't that very? That's very good. That's very good. That's very good. I do like that one.
Sensational.
Yeah, it says he's in again, and this is driven. Tossing that one up by Sibley out towards Ollie Hallandorby. That's very good. That. There's one more to the total. 162 for 2. You just shut. That is horrible. As I say, it's nearly lunchtime.
That is not. That's a wonderful photo of Mr. Norcross. Proper blue steel pouty. Come hither.
That's the whole point.
Here at Edgbaston.
As driving is Lawrence out towards Haddon Dalby, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up another single. One more to the total. Sibley comes back onto strike on 61. Glad I've not seen him do that. Across. I'd be making my way towards security if he ever did that to me. As he's in again, Malik. That's quicker. But left alone by Dom Sibley. So we're approaching lunch on this third day, and Surrey have added 65. They've lost the wicket of Ryan Patel for 42. Still trail by 502. As Malik's in, that's very short. And that's pushed away off the back foot by Dominic Sibley, who strolls a single. And Sibley on to 62. Lawrence comes back on to strike on 16. Lawrence a little twiddle of the bat and then settles himself down. Malik's in once again, tosses this one up. That's driven very nicely by Lawrence. This will bring Ollie Hallandorby round to his right. He puts the roll in for good measure as well, and that enables them to come back for 3. But it looked great.
It did.
And Lawrence spotted that, and he spotted that Hallandorby was sort of rolling across the outfield, so that enabled him to get back for a 3rd. But 3 more to Lawrence. He's on to 19. 167 for 2. I noticed downstairs as well, and I'm a big fan of this. There's the big board, and you can have your photo next to Hassan Ali, Alex Davis, Sam Hain, the mascot, and Ollie Hallandorby. The clever thing is with the Sam Hain one, you can make it look as if Sam Hain's got his arm around your shoulder. Yeah. Isn't that clever, eh?
That's what I asked you. I questioned some of the heights on that though.
6'8", Hallandorby.
Yeah, don't question that.
6 foot Hain.
Don't question that.
5'8", Hallandorby. Hassan Ali.
Don't question that. Rob Yates in over the wicket. It's just defended straight back to the bowler by Lawrence.
I think the mascot's 5'4".
Can't really comment.
No.
Haven't been that close.
I wasn't sure about Davis's one.
That's the one I
question.
question.
Is it? Right, okay.
That's the one I question.
As in over the wicket is Yates. Apologies, now this is your over, and forward goes Lawrence, and there's no run.
That's quite okay.
Do
Happy to,
apologise.
yeah.
Took that ball off you
I've stood next to him. I've looked him eye to eye, and I'm not 5'8".
Right.
But maybe he's got bouncy hair. In comes Yates once more. Oh, and do you know that's dropped just at the feet of the fielder at short leg. That was just, I don't think it was actually a chance, but it was close to a chance.
Well, I think it's hit his foot and gone up at short leg. That could have easily ricocheted back to the keeper. You've seen that before.
Next ball is a big long stride forward and a very definitive smother from Lawrence after that previous delivery.
Yes, seen that before, where he sort of stood up on his toes and dropped it down, and it hit Smith on the foot. Went behind Smith.
Comes Yates again. This one's clipped mid-wicket. No run, although Sibley took a few steps down the track.
I think it was Michael Slater once caught one up his jumper in there, didn't he? Yeah, went up his jumper.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Last ball of the session from Yates is just defended stoutly by Lawrence. No risks taken to finish off the session. So it's been an attritional one, just one wicket falling. And 69 runs added to Surrey's total. It's 167 for 2, with Lawrence on 19 and Sibley on 62. This particular partnership now is 31. To give you an idea of the magnitude, they're 167 for 2, but they still
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, haven't spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3, so I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Yeah, get the flag out.
things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham, George. Yeah, so it's not, it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target and again his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump.
Good again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough. And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs, his first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact, right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. On his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. Again to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed to this one, he's out, he's caught low down, a first wicket for Buckingham in this innings, and well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down, but not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, lean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full, driven firmly, and for 4. Past the diving Dom Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, in endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of
absolute
long off for 4.
Commentator's curse.
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top-edged. That Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
4-4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward, this dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slip for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it, he's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it, as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. The first ball of a new over from Hill, and he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
Good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes! Oh, what's that?
Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the bluff. Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys and So it was a bit niggly. My time here was delayed a little bit, but it'd be nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them. And looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yeah, so slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time, but it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. Winning the last 3, so I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
Get the flag out.
Things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham, George. Yeah, so it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump,
again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough? And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstone lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. But on his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. And to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see. Maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed it. This one, he's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down. We're not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, clean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Ooh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Dom Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh, no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls, and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive. Invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground. There you go, case in point. And so JT, an endorsement from his teammate Ben Cliff there as his first ball goes disappearing away wide of long off for 4.
Commentator's curse. I'm getting...
Field now has spread into various formats, and this one's been, well, hoiked away really. It was an attempted pull shot that is top-edged. Barnard does play the ramp, and this time gets 6 for it. Straight over the top of third man. Sears then to Barnard. Ball short of length and banged away through the covers for 4 more. Got over the top of that, watched it well. And he comes again.
Ooh. That was a miscue. Flew wide of gully.
4-4. I completely lost it, I've got to say. It's gone.
It went pretty quickly off the thick edge, and it wasn't all that far away. And Malik, he pushes forward. This dribbles off the outside edge and runs along the ground between keeper and first slip for 4.
Lane end. Short ball. Barnard has a go at it. He's gone. It really did climb on him, and doing a bit of a limbo, leaning back, trying to ramp it as he had done off Sears in the previous over for 6. Now, Sears in again, and Webster gets underneath it, and he's got 6. An uppercut over the top of the jumping third man.
Start of a new over. Oh, Webster's gone to carve that, and it's gone for 4 down to third man. The first ball of a new over from Hill, and he was through the shot way too early. But have a go as well. Hill bowls and Malik pulls, and that might have done it. That's for 6, I think. What a flourish from Zen Malik to finish. Good for him. He's finished unbeaten on 49 in his debut match.
April 1882. Queen's Hotel in Coventry, Warwickshire County Cricket Club was formed. Over 140 years of wearing the bare and ragged staff, the triumph,
People swarm onto the field here at Edgbaston.
the ecstasy, the agony,
Disappointment for Warwickshire, who can't secure the domestic double.
but throughout we've been together as bears. We're now ready for the next chapter. History will be made. Are you in?
That is as good as it gets from Hassan Ali. There is simply nothing that the Bears cannot do. Oh my goodness! Oh yes! Oh yes!
Oh, what's that? Attention all stewards.
Prepare for the block. Security, are you seeing this?
What are you doing? What do you mean? It's important.
I think we're going to need more bubble wrap.
Tom, welcome to Edgbaston.
Thank you very much. Nice to finally be here. It's obviously a nice warm day today, so yeah, nice to meet all the guys this morning and get stuck into a bit of training.
Yeah, and only less than 24 hours off the plane, and yeah, straight in with the into the nets with the guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice to, as I said, to meet up with all the guys, and so it was a bit niggly. You know, my time here was delayed a little bit, but yeah, nice to finally be here and get amongst the guys and get around them, and yeah, looking forward to game coming up in a few days.
Yes, a slightly delayed arrival with the injury that you had to your hand. I guess you're keen to make up for some lost time.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, pretty disappointed to be ruled out of those first few games, but I guess to finally be here now and obviously come and want to do well, but you know, obviously put my best foot forward and try, I guess, win games of cricket for Warwickshire. So I guess that's sort of what I'm about. Try to do my role as best as I can and hopefully contribute to, I guess, some team performances.
Give us a quick update on the hand. Looks like you're fine and ready to go, Tom.
Yeah, I've been hitting for a couple of weeks. Yeah, slowly eased into it and probably been a little bit cautious on things just to make sure it's right. But yeah, things seem to be tracking in the right direction and hopefully be ready to go in a couple of days.
And potentially first game this weekend up on Friday against Surrey, a club that you know fairly well.
Yeah, obviously nice to play them first up. Obviously a few familiar faces, having spent the 23 season or playing 5 Champo games for them. So yeah, it'll be nice to come up against them on the other side this time. But yeah, it'll be nice to obviously catch up with a few of the guys as well.
Yeah, and I guess potential debuts don't come much bigger than that. Defending champions be a tough test.
Yeah, they're obviously a quality side. I think we've seen that over the last sort of 3 seasons. See, winning the last 3. So I guess from a Warwickshire point of view, the performance they've had over the last sort of couple of weeks, you know, especially the performance last week up in Leeds was a great performance. So hopefully I can come and add a little bit to the group and hopefully we put another good team performance against the defending champions.
flag out.
Move things around a bit, we'll see. He comes wide of the crease this time and bowls out well outside the off stump of the left hand.
He did get the new ball up at Durham,
Did
George.
he?
Yeah, so it's not, it's unusual, I guess, but not.
Certainly when there's much cricket played at either end of the season as this is just leaked down the leg side and Davies flicks it very fine for 4 runs, the first boundary of the day. Hill starts a new over, and there's going to be 4 runs here for Davies down the leg side. It's the second one he's just nudged down there. Get to this target, and again, his leg side here, Hill, and Davies has levered it into a big gap at square leg, and that might beat Sears as well. Beats him on the other side. Fallen to catches in the cordon behind the wicket. And now Davies, having been presented with a ball in exactly that slot, just outside off stump.
Again. Oh, has he got him? No, he hasn't. He should have. Harry Brook has dropped it, and it's gone for 4 down through third man.
Hill bowls, and this time he does drive, and he beats extra cover. And did Thompson maybe just get a finger on that and take some of the way off it, but not enough. And it's gone up to the rope for 4 runs. His first boundary, Robbie Yates, and that's the one he's been looking for.
In hand then from the Kirkstall lane and bowls it now. Bowled him! Stump has been flattened, 2 of them in fact. Right up there, and he's yorked him. And Davies has gone for 31. They have got a breakthrough. Got in his legs is the other question. It's wide of off stump here, and it's an uppercut over the top of what would have been sort of a flying gully, really. It's gone for 4 down to the Howard stand. And to bowl to Hamza Sheikh. This time he's strayed down the leg side and been flicked away for 4 off the bat.
So we'll see, maybe we are going to have a brief interruption. And Sheikh has pushed to this one. He's out. He's caught low down. A first wicket for Buckingham in this innings. And well taken by Bairstow. It was just a feather on it from Sheikh as he pushed slightly away from his body. Tricky target. Buckingham bowls. Oh, well, that's going to help Warwickshire. He angles that from round the wicket across the left-hander, and Yates just nudges it. Helps it the way it's going. Still a lot of good seam bowlers in this game. This is shorter from Buckingham, and Yates pulls for probably 4 runs. Yeah, he controlled that very well. Wide of mid-wicket. And there is a fieldsman there just at mid-wicket. Here's Thompson then to start his spell, but he's onto the pads of Yates straight away, and Yates is going to reduce the requirement to just 100 more by tucking this off his pads for 4 runs.
Down the wicket now to Yates, tries to straighten things up and is driven for 4 through the covers. James Wharton is chasing it down, but not going to get that. 4 from the moment it left the bat, clean on his back. And it bowls again, and he's gone this time. Oh, second attempt, Joe Root. So, having not worked first delivery, he's got it right second time. A few high fives down there. They've given themselves a little glimmer again, have Yorkshire. In again, full. Driven firmly and for 4. Past the diving Dom Bess. Bowling to Malik, full, and helped on its way around the corner for 4. Taking him off here, Warwickshire, because they're putting just about every ball. See it in again, and oh, no, lovely shot this time by Malik. That's his best shot so far.
I don't know we're going to win. Thompson, oh, he's bowled Mosley here, knocked his off stump out, and an important blow just before lunch, struck by Jordan Thompson. That was right on the spot. And Warwickshire still needing 76 more runs this afternoon. Anyway, with 76 to win, Thompson bowls and Barnard makes a start on that 76 by forcing a rising ball off the back foot.
Code again, it's up there to drive, invitation accepted, and unfortunately for Ben Code and for Ben Sears, the latter has not fully got his hand on that. And it's going to go for 4 straight through. Sears at mid-off. Not. Here's Code again. Barnard goes back foot, punches away through the covers for 4. Just a bit too short from Ben Code this time. It's Malik. And that's a lovely shot. Lovely shot, just too wide from Jordan Thompson, half volley length, and just pushed through the line of the ball. Accumulating here. Thompson into him again, and this time down the ground.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. That's better. To still a sun-soaked Edgbaston. Still a batting paradise. Surrey resuming 167 for 2. Still a long way to go from their point of view. 498 runs behind. But Out come the players. Sam Hain jogs out. Takes the ball off the umpire. Don't think he's going to bowl.
Well, stranger things have happened.
Well, I wasn't expecting Zem Malik to bowl because I actually looked him up and I couldn't find any evidence he'd bowled before in any game, but got him one over because it went for 10 runs, so we might not see him again.
Well, I'm glad to see this young man getting a bowl because
yes,
I was hoping to see him this morning. So Simmons, yeah, he looked impressive last night. But yes, I think this morning was exactly as we suspected it would be. And I think Sibley's sort of booking himself in here.
Yes,
as we know he can do. And as you said, it's still an absolute road out there at the moment. So still that small matter of trailing by 498 Surrey. But yes, let's see what happens in this session. But I think it possibly could be more of the same again.
So Che, it's a ball 64 overs old, flat pitch to international batters. Good luck. Not a bad first ball though. It's wrapped Sibley on the thigh pad, and he's got through for a. Oh, I thought the umpire was going to signal a leg by then, but he hasn't. So it is a run.
Well, we saw him last night with 5 overs. It was last night. Simmons. Yeah, he's a tall young man. Nice action.
So his second first-class match. He's into bowl to Lawrence. That's a full-length delivery which Lawrence plays well off his toes down to long leg for 4. We'll want to try and lift the scoring rate, Surrey. Scoring at 2.6 and over. If they are to pick up batting points, they will have to push on.
Yeah, I think this Surrey batting lineup, when they do want to do that, they've certainly got the batters to do it. As I say, I think Sibley's just booked in at the moment.
This one is clipped away by Dan Lawrence. That's successive boundaries. A little bit short, that one from Chase Simmons, and nicely picked up by Dan Lawrence. So he's showing some intent straight after lunch on to 27, 176 for 2.
Well, he's got that short leg side boundary. So one over pitched on the legs of Lawrence, and that one short delivery. And Lawrence pulling it through mid-wicket. So Bo Webster's moved across from the covers to mid-wicket now.
Simmons bowls, and that's just pushed to Bo Webster, who ends up flat on his stomach, but he has stopped the ball.
Very well there, actually, because Lawrence does time the ball beautifully. And that he timed very nicely, but Bo Webster, with those long arms, diving away to his left-hand side, came up with the ball.
It's a curious looking slip cord, and Tom Latham is at kind of second slip position, and Rob Yates sort of at 3.5. That's pushed out to mid-wicket for a single by Lawrence. Scoring 9 runs on the leg side in this over.
Well, again, I think that shows the nature of the pitch, doesn't it, in the fact that you're not going to have 4 slips and 2 gullies at this point. So sort of Latham has to cover off first and second. Well, actually, to be fair, Davis is covering off first slip. And sort of second and third for Latham.
That one is played again onto the leg side, this time by Sibley, no run. End of the over, 177 for 2.
It's interesting that Surrey a couple of seasons ago, and it's always the one I remember, in the final innings against Kent, I think it was 500 and something they needed to win, and they did it with 20 overs to spare, 4 down on the last day, and Sibley was 140 odd not out at the end, And he just played like this. Meanwhile, at the other end, Jamie Smith came out and played one of the most intelligent innings you could ever wish to see on the third afternoon. And folks at the other end. So the lovely thing for Sibley here is and he's definitely expanded his game. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. But in this situation, he can just go along in the Dom Sibley manner with what's at the other end. So it's going to be Yates to get us started after the lunch break from the Birmingham end with his off breaks, and this one's pushed off the back foot by Dan Lawrence, straight back up the pitch. And there is no run as Yates does the fielding off his own bowling. And that was a very flat pitch at Canterbury as well. As down the pitch comes Lawrence. This one's tucked into the long leg side. As Bo Webster does the fielding. Bit of a breeze going across the ground today, but it is warm out there. I went for a little wander at lunchtime and it's very pleasant today. Over the wicket again goes Yates and backs away does Lawrence, punches out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and one more to Lawrence. He moves on to 29, so we move on to 178 for 2. Highs of 26, they're saying, Mr. Regan.
Okay.
Highs of 26.
I stood outside earlier, and it wasn't the shade, admittedly. It was a pleasant temperature, without being impressive.
Over the wicket once again goes Yates. Gives this one a little more air, and Sibley's trying to work that down the pitch. But again, it's come off the toe end of his bat. Potters up towards Oliver Hannon-Dalby. There at mid-on.
Caused 1 or 2 problems just before lunch, Rob Yates.
Very tidy stuff from him so far. As forward goes Sibley, just nudges into the offside. And then he puts his bat up towards Dan Lawrence. Just to keep Lawrence down there at the non-striker's end. Got a slip and a short leg in there. Latham's at slip. Smith under the helmet at short leg as he goes a bit wider on the crease this time. Just Yates and forward goes Sibley, pops it into the offside. Latham comes around to do the fielding. There's no run into the over. Second one after lunch. Surrey 178 for 2 in reply to Warwickshire's 665 for 5. And Lawrence is on 29 and Sibley's on 63. I'm sure Warwickshire sat and talked about plans for this afternoon over their chicken sandwich or whatever it was they were having for lunch.
Well, I suppose I've got to keep believing, however much we're not necessarily. I mean, there is still time for them to take wickets and put Surrey under pressure. Simmons bowls to Lawrence, who just whips that and just beats the dive of Rob Yates at a sort of third slip position. It was along the ground, and it's gone down to third for a boundary.
Yeah, I think that was a little more edgy than Lawrence intended. Yeah. And that's why that slip cordon is set up like it is. Absolutely flew down to the boundary rope for 4. So Lawrence moves on to 33 now. Third boundary after lunch for him. And Surrey move on to 182 for 2. What did you get for your lunch, Mr. Eakin?
Fish and chips.
Very nice. Sort of jacket potato or 2. Around the place.
In comes Sims, right arm over, and that's played to mid-on by Lawrence.
It's nicely bowled by Simmons.
Sam Hain giving him a bit of applause there. They are trying to encourage each other in the field.
Well, he's got 2 good men up there at mid-on and mid-off, isn't he? Barnard's wandered across to have a word with him, and then Hain's very experienced up there at mid-on.
Goes again then, Simmons. And that one is just pushed out to mid-wicket. He's accurate delivery, pushed on the leg side by Lawrence.
No ball as well.
Yeah, well, that is something that is frustrating to watch of Warwickshire, the number of no balls they've been bowling, because particularly in a match like this, if you end up finding the edge and having your player caught behind and the umpire saying no ball, you're going to feel pretty sick, but you'll only have yourself to blame. I bowled 5 no ball. My perception was they bowled more than that actually. They bowled 5 no balls now. That one is played to the deep for a single by Lawrence. Moves on to 34.
Yeah, it's one of the only things in cricket, if you think about it logically, where you can only blame yourself, because if you're batting and you play a dreadful shot, it's always something else other than you've played a dreadful shot. Or if you drop a catch, it's oh, there was a fly that got in my eye, or the floodlights were. But if you bowl a no ball, you can't blame anybody but yourself, can you?
Simmons bowls as a bouncer. It's another no ball. I'm not a professional cricketer, but it does puzzle me as to why it's so difficult to keep your foot behind the line. But there we are. They brought up the 50 partnership rather apologetically. 51 under between these two now, 187 for 2. Simmons comes into bowl to Sibley, who pushes that one onto the onside for no run. The other thing that's slightly puzzling for no balls, and it looks like the umpire's telling him his front foot was close there as well, or was it the follow through he's worried about?
Yeah.
Just checking that. Is why it's still 2 for a no ball, because it is only in English men's domestic cricket that no ball is worth 2. It's not in international cricket, it's not anywhere else in the world. It's not even worth 2 in women's domestic cricket here. So why it's still worth 2, I don't understand. Simmons comes into bowl as Sibley plays back into the offside. There's no run.
There'll be some very complicated reason behind it, I'm sure.
Probably just haven't got around to it. I mean, when they introduced it, was to try and discourage no balls, but I'm not sure it worked really, no.
Yeah, sometimes you can find, we saw it at Hove actually, because it had been 10 years since Surrey had played a championship game at Hove, so quite a few of the bowlers hadn't actually bowled at Hove in a championship game.
Simmons bowls, and that's played to square leg for 1 by Dom Sibley. It's on to 64.
And it was the Cromwell Road end, isn't it? There's that slope, and Gus Atkinson I think bowled 7, and that can sometimes happen when you're not used to sort of coming down a slope and you overstep the mark. Sometimes it can just be you lose your run up. Sometimes it can be, you know, you're trying so hard that you overstretch. But yes, it's annoying when it happens, especially on a pitch like this, because as you say, it's tough enough taking 1 wicket, but it's going to be Yates to continue. From the Birmingham end to Sibley, he's driving in the air, gone! Sibley has looked to drive through extra cover, that massive gap, and Barnard with a good diving catch at backward point, and Sibley goes for 64, and Yates tossed it up there, and Sibley was looking to get it into that gap, and outside edge it looped, and Barnard dived forward to take the catch. So Sibley's innings comes to an end on 64, and a bowling point for Warwickshire and Surrey are 188 for 3.
Well, I wasn't expecting that, as the song goes. I thought Sibley was going to be still batting probably by 5 o'clock on Monday, but there we are. Very good catch from Ed Barnard, diving full stretch to take it just above the ground. And Rob Yates makes the breakthrough. Warwickshire have a bowling point. They still do have time. 477 behind still, Surrey. Just trying to put a little bit of pressure on them.
You could see that Sibley's disappointment. He's put his head up and, oh, what have I done? What have I done? But yes, the gap was there, and that's where he was trying to get it, and it just skewed off the outside edge, and good diving catch by Barnard. So out comes Ben Folkes to the middle. Surrey 188 for 3, Sibley gone for 64, Ryan Patel for 42. And
that's our 1 wicket for the session. We're averaging a wicket per session, aren't we?
It's come early in this session. I think actually that might be the first wicket I've been behind the microphone for.
Disappointed if it ends a run of 3 in a row for me.
Lesser spotted.
Yeah.
So, folks is having a bit of a natter with Dan Lawrence out there in the middle. Always backs in the long sleeve shirt does Ben Folks. He's been in pretty good nick this season. Just taking his guard. There's Rob Yates in his sunglasses, getting ready to come over the wicket to Ben Folks. And Folks' first ball, he's on the back foot, just playing this one down into the leg side. Right-handed, of course, is Ben Folks. Just playing that one down to Bo Webster in there at short mid-wicket. I've seen this a few times actually. There's obviously a bit of grit and dust because Folks there getting something in his eye as he's playing this one from Yates down into the leg side. Smith comes round to his left to do the fielding.
Warwickshire's women have finished 243 for 9 in their 50 overs at Durham. That's something of a recovery from 96 for 5 and 152 for 7.
Folks is forward. Not going to get that, but having a good old shout early on to Ben Folks.
Gareth Pavey scored 57. Izzy Wong contributing 32 at the end. There was a century for Bryony Smith for Surrey. Let me get that one up. But the weather intervened.
Really? Where? Taunton?
Yeah.
Well, it was meant to be nice everywhere today.
It's rainy at Taunton. And once it rains at Taunton, it doesn't usually stop.
Oh dear. As Folks is down the pitch to Yates, clips this one down towards Ollie Hannon-Dalby at mid-on.
Bryony Smith was 100 not out. Sophie Dunkley 53 not out. Surrey were 218 for 2 in the 33rd over.
So they got themselves into a good position, and
did.
then unfortunately the rain's come.
Yeah.
I think it's dependent on the way the Cockerel's bottom is pointing, isn't it, on the church? As forward goes Folks. Plays this one down into the leg side. So good over from Yates, wicket maiden. The wicket of Dominic Sibley, gone for 64, and Surrey are 188 for 3. And if you can see the Quantocks.
Yes, it looks like it might be that sort of wide area of the country, because I noticed there's a T20 county, Women's County Cup match in Devon, which has been delayed. So, might be somewhere around there.
To the west.
Yeah, southwest. I know when we pass Taunton, we're about halfway to Devon from where I live.
Righto.
So, Jay Simmons, halfway to South Devon, I should say. Jay Simmons to bowl to Dan Lawrence. Simmons right arm over. Lawrence defends a good accurate delivery. No run.
Yes, I thought it was nice across the country, but you say in the southwest there's a bit of rain about the place. Yeah, so the captain Bryony Smith with 100 there for Surrey. Yeah, you look at the Surrey side, and as I said, they've struggled so far this season, but they're a very strong side, the Surrey women.
This one is back of square leg from Lawrence for a single. We've got Danny Wyatt Hodge, she made 44. See Alice Capsey in there as well. Paige Schofield.
Alice Davison Richards, who made 100 on Test debut at Taunton, actually.
Umpire again is having a look at the follow through. I don't know if there was a formal warning there, but he did seem to say something to the bowler.
You just got to be a little bit careful there. It's also with the off spinner going from the other end, but it's a lot of right-handers.
I think if I was a bowler, I was tempted to say to the umpire, listen mate, if I scuff up the pitch here, it's not such a bad thing, is it really, on this surface? Comes into bowl the Folks, leg slip and a slip in place. He bowls a bouncer, which Folks ducks under comfortably.
Yes, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, but the umpires are very hot on that, aren't they? They're very hot on hitting the danger area, the red zone. I think it's known.
It is always a bit disappointing those colours don't come up on the pitch when we're watching it from here. Would be quite helpful, wouldn't it?
It would be. I like all these areas on the TV graphics now, including, is it the slot?
This one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Oh, it's another no ball. He's making it hard work for himself. Shane Simmons, hard enough running in and bodying this heat on this pitch, but he's giving himself some extra work to do. Just overstepping.
So there's the slot isn't there, that if it pitches there, it's going to disappear out the ground.
Interesting what approach they'll be having on some of his no balls here. That's plays out into the deep round point just for a single. They thought about a second, but it's a single for folks to get off the mark. I mean, do you, when young bowlers no balling, do you talk to them and say, look, you need to keep your foot back, maybe give yourself a bit more margin of error? Or there is a school of thought that says, don't worry about it. Don't. If you bowl no balls, you bowl no balls. What you don't want is to be obsessing about that rather than concentrating on your bowling.
I think probably his role here is just to run in and bowl quick.
Yeah. Well, he's in again, and solidly defended by Lawrence.
So ideally he doesn't do it, but actually when you've got the cushion of 665, I think you can just say to him, just run in and try and bowl quick. And that's probably why he's overstepping as well.
Yeah.
He's just bending his back.
It's getting lots of chatter from Ed Barnard and Sam Hain between deliveries. Of encouragement. And he comes again to bowl. That's short, and it's pulled by Lawrence. Has to be a bit careful with the leg slip there, but he's played it well, and down to fine leg for 4. So Lawrence under 39, 196 for 3.
I'm not quite sure that Yates isn't in at leg slip for that.
No.
And that was hit pretty hard by Dan Lawrence, but there's Barnard again. That's nice to see. He's just walked across to Simmons, put his arm around him, giving him a pat on the back. But yeah, I'm pretty sure his role here is, as I say, to run in and bowl. Try and bowl quick.
County Championship match is heading towards an interesting finish today. Is at Northampton in the 2nd Division, where Lancashire are chasing 236 to beat Northants, but they're 33 for 2.
Oh dear.
So that's an interesting game.
Most certainly is. It's going to be Yates continuing into his 17th over. 1 for 28 thus far. He's in. And here goes, folks, using his feet, clipping it into the leg side. And Bo Webster comes across to do the fielding.
If there was a 3rd division, that would be something of a relegation battle out in Lancashire North. That's neither have started the season terribly well.
This is a quicker one from Yates. Well, I think Darren Lehman came in with almost quoted the season in the first game.
I was just about to say that, yeah. That was a terrific line.
Very good. So, of course, to Andrew Rad. Made it even better. As over the wicket comes Yates once more, and forward goes folks, just hitting the front pad. I'm still convinced that Lehman and Radders will be on stage at some point together doing a tour of the Northamptonshire Field theatres. As in again goes Yates, tosses this one up. It's clipped straight down the ground by folks. Lovely shot. And that'll run away over the boundary rope for 4. There's lovely use of the feet. Got to the pitch of it, clipped it down the ground for 4, and that's the 200 up for Surrey. So 200 for 3, Surrey.
You better explain what that quote was for those who don't.
Oh yes, no, it was brilliant, wasn't it? It sort of Northamptonshire hadn't batted terribly well, and Lehman said, I said to the lads, you know, these bats cost a lot of money, so you may as well use them.
I think 3 of the batters have got out not playing a shot, haven't they?
It's a very good quote from Darren Lehman early on. Well, he has got a point. They do cost a lot of money these days, don't they? Nice bit of willow. It's over the wicket once again. Goes Yates and punched onto the back foot. And off the back foot, out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope by Folkes. He'll take another single. He moves on to 6 and Surrey move on to 201 for 3.
So do the professional batters pay for them, or do they paid for by the...
Oh no, it's their
county
bat manufacturer, isn't it? Send them everything, whoever they're... Apart from Dan Worrell, of course, who borrows everybody else's kit. Here is Yates, and sweeping is Lawrence. He's surely outside the line there. Yes, he is. And they're actually going to take a leg bye. So, leg bye is the signal. And that'll be one more to the total. 202 for 3. I'm sure Mal Farrell knows this. Phil Britt might be interested in this as well. But when Dan Worrell walks out to bat, the most exciting thing is whose kit is he borrowing? Because he's got none of his own kit. Yes, and he never takes his guard. He never takes guard. But Dom Sibley says it's one of the great excitements to see whose bat he's going to borrow, whose pads he's borrowing, and the only thing he's got apparently is his own abdominal guard, obviously, and his own thigh guard.
Right. Okay.
And then he just borrows everybody else's kit. But most of them now, obviously, you're getting them from the bat manufacturers.
Simmons comes into ball, and that's played out the offside. There's no run. Bit of bounce there for Simmons. Played to the ground by Lawrence.
You know, a lot of them now, you see, don't you? They've got on the bottom of their bat, they've got something else on there, and then when they get to their, especially on telly, they get to it, they turn the bat round, and whoever they're being sponsored by, a local vet or local pet shop, and it's on the back of the bat, and they signal to the TV.
Simmons, and again, right arm over, and it's defended solidly by Lawrence.
It's better over this, isn't it, already, from Simmons. Getting a good length now to Dan Lawrence.
I did quite enjoy hearing Jonathan Agnew talking about how as a number 11 he and perhaps another tail end of a drive to the bat manufacturers at the start of the season, and they throw 3 bats at them and say, there you go. Whereas the senior batters were there for hours.
Everything. Yeah, absolutely.
Simmons into Lawrence, who plays that to mid-wicket. There's no run. 202 for 3.
Wow, some of these bats now are unbelievable.
It's interesting in the IPL now, they've got that the back gauge, and there've been 1 or 2 players who've ended up being sent back.
Absolutely, yes.
Of course, that Essex wish they had a back gauge last season with a player who was done afterwards, resulting in a points deduction.
It's a little ridiculous, really, all round, but...
Simmons bowls, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run.
Here's the back gauge. Yes, I'm not sure how much difference.
I saw one where the umpire, and it wouldn't go through, and the batter said, "Oh, try again," and then it did work. And I go, well, "What's he done there? What's happened there? How come it went through? Didn't go through first time?"
Maybe a bit like when you try and buy something and your card doesn't work the first time, and then it does the second time.
You would also go through a back gauge, or it wouldn't. Anyway, Simmons balls, and that's played to mid-on for no run.
Are all the gauges the same size? That's the other question. You know, is it? Yes. But it's all a bit of a nonsense, really, if you think about it. Unless somebody walks out with.
Well, I suppose you've got to have limits, haven't you? Unless otherwise people will just come out with a.
Well, yes, I know that bit, but the one with the S he's got done on, I don't think he made any runs in the game anyway.
Simmons bowls, and that's played to mid-on. 202 for 3. Should we bring? Yeah, let's bring Mel in here.
Lovely. Who was it? Was it Dennis Lilly who walked out with his aluminium?
Right, yeah, and got very cross when he was sent away with it.
Yeah, but, you know. He gave it a go, and it's going to be Yates to continue down there in the distance. But oh yes, when they come out in the old IPL, ooh, it's all very exciting. Have the umpire brushes across with his gauge. And yes, I think Norkia, I saw, his didn't fit through the gauge as this one's left alone, so to speak, outside the off stump by Ben Folks, taken by Davis away to his right hand side. So yes, Norkia had to call for another bat, and how much difference that was going to make to his batting, I don't really know. As here is Yates once again, and Folks is using his feet and playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So there you are, Mel. I don't think anybody was expecting D Sibley there after lunch. He looked booked in for an all-inclusive holiday.
I tell you what, I'm going to take credit.
As here is Yates once again, and that's a good leave. Ben Folks. He's played that off the back foot to give himself a little bit more size. He's got a bit of turn there as Yates. Not huge turn, but it's a bit of turn, and it sort of fooled Davis behind the stumps as well.
Everyone knows I'm not at all superstitious. There is no such thing as a commentator's curse.
All right, as over the wicket is Yates again, and this is whipped into the leg side by Ben Folks, and there's no run.
The only time wickets have fallen today has been when I've gone to the bathroom.
Ah, there you are.
So,
right.
I've got a very large cup of lemongrass tea.
Yes, as this one's turned into the leg side once again by Ben Folks, and there's no run.
Lemongrass and ginger, I should be specific.
Yes, lovely.
Very, very large.
Yes.
Keep cup full of it. I'm going to see if I can make something happen.
Well, I think the Warwickshire players will be hoping you drink that quickly, as this one's pushed down into the leg side by Ben Folks, and the Surrey players will be hoping that you take your time with it. As end of the over. Actually, Yates has bowled very tidily here from the.
Yeah, he has. Occasionally he's offered a bit of width, and then he's been punished, but that's going to happen.
But it worked because he left extra cover wide open and just pushed that one out towards, threw it outside the off stump to Sibley. He was trying to get it, his hands through it to get it through extra cover, and just sliced it out to Barnard, who took a very good catch at backward point. So, yeah, it did work.
It did. He's certainly having to shoulder much of the responsibility as the main spinner. Here is Chase Simmons now. Orange soles flying as he runs in, bowls first ball defended straight back past him. No real conviction by Lawrence.
They're definitely bowling boots, aren't they? Because I've seen so many
with the orange
bowlers
soles.
With the orange soles, so it's definitely bowling boots.
It's a bit like now, isn't it? Christian Louboutin is they're the shoes that all have the red soles. The women's shoes. You're looking at me very.
I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
Chase Simmons in again over the wicket, and that's punched wide of the fielder in the covers. They will come back for two. As the ball slows up in the outfield.
Christian Louboutin.
No, Louboutin.
And I take it that's a make of shoe.
Yes.
Oh.
But they've got famously
get them in
all of
Clark's.
them.
Other shoe shops are available. Get those in Clark's.
No, they're really expensive.
Oh, right, yeah.
But the signature is they all have red soles.
Oh, I see.
And that's what I always think of when I see all these bright orange soles on Chase Simmons as he runs in, bowls. This is turned around the corner behind square leg. I'll pick up another single. Yes, and I wonder why they make them bright orange.
Well, I suppose we've all noticed them, so they're doing a good job, aren't they?
It's very true.
There is at Taunton, and it's very well known that the shop opposite the ground where you can take your shoes in, and it does cricket. But he's very famous for it. You can take in any pair of trainers or whatever, and he'll turn those into cricket boots for you.
In comes Chase Simmons. This one left alone. It was very exciting last weekend when I was in Taunton, because I decided it was the day that I was replacing my white trainers. So because I travel a lot, I've really pared back when it comes to shoes in particular. There's just no point. So I have a pair of white trainers that I wear with everything. I have a pair of trainers that I can run in or go to the gym in. I have a pair of what you would call flip-flops and I would call thongs.
Yes.
Jay Simmons in short ball, pulled around the corner, but only as far as the field or at deep backward square leg.
I've definitely got flip-flops. I haven't got any of the other things that you were saying there, yes.
Black thongs.
Yes.
And a pair of also similar, just flat sandals that look slightly nicer than the flip-flop / thongs. And so, but I wear them out and then I replace them, because that is the most practical set of shoes for travelling.
Yes.
Least amount of fuss. So last week, when I was in Taunton, Simmons is in, bowls, it's defended to short mid-wicket, no run. End of the over from Simmons, 206 for 3, Lawrence 42, Folkes 7. And I decided it was it because all the insole had worn. Now I have.
Oh, those are excellent.
And they're so shiny white.
Oh, they are excellent. And they're made by a very well-known manufacturer that Jamie Redknapp likes those.
Yeah.
Every time I put the TV on, Redknapp's slipping on a pair of those.
Well, they're most comfortable. So I walk into the shop, I get the new pair,
and walk out.
And
with
walk
them
out
on.
in them, and then drop the old ones into a bin.
It's a very good way of doing it. It's a very good way of doing it. Although not that I ever buy shoes, but I quite like an old shoe box. As here is Yates, and cutting is Ben Folkes down towards backward point, and there's no run. I have the grand total as well of these shoes that I'm wearing today.
Very stylish.
They're
Canvassy.
really uncomfortable.
Oh, really? See, I can't do uncomfortable.
No, they are really uncomfortable. As driving is, folks, and just you'll get a single out into the offside, just pushing that one away. For one more, I've then got a smart pair of brown shoes for smart occasions, and one pair of trainers. That's it.
Yeah.
No others.
I mean, I've got some sort of spare boots and stuff lying in my wardrobe.
I certainly don't have a pair of Charles Langshu Shang-Chis, or whatever you call them there, that I've never heard of, I must say. As in over the wicket once again is Yates. This is turned by Lawrence out into the leg side. They'll pick up a single, one more to the total, 208 for 3. Well, there are some people who are really into the sort of their trainers. I think hundreds of pairs of the things.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't have I can't do it. Because I have to pack.
Yes, Yates goes a little wider on the crease here to Folkes and plays this one back up the pitch. But it's interesting because now, as I say, and he's very well known for it in Taunton, that you can take in a pair of, if you've got a really comfy pair of white trainers as a player, and take them in and he'll stud them up for you, if that's what you want. This is pushed by Folkes out into the offside because the bowling boots of yesterday were like, well, they were like hobnail boots, weren't they? They really were.
Well, a pair of heels by the aforementioned designer.
Yes.
Will set you back anywhere from about 600 to 1,200 pounds.
This one's left alone outside the off stump. You wouldn't be doing the gardening in those, would you? As this is nicely taken by Davis. End of the over, 208 for 3. Lawrence on 43. Folkes has 8. It's a lot of money for a pair of shoes, isn't it?
It is. And not something that I would ever do, put it that way.
No, you could.
I pack light.
You could get a whole new garden furniture set for that, patio set.
To be
for a
fair,
pair of shoes.
I think my superpower is packing.
Yeah, well, you do a lot of it,
I'm
for all
very
your
good at
travelling.
it.
Yeah.
So good at it.
There's a definite art. Well, I think the cricketer is not bad, actually, for getting all their kit in their kit bag. For some I think are neat and tidy. Others are absolutely dreadful at it. But I think you have to be able to pack lightly. Bo Webster's coming in to bowl some spin. Excellent. We did wonder whether he may do this. So he's got this up his sleeve.
This is exciting. Yeah. This is possibly the most exciting thing that has happened today.
I
love it.
So tall as well.
Yes. High release point.
Well, and he'll get it to bounce. So this will be. I've seen him do this in the Big Bash. I haven't seen him do it, obviously, in the longer form of the game as yet.
Well, he was a part-time off spinner before he made the switch to medium pace, which was post-COVID. So
interesting.
Yeah. And he does have a door release point, but here we go. He's got a slip in and a short leg. He's in over the wicket. It's full and outside the off stump. And just carved gently to point by Lawrence.
It's definitely worth a go.
Oh yeah, why not?
Kevin Peterson, he was an off spinner, wasn't he, when he first started?
It's interesting that he changed late. He's in again over the wicket, and that is played very nicely out to wide mid-off. A nice diving stop in the end. Prevents any more runs other than the single, which they have just strolled through.
A bit of work there up at mid-off, supporting his bowler.
Sam Hain
Yeah.
Is under the floppy. I do love a floppy.
Oh yes, but you've got to have the right sort of head for it.
Webster in, another full ball. He's given that plenty of air, and it's just sent down to long on, and they'll take another single.
But yes, the old wide brimmed on certain players. I always say this, they look unbelievably cool.
Do you have a head for hats? Because some people, they just sort of, just say, people say tell me that hats suit me.
No.
I do like a hat. Webster in, flattered delivery, outside off, and it's just backs away Lawrence and sends it straight to backward point.
The late great Graham Thorpe, he used to look so cool in a wide brim sun hat, batting.
Webster in, another full delivery outside the off stump. It's just carved away down to towards deep cover, and another single.
Richie Richardson, of course.
Oh, iconic.
That's all he ever batted in.
Iconic.
Some do look good in them.
Webster over the wicket again, drags his length back, and it's very judiciously defended by Folkes. No run, so a few singles coming off that over, and it's 211 for 3 with Lawrence on 45. Folkes has moved on to 9. How do you feel about the bucket hat trend that has emerged in the past few years?
Yes, it's sort of, well, I think I understand it because it is, but I remember it from the 90s anyway.
Oh, a bit of like the old school Manchester
so
Oasis period.
I've still got a couple of those.
Oh, I could see you in it.
From then.
Oh, I love that.
And the England players seem to like it, don't they?
Ben Ducker has his own range.
Yeah, does he really?
Yeah.
That's Yates. He's over the wicket. And, has he got an edge? He has! And Yates has a second one because Dan Lawrence has laid back to cut. He can't quite believe he's done that, Dan Lawrence. And Yates has a second wicket. Dan Lawrence, big edge, nicely taken by Davis. And Dan Lawrence goes for 45, and he'll really feel he's missed out there. And Yates has a second wicket after lunch. And Dan Lawrence has to slowly make his way back towards the dressing room. You can see how disappointed he is, and you can understand it on here. But he's gone for 45, and Surrey are to 11 for 4.
Anytime someone has walked off in this match, it has been with a heavy heart.
Oh, it has. And as I say, just stood there. And it's almost as if, I can't believe I've done that. Now, here comes Jason Roy. So Jason Roy, the first time he has batted in a red ball game of cricket in 5 years. And he joined Ben Folkes. He'll have warm memories of this place because he has made a one-day 100 here.
Is that the
Jason
one where
Roy.
he paid that match where he hit the ball? I reckon it's one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen. It was up to our right into the top tier of this stand. It was basically when we were up in the press box. If it had been straighter, it would have hit the window of the press box. But just to our right. That was absolutely astonishing.
Well, the other thing with this is that Yates with a couple of wickets, and there is a new ball if they want it.
In 4.5
Yeah,
overs.
so interesting.
Oh, this is exciting. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, well, Jason Roy is out there, batting at 6, and as I say, first time in 5 years. His last game was at Arundel during the Bob Willis Trophy. So his first delivery, and it's Yates to him, and he's forward, and he's off the mark. Just pops that one out there towards extra cover. There's Jason Roy in his short sleeve sweater, all in whites again. He's Jason Roy, so Roy's off the mark with a single, and Ben Folkes will come down to do a touch of gardening.
See, excitement already.
Well, it's super to see him out there.
It sure is.
As Yates in his sunglasses in again. Yeah, good stuff this from Yates. And pushed back down the pitch by Folkes. And the other thing that Yates is doing here is he is giving Alex Davis control from that city end. That's the other thing. So excellent stuff from Yates, and a couple of wickets for him after lunch. He's in. Here goes Folkes down the pitch, trying to work it with the turn into the leg side.
Well, 19.4 overs and 5 maidens. He's given up just 36 runs.
Very good.
You take that from your off spinner, wouldn't you?
Very good, very good. Yes. Folkes waits once more as Yates is in. That short, that's pulled by Folkes and away to the mid-wicket boundary rope for 4. So just drop that one in, and that was nicely put away by Ben Folkes. Off to the boundary at speeds, and 216 for 4, Surrey. And Folkes 13, and Jason Roy down there at the non-strikers then, lent on his bat on 1, the 2 to go after lunch. Sibley caught by Barnard off Yates for 64, and Lawrence caught behind off Yates for 43. Right-handed Folkes settles himself down over his bat once more, and this is pushed by Folkes down towards backward point. It's the end of the over. 216 for 4. Well bowled Rob Yates. Wicket of Dan Lawrence. And I think we'll get a bit more of Mr. Webster. He's having a long chat with his captain Alex Davis at the moment. Be interesting to see how Jason Roy goes about this.
He's absolutely towering above Alex Davies.
5'7", it says on the. If you have your photo next to him.
Yeah, I'm not 5'7". That's all I'll say.
That's what it says.
Okay, so Bo Webster though, he's very tall. He's 200 centimetres.
Which is what in feet?
Well, it's 2 metres. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Because as I say, Hannon Dalby on the downstairs is 6'8", and that's in socks.
Well, Bo Webster, all 200 centimetres of him. Bowls the first one. It's just played out to point by Roy.
Oh, this is fascinating.
It is fascinating. It really is. He starts his run up once more. Over the wicket, flattered delivery, and that one is just carved up to wide mid-off, no run. Well, it's saying here 200 is 6.56.
Oh, there you are. So tall.
He's tall. He's in again. This time it's just a little bit of a wristy play out to even wider of that fielder at mid-off. Sam Hain, they will get a single on that occasion.
2 metres tall. Well, of course, Paul Water is known in the Big Bash, isn't he, as Tall Paul?
He is.
He's done really well with that, hasn't he?
He's become a bit of a cult figure, really, in Australia. They love him out there. Webster. in over the wicket. Big stride forward from Folkes. Just gently plays that up towards mid-wicket. No run. Be fascinating just to know the mindset of Jason Roy going out there in this situation. Floats this one up by Webster, gives it plenty of air, but again it's just played to that straightish short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I suppose it's that whole thing with Jason Roy that if he were to bat 30 overs...
Short leg in for him and a slip, and he's off the back foot and plays it to the same direction, that short straight mid-wicket area. And it's the end of the over from Webster. 217 for 4. Roy on 2, Folkes on 13. And it's the first time in a long time, really, that you've had two fairly newish batters out there. We've had 2 wickets this session, Churchy.
We have. It's unknown heights. The other thing, of course, for Jason Roy is he knows there's a new ball coming around the corner as well.
I reckon he'd fancy that.
Yeah, he would. I think he's just going to take probably a little bit of time to settle back into all of this.
Which, you know, that's absolutely the right thing to do.
It's still round, the ball, and he's still got a bat in his hand. As Yates is over the wicket to him, and he's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. Not taken cleanly by Davis. As Jason Roy will wait once again. Settles himself down over his bat once more as he's in. Yates tosses this one up. Roy's flipping this down towards Ollie Hannon-Dalby. In there at mid-on, you can see the number 20 through his cable knit sweater, Jason Roy. As Yates is into him, he's down the pitch, and it's a quicker one, which Roy just turns into the leg side. Webster comes round to do the fielding, flips it in over the top of the stumps. So yeah, as I say, 5 years ago it was, Arundel in a Bob Willis Trophy game against Hampshire.
Never been to a cricket match at Arundel.
Lovely.
I know,
Lovely
looks
ground. As Roy's turning this one into the leg side. Round goes Webster. It used to be traditional that the touring sides always started off against the Duchess of Norfolk's 11, wasn't it? Yes. Here goes Jason Roy, and he hasn't got hold of this, and he's gone. So Jason Roy was trying there the slog sweep to Yates, and he's toe-ended it really, and it's gone straight to Malik at mid-wicket, and now Surrey have a bit of a problem on their hands, and it's Rob Yates again. But yes, I think there Jason Roy has seen it go up. Has thought, I'll have a go at this one, and just toe end of the bat, and it's gone straight to Malik, and Jason Roy has gone, and he's gone for 2, and he's shaking his head as he wanders off, and Surrey are 217 for 5, and it brings Cameron Steele out to the middle. So yes, the build up, and just gone straight off the toe end of his bat. Malik didn't have to move. Just went straight to him. So disappointing that. I think everyone was interested to see how Jason Roy would go about it, but he's on his way back now, and Surrey are 217 for 5.
Still a long way behind.
Oh, they're still 448 runs behind.
448. So that, you know, there's just a little bit, that little, the door.
Oh, they're having a wobble.
Is
they're having a bit of a wobble here.
Is slightly ajar.
Yep. And Yates with his 3rd wicket after lunch. So very good stuff from Yates. It really is. So Cameron Steele's out there, and this his first championship game of the season as well.
You feel like this, and they've got to really capitalise and put pressure on right now.
New ball as well. That's the other thing here. So there is that new ball round the corner. As Cameron Steele, his first delivery. Oh, Yates is bowling like Harbhajan Singh. That's the one that goes straight on, and it's bounced as well. I tell you what, if I was Alex Davis at the moment, I'd be tempted not to take it, because he's bowling really nicely.
Yeah, I can see that.
At the moment, he's Yates. Well, I don't know whether he's ever done it before. He could always take the new ball himself, but that was very nicely bowled to Cameron Steele. Cameron Steele's waiting for it to come back at him a touch, and he's just gone straight on with the arm. So there we are. 3 wickets after lunch for Rob Yates, 217 for 5.
Gee, having that option, it really is handy when you've got the option of going, well, okay, spin's working here, so now we'll get Bo Webster in. He can bowl something else later. He's in now. The first ball just defended, picked up by short leg. Yeah, to know that you've got all 2 bowlers in one, that he can come in and back Rob Yates up with a bit of off spin. And once more, big stride forward, defender back to the bowler. And then, you know, when the new ball's around, all right, well, you can. He's there as an option for you as well.
Well, Bamber's definitely getting warmed up down there, so he's getting warmed up. You would be tempted just to keep Yates going for a bit.
Here's Webster, and that is wristily played down to the gully region. No run again. Yeah, this is the time to squeeze, though. If Warwickshire can eke out another couple of wickets, they'll feel that there is a real chance. Darts this one in, pulls back his length a little bit, but it skids on from Webster and played out to the offside. Hi, folks.
Tidy stuff from Webster as well at the moment.
Yeah, it is. Very tidy stuff. Just such a good option to have. And once more, pulls his length back again, short of a length, and it goes to short leg, who has a little shy at the stumps, misses, but Folks was well inside his ground anyway.
Yep, and Surrey got themselves in a bit of a pickle here. So it's they're going to have to try and manoeuvre themselves out of the pickle.
Webster bowls outside the off stump, and there's an appeal.
Well, it's a good bit of work from Davis. He's gone for the stumping there.
He has gone for the stumping, but there's no chance, I don't think, he was ever out of his ground. He basically stuck his knee out to sort of fend the ball. He was shouldering arms with a big stride forward, and Davis has whipped off the bails, but that back foot was always well inside the crease.
Yeah. It was an optimistic appeal, but it was an excellent piece of keeping from Alex Davis, and whipped the bails off.
It does finish the over from Webster. Was that a maiden over?
It was another maiden from
another
Mr.
maiden.
Webster, yes.
So very tidy stuff. 217 for 5. Steele yet to score. Folks 13.
As I say, Yates at the moment, he's like Harbourjan down there at the Birmingham end. And they're going to get an extra close catcher in for Cameron Steele.
2 slips.
So, here is Yates over the wicket to the right-handed Steele, and there's a shout for LBW. Interesting this, isn't it? Because, as I say, Yates, he's a good off-spin bowler, but you know, as I say, it's not Harbourjan.
They're bringing in another.
Well, they get a silly point in, and they want the helmet as well, because the way that Cameron Steele's played that. So it'll either be the helmet for Hayne to go very close in at gully, or he'll go in at silly point. But Yates has looked now the most dangerous bowler on the show.
He has.
And he's got 3 for 40 in his 22nd over. Now, I noticed as well, Sam Haynes had a very short haircut. There's not a lot of it left.
Well, it's very closely cropped.
Yes, it is. So I think he's going in at silly point, understandably, because Cam Steele was pushing that front pad out. So now he's got Sam Hayne for company in there at silly point. I'll vacate at the end of this over and bring Phil Britton. And Cam Steele still looking for his first run. Sibley, Lawrence and Roy all gone after lunch. Cameron Steele settles himself down over his bat once more as Yates is into him and Steele's cutting and that's gonna go away to that short cover boundary rope for 4. So Cameron Steele is off the mark and that rolls up into the advertising boards in front of the Holly stand. 221 for 5 now, sorry. Yates over the wicket he comes again to Cameron Steele, and Steele's driving up towards Simmons.
Tell you what, Sam Hain, he's come into that silly point position, and the first 2 balls he's been flinching and jumping out of the way.
Yes, it's a tough old position that.
Yeah.
Because you sort of need to stay low as forward goes Steele. But if you see the batsman rock onto the back foot, yeah, they're moving him out of there now. Actually, do you know what? The interesting thing there with Yates as well is, I think that put him off. Sometimes as you get the silly point in there, the first one was short, and the next one was slightly over pitch, so he's got him now at leg slip. As Yates is in, and Steele's letting that one go outside his off stump. But yeah, it can sometimes put you off as an off spinner, having the silly point in there. So I think probably Sam Hain's quite pleased to go to leg slip now. As over the wicket again goes Yates, and forward goes Cameron Steele. So well bowled Rob Yates. End of the over, 221 for 5. Surrey in a spot of bother. And Steele has 4, and Folkes is on 13. And Phil Britt will join you, Mal, in a few moments' time.
Thank you very much, Churchy.
Well, it's my pleasure.
For your post-lunch company. It's going to be Bo Webster continuing. So they're not taking the new ball then. Looks like they're going to continue with spin for the moment. You can understand why as well, because Yates has been a handful. Webster has been very tidy. Phil has rejoined us in commentary.
Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I don't see at the moment that they want to take it. Rob Yates doing all sorts of things.
Webster, first ball of his over, is played by Folkes up to mid-on, a run.
He's bowled well since, well, I thought he bowled well in the morning session, but he's had success in the afternoon session.
Webster in again, outside the off stump wide, and he tries to sweep it, and it ends up coming off short leg's foot.
He got hold of it, didn't he, and straight into Smith's foot.
So just a little feeling of tension here now. Really open stance, plays off the back foot, the next one, folks. And to go straight through to the keeper's hand. And just this feeling that maybe there is real opportunity. Folkes waits, he goes for the sweep again. This time he does get it past short leg. There's a fielder down at deep square leg. Oliver Hannon-Dolby prevents the 4 down on his knees.
It was good fielding, actually. Managed 6'8" to be able to get down like that. And
it's a long way.
Yeah,
keeps it to a single. Scored 222 for 5.
Still 443 in arrears.
It's a long way back when you're 5 down.
Yeah. Getting through these overs with the 2 spinners on now, get racing through the overs as well.
Webster in, flattered delivery. It's just played down the ground. Oh, hello. I'm sure that's Ethan Bamber you heard saying that. He's been very vocal. We did see him warming up, but for the moment, spin has been doing the trick for Warwickshire as Webster is in, a fuller delivery, played out into the covers. No run there, so he continues to be pretty tidy, does Webster. At the end of the over, 222 for 5. Steele on 4, Folkes on 14. Trailing by 443. 47 overs remaining in the day. Getting through them quite quickly with the spinners on.
So we've got 15 overs to lunch to the tea interval. So with the 2 spinners on, that should be comfortably by 20 to 4. Robbie Yates is going to continue, although the second new ball is due. Now, Alec Davis choosing I think quite rightly not to at this stage take that option.
Well, it's just the first session, it feels like, where we've had a little clatter of wickets. So
there's a contest of some sort developing. Yates in, bowls, and this is run away down to backward through the gully, vacant area through the gully. They get a single, late on it with a very late jab, and just opened the face and run it away. So single to Folkes. 223 for 5. The crowd, I think, has gone. I think a few have gone up home, you know, at lunchtime. It seems much smaller than it was this morning. Unless they're sitting in the shade at the pavilion end, it might be that.
Might be.
Very hot over on those steps.
Oh, stop it. It's warm.
It's very hot in England. This one is cracked away out to the cover boundary, but there's a man out there doing the fielding, so just a single. Barnard just tidying up.
Sam Hain has just come out of Silly Point and swapped his helmet for his floppy brimmed hat. He's been put on the spot in there. Just moved to backward point.
Here's Yates in bowls. Folkes defends. Back up to the bowler. Tide is up. 3 for 46 for Yates in his 23rd over. So it's been since lunch he's picked up 3 wickets to 4 and has bowled very tidily throughout this spell. He's in again, bowls, and again Folkes defends just down in front of him, and there's no run. Smith under the helmet at short leg does the tidying up. May not be keeping, he's still got the pads on. Those are short leg, protective pads under his trousers. This one is wider and kicked away by Folkes. No effort to play that one, just a big foot across and kicking it out.
Yeah, certainly paying Rob Yates an awful lot of respect though.
Yates in again. And this one is turned away through mid-wicket out to Malik, who's out fielding on the mid-wicket boundary, comes running in, does the fielding. It's a single, so still takes the strike. He's on 5, 225 for 5. And yeah, Rob Yates really started off as a very much a part-time spin bowler, but
Danny Briggs was bowling a lot more.
Oh yes, Danny. Yeah, Danny was the regular spin bowler, but he sort of, and then Jake Lintott had 2 or 3 games in the championship, mostly in the white ball, but Danny sort of hasn't been in part of the team as a regular part of the team now for a couple of seasons.
Bo Webster to continue. First ball darts that across outside the off stump, and you can hear the oofs because that's a play and a miss from Folkes.
That one could not have been far away from the off stump because, judging by the reaction of everybody.
Webster in once more over the wicket, gives this one a little bit more flight. It's played down to a diving mid-on, no run. And of course, a few wickets and a few oohs and ahs, it gets the fielders kind of up and a bit more vocal. In again comes Webster on the back foot, defensive as Folkes.
Those wickets have definitely put new life into the fielder and to the approach. Suddenly it's a different game.
Feels that way as Webster in once more, gives that one a bit of a rip and stops the ball from rolling too far past him as it's defended back.
This Surrey side, though, can bat right the way through.
Yeah, they can. So deep. Here's Webster, shorter ball, and he pulls that hard, pulls it all the way to the boundary. There are two fielders out on that leg side, but it is the short boundary rope in front of the Holly stand, and he just picked his gap in between folks. It sat up just a little bit too nicely. He moves on to 20.
Well, it's sitting up and the pace is coming off because the wicket getting that much slower, but that just sits up and it's nicely pulled away.
Webster in again, Fuller this time, and it's clipped down to mid-wicket. Deep mid-wicket even. Chase Simmons is doing the fielding out there on the boundary rope. Another one in a very becoming floppy hat, and it's the end of the over from Webster. So 230 for 5 now. Steele on 5. Folks will retain the strike for the next over is on 21. And I think I'm going to leave you because Mr. Egan is hovering behind me.
Oh, right. Okay. So thanks, Mel. 230 for 5. Folks. It's 21. Steele 5. And Yates is going to continue at the Birmingham end as the sun goes in. Momentarily down the wicket comes Folks and drives it up to Oliver Hannon-Dolby, who's at mid-on, but at sort of mid-on halfway back to the boundary, so mid-on long-on position, but he's
2 wickets this session.
3, I think, isn't it? 3, is it 3 in the session?
Oh yes, I think you're probably right, yeah.
This one sees Yates brings Steele down and he drives it back to Yates, who's not able to field it cleanly.
I'm glad you guys have had an opportunity to describe a few wickets, because it was...
Well, it was Mel and
Mark who
were
Mel and
wickets,
Kim.
yeah, Mel and Kim. This one is given a bit more air by Yates, and Steele plays it tentatively forward. 231 for 5. 434 the arrears at the moment. As Yates again comes in, gives this one plenty of air, and Steele steers it past that city point out to Simmons, who's at wide mid-off and does the fielding, and there's no run. Yates again. In bright sunshine now, and back goes Steele and leaves this, and that one came back a bit, and judging by the reaction of the wicket-keeper...
Well, I think that's what you want us to think.
I actually, looking at the replay, it was well away from the top of the off-stump, nowhere near it. So a bit of kidology going on as Yates in, and Steele goes back to that one. Good job he played that one, because he'd gone right back across his stumps. And played it out. But, again, ball just on that side of the off stump. End of the over. Another good tidy over from Rob Yates.
Still 15 wickets needed to win the match for Warwickshire. It still feels a lot against this batting side in these conditions. Still, they are giving themselves some sort of chance. I said at the start of the day that they needed to either have bowled Surrey out or be close to bowling them out by the end of the day to have any sort of realistic hopes. I also made the point that even if Surrey do have to follow on sort of under 80, 200 behind, I don't think they'll be overly alarmed. However, Warwickshire on top at the moment. Webster bowls, and that's quicker ball, which Folks shows us front pad to, misses that and goes to the wicket-keeper. Interesting games elsewhere. Nottinghamshire, at the good start of the season, they looked to have a great chance, 345 all out. They have set Hampshire 483 to win. This next one from Webster is clipped to mid. Oh, Ethan Bamber's let it through his legs. Dear me, that's 4 runs gifted to Ben Folks. Bamber just got a little bit eager. Maybe he thought the batters were going to run, and he was looking to pick it up quickly and get a run out. And he didn't do the old schoolboy thing of making sure you get your body behind the ball.
Exactly. He forgot the basic rule, didn't he? Don't put something behind the ball every time. He arrived at it almost tumbling over, and it went nutmegged him completely.
So Folks goes on to 26, 235 for 5. That one is played into the ground. Webster fielding it. Bowling spin now. Ball seamers earlier. Just going back to that game then at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire were in trouble at one point in their second innings. Jack Haynes made 120. This next one is clipped powerfully to mid-on, and if there was a more hostile crowd here, they'd now be giving Ethan Bamber ironic cheers, because actually it was a good stop by him that time at mid-on. Liam Patterson-White made 135. So that was a big partnership between those two. Massive partnership. Actually took it from 84 for 6 to 322 for 7. That's probably won them the game. That's paid them mid-off. There's no run. I mean, Hampshire got plenty of time to get those runs, but there's an awful lot of them. So you would think Nottingham should be favourites to continue their good start to the season. Worcestershire are battling, but you feel probably in vain at Hove. This next one is played into the deep for a single by Steele. Sussex 240 for 9 now, but that means they lead by 344 against Worcestershire, who were bowled out cheaply in their first innings. Yorkshire remaining in control against Essex, 297 for 2, lead by 390, 177 not out to Adam Live.
He's having a terrific season, Adam Live.
So those are the first division games. The second division games, Lancashire are rallying. They're looking favourites at the moment at 81 for 2, chasing 236 to beat Northampton.
Robbie Yates is going to continue. He's in a long spell here since lunch. He's in again and bowls, and this is driven nicely by Steele, but straight up to Oliver Hannon Dolby. Mid-on.
And Kent continue to struggle at Canterbury against Glamorgan, 77 for 4, following on in their second innings, still 260 behind.
And this one is swept, and swept well, nicely timed by Steele. That's going to run away through in front of square. Bent down, bent the knee, and swept it away off stump. Gets 4 through mid-wicket. So he moves into double figures. He's on to 10, 241 for 5, sorry. That was, just picked it up nicely. Kai Smith probably just having a word with him at short legs, and not too many of those, please. But, fortunately, it missed Smith. Yates in again. Steele comes up to shout there as that one wraps him on the pad. Ball drops out into the offside. Again, good response from Yates. It was a nicely flighted delivery. And I think Davis just changing the field. He's moving Zen Malik out now to deep mid-wicket, probably to cover that sweep shot. As down the wicket comes Steele and gets the ball away into the offside with no great conviction there. Used his feet well and played it away past that silly point, but didn't really get to full strike on it.
Well, she's swimming up against it a little bit. Durham 54 for 1 after 11 overs, chasing 244 to win. Folks, who pulls this one down to that deep mid-wicket where Malik does the fielding. The ball returned to Davis, that restricts to a single. And the good news for Surrey's women is they did get back on at Taunton. They've lost 6 overs, so they finished 306 for 7 off 44 overs. Bryony Smith made 110, Sophia Dunkley 79. Not sure what the target will be, because it will be Duckworth-Lewis calculation going on.
Last ball of Yates, 25th over. He's in and bowls, and this is steered. And that's steered away, way through extra cover. That's not quite got the pace on it, and in the end, Simmons chases it down very well and gets it back and restricts them to a single. Steele to a single. 244 for 5 at that end of that over. We've got 10 overs in theory till tea. The new ball was due 6 overs ago. I just wonder whether we're going to see that taken. Yes, in fact we are as we speak.
Ethan Bamber Yeah, he's going to take it. A little bit of success with spin now, but they've begun to settle down, the Surrey batters, so time to try something different. Steve on 12, folks on 28. Bamber did bowl a good spell with the first new ball. He was unlucky not to get any wickets early on. I thought you could get at least one more before tea, maybe even two. They'll be in a decent position. It's still an uphill task to bowl them out, out twice, but they're giving themselves a little bit of hope.
They're approaching their first batting point. They need another 6 runs to get their first batting point. Warwickshire need another wicket to get a second bowling point to go with their 4 batting points.
They've only got 24 more overs after this, so getting a second batting point should be straightforward enough, but it's going to be a push to get more than that.
Yeah.
Bear in mind, Warwickshire got 4 batting points, so they could at the very least outpoint Surrey by a few here, because Surrey only got 1 bowling point. Warwickshire are 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. Even if it entered in a draw, which is still the favourite, Warwickshire could gain a few points on their opponents. Bamber to bowl. 3 wickets so far for Rob Yates. 1 to Bo Webster today. Ed Barnard yesterday, and that one is a nice accurate delivery. It's comfortably defended by Steele.
Not been much in it. Well, Bamber has got a little bit out of it, probably more than any of the other seamers in the game, but even that, there's not a huge amount for them.
See what the new ball does. 2 slips of the gully. Even a little bit of cloud cover, probably not enough to help the bowlers. Bamber bowls. That wraps on the pads. He's appealing for an LBW here. Looked leg sideish from here. It did come off the pads. Leg by is signalled.
Yeah. Yeah, it was always shaping down the leg side.
245 for 5.
I think that was a very optimistic shout.
Yes, I have a feeling that cloud cover here does make a difference. Please don't ask me about the science of that, because I'm not sure there is any, but seems to be the way.
The gully's moved to leg slip now, so 2 slips and a leg slip and a backward point. So that gully's been taken out.
Bamber, wearing number 54. In, and that's on leg stump. It's turned around to back of square leg by Folks. He starts running quickly, then realises there's only going to be a single, so ambles to the finishing line. 1 more run, 246 for 5.
Warwickshire here again on Friday. Match against Hampshire, isn't it? Hampshire? Yeah. Yes, Hampshire.
A tricky one. In comes Bamber to bowl, and that's a good shot. Plays off the back foot there. Steele. The ball races away through point for 4. Steele is batting with some intent here, and he's brought up the 250 for Surrey. They get their first batting point, only their second bonus point of the match. 250 for 5.
That was a lovely shot, beautifully timed and raced away. Any hope at all of getting to stop that one?
He's 16 off 25 balls, Steele, at the moment.
He's come out with a little bit of a purpose, hasn't he?
Bamber into bowl to him, and he just plays that to point, and this time it doesn't get through, so no addition to the score. Warwickshire with 2 wins already this season, which is double their tally for the whole of last season. Both of them away from home. In fact, both of them up north. Perhaps they should move up north.
Move up there.
Won it to Chester Street, for which they were helped by a declaration, but still in a very impressive run chase, and then won at Headingley, a low-scoring match. That one is played to mid-on by Steele, no run.
I've heard that a few times. It was helped by a declaration. It was a declaration which also I think Durham needed to do, because they thought they could by giving Warwickshire a target, they could bowl them out.
They did, and to be fair, but I did say at the time, even at the start of the declaration, that I thought it was in Warwickshire's favour. To be fair to Durham, they got 9 wickets down, so they came close. But it was the pattern of the match, and indeed they got 5 early wickets. But the way the match had gone throughout, the longer the innings went on, the easier it got. So that's exactly what happened in the second innings. Taking nothing away from Warwickshire, it was a brilliant run chase. But I was still surprised that Durham declared. They declared to get 4 overs at them before the close of the penultimate day. Didn't get a wicket in those 4 overs. And I was surprised when they came off when they did. But still, as I say, it nearly worked for them. But it didn't, and it did work for Warwickshire.
Oliver Hannon-Dolby is into the attack. He's wicketless so far. He's replacing Rob Yates. Rob Yates has got the 3 wickets in the afternoon session. So here's Hannon-Dolby on his way in to bowl to Ben Ferguson. The first ball goes past the outside edge, but sort of pushes at it, and Hannon-Dolby looks up to the skies as if to say no luck at all. Just the 1 wicket so far this season for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. No, 2 wickets rather he's got this season. He got 1 against Nottinghamshire and then 1 against Yorkshire. So by his standards it's been a bit tight. Missed the early part of the season. He's in again, bowls, and this is punched into the offside. So there is no run out to extra cover.
Yes, it is very tight here. Just 17 runs from 9.2 overs conceded now.
That's George Garrett out there, number 7, I think, fielding out at extra cover. So who's off the field? Let's have a look. Look round and see. Here's Hannon-Dolby anyway, comes in with Warwickshire sub on the field. This one is run away, and that's run away nicely through the gap. Jay Simmons is after and gets to it really quickly. That's good chasing, and gets the ball back to Alec Davis and restricts Spokes to a single. Because I thought initially that was enough on it to get away down to the boundary. Runs away down to the Hollies stand, but Simmons after it quickly, and he and Smith were after it. Smith with the pad still on, so making running a little more difficult for him. But, no longer required in at short legs, so I think he'll be disposing of those very shortly. Can't be easy to run with those pads on all the time under his flannels or under his whites. And Dobby again on his way in and bowls. And this is down the leg side, and has he got a nick on that? There's a sharp report behind. Down the leg side, Steele. But,
well, it sounded it from here, though. Ollie Hannon-Dolby, I don't think, was particularly convinced. He certainly sounded like it got a clunk, but obviously not. No, he's not off the bat. There's no great drama from Warwickshire, despite a keen appeal. Good take, though, from Alex Davis.
Okay, off the side pad. I think it was looking at it again, but I think the bat was near it. Good decision. Stays on 251 for 5. Steele remains on 16 as he waits. Hannon-Dolby into him. And he goes and pushes this one back into the offside. There's no run. So Hannon-Dolby has caused a little problem there, but sorry, Bat survives it.
Is Sam Hain on the field?
Main Smith, Garrett. Yeah, well, Hain would be, he'd be in close to the wicket, wouldn't he? He doesn't usually field out too much. This next one is left outside the off stump. End of the over. It is. Well, here's Hain coming back on. Well spotted, Clive. Yeah, and it's George Garrett who's going off. So Hain just. He's had a. I tell you what, he's been had a trip to the barber's son. Hain. He's had a real good short back and sides.
Aiming to put less strain on his back. Back problem that sort of missed the game against Yorkshire.
Well, I thought he'd been in the He was in the travelling party.
He was in the travelling party, but
Was he trouble with it?
presumably Bamber comes into bowl, and that's played a backward point. That's no, and yeah, Ian Westwood, Mike Taylor asked him afterwards about Zermatt playing. He said that Sam Hayden was carrying a back strain, and he did a test just before start of play. I said right at the start of the match, I think it's to Zermatt's huge credit that he kept his place in the team, having gotten to the team under those circumstances. To then next game have the player he replaced back and a New Zealand Test batter in the team as well, and still keep your place in the team was a really good effort from him. As Bamber comes into bowl, and that's played back to him, there's no run. Obviously did it on the back of the 49 not out in a low-scoring match, which saw Warwickshire home.
It does demonstrate the esteem they hold him in there to actually get that selection, and he's been rewarded with that.
Well, he's 27, so I suppose if they're going to use him, it needs to be sort of now, really. The young lad they've signed from Saka today is 19, so we might not see him play quite so quickly, but we shall see. That's played the back of square leg. It'll be a single. Talking about Vanjani, or I've clarified the pronunciation, but he signed on a rookie contract, 19-year-old batter for this season. Just saying earlier, I would imagine we'll see him at least in the one-day cup this season.
Yeah.
252 for 5. Ethan Bamber. Steele pushes it out to the offside for no run.
I think the side beginning to look, the Warwickshire side beginning to take some real shape now, isn't it? With the two overseas players in Webster and Latham, and Form, and then looking at the players they've still got who can come back in or can be available.
Bamber bowls, and that's driven to the offside. Zen Malik fields. They do have the problem that when Michael Booth is fit, they won't be able to play him unless they leave out either Latham or Webster.
Yeah.
Because he is still overseas for one more season. Booth, he'll be English qualified next season. And but not this season, so yeah, they do say he's got an injury for this match, which
he's going to be out for about 2 months, I reckon.
That one is clipped down to a fine leg, or wide long leg for 4 by Steele. He's on to 20, 256 for 5. This partnership is beginning to develop now after that rare little flurry of wickets. 39 they've added now. How long have you been on, Phil? Are we due to bring
half an hour or so?
Yeah, should we bring Mark in?
Yeah.
Thank you, Phil.
Wait, go back over and see the museum again.
Big visitor numbers today?
There aren't that many in the ground today. The crowd is really well down from yesterday. We had about 20 in at lunchtime. Okay. It's not bad.
Indeed. So, Hannon Dalby to continue. 10 overs for 18 runs. Folks on 31 on strike. In comes Hannon Dalby from the Birmingham end. That's left. Didn't get up much. Just taken on the half volley by Alex Davis, a wicket keeper.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Time-wise, we're not doing badly, are we?
Well,
Rob Yates bowled a lot of overs, and Bo Webster.
We're not far from tea.
No, and
we might be on time.
We might.
That's a very, very rare occurrence.
Worcestershire finally bowled Sussex out, but you feel probably too late as Hannon Dalby comes into bowl. That's pushed to the onside. There's no run. Although they have shown some rear guard resistance before Worcestershire, but Sussex all out for 256, which means Worcestershire will need 361 to win at Hove. Worcestershire at the moment rather being tailed off at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, I did look at the table and they were getting a little bit stranded
They
already,
were.
weren't they?
Yeah.
24 points.
In comes Hannah and Dalby. And that's played back to them as no. I think that includes the points they got in the current match. I think they were on 18 ahead of the game. So, yeah, well, they can't have been actually. If they're on 24 now, they must be on 21 because they've only got 3 bonus points from that game. Anyway, 2:56 for 5.
Yeah, well, Warwickshire have done a really good job here after lunch. I think, sorry, obviously the 3 that got out after lunch, simply looking to drive, Lawrence looking to cut, and Roy looking to slog sweep. So, positive intent.
Hannah Dalby bowls and Folkes pushes out to the offside for no run. Simmons fields.
But yes, at one point, Yates was bowling as if he was Harbhajan Singh, wasn't he? It's very good stuff. But
he's worked hard on his bowling.
Oh, it's okay, isn't it?
Simon Kerrigan's been here. He's helped him. It's added string to his bow will help. If you can do that, if you hit a little bit of poor form, you can point out, well, yeah, but don't forget my bowling. Hannah Dalby bowls, and that's left. There's no run.
Absolutely. Well, in terms of wickets, in this game, he's the best bowler on show.
Yeah.
3 for.
Dalby plugging away. This is his 11th over. He's only gone for 18 runs. The wicket's eluding him. He's got a bit of work to do to continue his trend of getting 50 wickets in the season, which I think he's done for the last 2 or possibly 3 seasons now. Didn't help that he missed the first couple of games of injury. He's in now to bowl to Folkes, who pushes that one to the onside for no run. Hannah Dalby marches away. 2:56 for 5. Still 409 behind.
Yes,
Surrey.
indeed. So still some work to do with the bat for Surrey. Cameron Steele and Ben Folkes settling the ship after those 3 wickets. Because at lunch Surrey were 167 for 2 at lunch. And then Sibley went caught by Barnard off Yates for 64. Then Lawrence caught behind off Yates for 47, and then Jason Roy caught by Malik at deep mid wicket off Yates for 2. Bamber it is from the pavilion end, coming into Cameron Steele and beats the outside edge as Steele's just pushing forward at a good length delivery, and then Bratz is just letting the ball go outside his off stump.
20 overs left for bonus points, so Surrey will have to go about 5 and over if they're to get 3 batting points. The second batting point shouldn't elude them. They're going to have to go well to get 3.
There's Bamber over the wicket he comes once again, and this is pushed off the back foot by Cameron Steele.
Warwickshire need 1 more wicket to get a second bowling point, and 4 more to get all 3. But I mean, if they manage to get 1 more bowling point and restrict Surrey to 2 batting points, they will have outpointed Surrey by 3 points.
Over the wicket again goes Bamber, and that's left alone by Cameron Steele. Outside is off stump. Yes, and they put Surrey in a corner at the moment. Very good stuff from Warwickshire. Still a good pitch to bat on, obviously, but they've plugged away today. And then Yates has picked up his 3 wickets after lunch. Bamber hasn't taken a wicket as yet, but he's bowled very, very nicely. As he's in once more. Over the wicket to Steele, and Steele's punching off the back foot down towards backward point. And there is no run.
Just sense this could be the partnership that Get Surrey back on track. They're both playing reasonably positively without being reckless.
Right, yeah, folks again. Very cool head, very calm head. Ben Folks just leant on his bat down at the non-striker's end. As Bamber is over the wicket to Steele, and Steele's turning that one off the stumps, and then quick shout of no as that ball rolls out to Simmons. Moving round to his right-hand side. Ollie Hannon-Dalby's doing some... I thought he was doing some exercises, but he was down on his knees there, wiping his hands on the grass. Probably slightly sweaty palms, I would have thought, down there for Ollie Hannon-Dalby. There's still words of encouragement for Bamber. Still waits with that bat raised as Bamber's into him, and he's pushing a good length ball back up the pitch, but it's a no ball from Bamber, so he just oversteps the mark. No balls are going all right in this innings.
Yes, they are.
That'll be 2 more to the total.
That will be 8 no balls Warwickshire bowled now. 16 runs donated kindly to Surrey. Surrey bowled 3 no balls.
Lovely church over there, isn't there, over the... Some lovely old buildings in this area. This is pushed by Cameron Steele out into the offside. Malik gets round to do the fielding. There's a lovely spire there with a cockerel on the top. End of the over, 2:58 for 5.
It's a good view we go over. It's even better on the press box. Like a nice view over the tall buildings of Birmingham, which are very clear at the moment. All the cranes and hand.
I saw a bit more of Birmingham than I meant to last night, trying to get back from
get lost
where I went to have dinner. So I sort of went round in a big circle. I saw that green building about 3 times until I realised which road I needed to be on. Busy last night. I know it's Saturday night, but it was very busy. Lively, I would call it, Clive.
Hannon-Dalby to Ben Folks. Clips that off his toes. Lovely shot from Folks. Not sure going all the way on might actually. Said Malik is doing his best, but won't get there. That's beautifully timed off his toes by Folks. He's on to 35. It's 262 for 5.
Yeah, just slightly over pitch by Ollie Hannon-Dalby, and a roll of the wrist from Ben Folks, and that whistled off to that mid-wicket boundary rope for 4 runs. Yeah, lots of people out and about last night. Some walking in a straight line, some not. I was going around in circles in the car, and other people were going around in circles on the pavement.
In comes Hannon-Dalby. Out the offside, he's gone through for a single. That was I think it was the 30% question last night on 1%, which confounded me annoyingly. The question was, where am I going? And the word round, and then 3 circles around it. And the answer was round in circles. You see.
Oh, very good, yes. That's very good, isn't it? Is that the Lee Mack one?
Yes, I did. I actually got, I think I got the 5% question right.
Did you?
Myself, yeah. I might have paused the telly for a bit to give myself extra time. In comes Hannon-Dalby the ball. Oh, that's a bit of a wild swing by Steele. Taken by the wicket keeper.
Yeah, and he just practices letting it go. There, there's Cameron Steele. I sat down and watched Deal or No Deal again the other night. I quite enjoy that programme.
That's not quite as intellectually challenging.
But what I love about that programme is the people with their theories of how it's going to operate. Yes. Take it very seriously.
Hannon-Dalby bowls. That's played back to him. He actually deflects the ball onto the non-striker subs unintentionally and to no great purpose, since Ben Folks had hardly moved. So there was no danger of being run out backing up.
I do like it as well that sometimes University Challenge or Mastermind, now and again you do get a cricket question. Yes. It's very, very, very obscure, but you sometimes do get a cricketing question.
In comes Hannon-Dalby. And that's guided just past the diving backward point for 4. And it looks like Kai Smith feels he should have stopped that because he beats the ground an annoyance. But it's a 50 partnership, and it's just turning things around for Surrey. Well, I think I'm right in the first £1 million question on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was something on the lines of, which cricket county play their home games at Chester Street?
Oh, it wasn't.
And I remember thinking, I wish I was in that position. I'd have got that one all right.
Or, do you know what I'd like to have been? I'd like to have been the phone a friend.
That's what that
yes,
one, yeah.
that would have been lovely, wouldn't it?
Yeah. In comes Hannah Dolby. Right arm over, and that's played out to the offside for no run. 267 for 5.
Yes, well, there's a lovely bit of viral video in the American version of that. Have you seen it? Where the lad's on the final question.
He phoned a friend.
No, he phones his dad. He rings his dad up and he says, "Dad, I'm about to win," because he knows what the answer is. It's very good, that. But yeah, cool. I'd have felt very good about my. Had it been you, Clive, and would I have been a phone a friend? I don't know. But and you'd rung me and it was the £1 million question and you'd have asked me that. I'd have said, "I tell you what, Clive, it's Nottinghamshire." No.
Yeah.
So, well, there you are.
So. And also, remember on Pointless. Remember Ashley Giles being a Pointless answer once.
Was he?
That. Yeah. It's picture big. You won Pointless.
Oh, you were on it, weren't you?
Were you?
Yes. Yeah, but with Charles Dagnall.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's bring it in.
Yeah. There you are, you see. The standard's going down, isn't it? As in over the wicket comes Bamber and forward goes Folks and plays this one out into the offside and there's no run.
But there was one, I think it was on Ash Johnson, they showed a big, huge picture of the England squad and all the staff. I think that they were meeting the Queen, so the Queen was in the picture as well. One poor contestant said, "Oh, I won't go for the Queen." I said, "Well, you have now." So
oh, I see. And you had to go. You had to name.
So you had to name them. And there in the front row, I thought, well, there's a Pointless answer. Phil Neal. He will be a Pointless answer.
That's a very good shout
and
from
he
you.
Was.
As forward goes the right-handed Folks. Matt Maynard would have been in that as well. That was from 2005.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's where you are. There you are. So what did you win, Mel?
You won the trophy. Did you not win the money?
Well done.
Did you actually get the Pointless answer then, the last one?
No.
Right.
Oh. As this one's left alone outside the off stump by Folks. I was about to say, what's Neil Armstrong like? But it's obviously Alexander Armstrong, isn't it?
Yes,
but he comes across
was
as
that
a very
Rich
charming...
Osman days, was it? Yeah.
Yeah, but he comes across as a very charming man. Yes, yeah. Good. He's a very good musician. Singer, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he does a program on.
He does on Classic FM.
Station,
yeah. Well, there you are, eh? Mal's one Pointless. As in over the wicket comes Bamber, solidly forward. Goes the right-handed Folks, plays this one out towards extra cover and there's no run. 267 for 5, Surrey. A good day this for Warwickshire, making Surrey work very, very hard here. Still trailing by 398. And the biggest compliment I can give Warwickshire here is they're not letting Surrey play their way. As Bamber comes in over the wicket and forward goes Folks. Plays this one out into the offside and there is no run. And all the bowlers are complimenting each other at the moment.
Yeah.
They're all doing a very good job for the home side.
Still feels a lot of wickets needed, 15, but still.
Well, they
stick at it.
They've given Surrey a wobble here. So that's a pretty good effort in itself on here. As Folks waits with that bat raised once more. Oh, that one's nipping back. Height will be an issue there, but it's nicely bowled by Bamber. It's the end of the over from Ethan Bamber. 267 for 5. And we've got 3 overs until tea, so we are going to be almost on time for tea, which is unheard of. Steele 24 and Folks on 36.
I hope they switched the kettle on in the pavilion, and they're not going to get caught out. Well, he's still coming in on time. Knott's start to the season threatens to continue. Hampshire 22 for 2. Chasing 483 to win. Knott's who would probably have won here if the rain hadn't intervened. They are having a terrific early season. Hannah Dolby bowling to Cameron Steele. Just flashes at one down the leg side. Doesn't make contact. No run.
Was in your combination of yourself and Jonathan Agnew, Mel, how much of a contribution did Mr. Agnew make? Did he really? Yes, well, there you are. There you are. Yes, yeah, I'm impressed by that.
I'd like to have a go on pointers.
Yes, I would as well.
Well, perhaps next time they do a cricket one, we can put ourselves forward.
Well, I think they're pretty youthful, Clive, but...
Alan Dolby to Steele, again going down the leg side, again his little flash at it. Steele doesn't make contact.
Daniel Norcross has been listening in at times today. He's been on a couple of the quiz. He's been on that one on BBC Two with Victoria.
Oh, I love that. But it's impossible, but I still love it.
Yeah, I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. It's got like hieroglyphics in it. And things. Yeah. It's the modern version of 3-2-1.
Hannah Dolby comes into bowl, and that's played the offside of the norm. But the annoying thing about that programme is, you look at the question, you think, I've got no idea. And then when you see the answer, you think,
should have got that. Really obvious. I've said this so many times on here, but 3-2-1.
I never got my head around that.
Word.
So that was.
It was on a different level, wasn't it? How you were ever meant to win the speedboat was beyond me.
It's what you would have won. Jim Barnes used to say on Bullseye. In comes Hannah Dolby, and that's played the onside of the zone. And to be honest, the prices weren't always that great.
No, they weren't.
Quite a few times you think, thank goodness it wasn't something I actually wanted.
It was always a lovely older couple, wasn't it? From somewhere, and they'd often win the speedboat or the caravan, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Or a full Cortina. And you always won a lovely set of cutlery, didn't you?
Sale of the Century was like that as well, wasn't it? Sale of the Century, those sort of things. In comes Hannah Dolby to bowl. To the onside. Welcome to all our quizzing yesterdays.
Well, there's a
267 for 5.
Lots of quizzes out there, aren't there?
I do like a good TV quiz program, I must admit.
Is Question of Sport still on?
I think it is. Yeah, they still do it. Yeah.
I think they need a serious sports quiz on there now. I think a proper sports quiz.
I'm old enough to remember Quiz Ball. Do you remember that?
Oh, no,
I show it just before the 6 o'clock news. It's only about a 10-minute programme each time. Barry Davis used to present it. In comes Hannah Dolby. Oh, that one kept a bit low. It was pushed out to point, no run. And you had to. I could just remember John Osborne being on it. I can't remember who else was on it, but you could either go route 1, which was a really difficult question.
Yes.
Or you could go up to route 4, where you ask 4 easier questions to try and get to goal.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. I used to like the Krypton Factor.
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Where they'd throw in the assault course at some point as well. What was the one Blockbusters. That was good.
Well, Adam Mountford, the Test Match Special producer,
was he on
was on that as a kid.
Was he?
Yes,
was he on his own or with someone?
I don't know, actually. You'd have to ask him. I think he might have been with someone. Not sure.
Now that is something. As here is Bamber coming in over the wicket, and this one's left alone outside the off stump by Ben Folkes. What, I saw Ryan Sidebottom on the chase.
Oh, yes.
Yes, for charity. And he did very well. Ryan Sidebottom on the chase. I think there is, though. I genuinely think there is something there for serious sports quizzing. I think it'd be excellent. As over the wicket once again comes Bamber. This is pushed by Ben Folkes out into the offside. Webster comes around to his left to do the fielding.
Well, these two have almost got it safely to tee. 217 for 5 when they came together.
Yeah, well, it's 100 for 3 since lunch. Because Surrey were 167 for 2 at lunch. Waits again, does Folkes. 2 slips in there, deepish backward point. Then Webster's lurking at a shortest cover point as Bamber's in, and this is clipped away nicely by Folkes through the leg side. Simmons should get this just inside the boundary rope. He does very well there. Slid a little like Bambi on ice there as he tried to get to his feet again. Did Simmons. Again, another one for that Strictly Come Ice dancing programme. It's always on after Christmas, isn't it? I always find that slightly depressing, to be fair. It means it's January. A couple of EastEnders actors flying off the ice.
It's not one I tend to watch.
No. It's nice to see Torvill and Dean, mind. As waiting once again is Cameron Steele on 24. He did well there actually, because they only picked up the single. Bamber, 2 slips and a gully now, and Steele lets that one go. Outside is off stump. But yes, the old pop quiz is very popular, isn't it? I must admit though, even when it's Trivial Pursuit evening or during Christmas and things, I'm always going for the orange sport and leisure. It's the only one I've got any hope with still these days. Steele waits with that bat raised. In over the wicket goes Bamber. Forward goes Steele. Nicely bowled again by Bamber. And that rolls away to Simmons in there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we're in the 95th over of this Surrey innings. They still trail by the small margin of 397. 268 for 5. Ben Folkes 37 from 86 deliveries. Cameron Steele 24. This is his 53rd ball he's faced. He's letting it go from Bamber. Outside is off stump, so we've got one more over until the tea break. 268 for 5. There's a bit more cloud cover now as well.
Well, I mean, that's charming. My wife has just messaged me to ask me if I want to be in a one-act play playing Dudley, a grumpy old man.
Typecasting.
Lovely, thank you for that.
That's
I'm not sure my acting skills would stretch to a grumpy old man, to be fair.
Well, typecast is a terrible thing, isn't it? It really is. When's that for then, Clive?
Oh, I'm not too sure.
When are you treading the boards?
I haven't said yes
yet. You don't know what the terms of the contract are
exactly.
yet. Yeah. Well, no, you and Dick Davis of BBC Radio Essex, of course. He's been in over 100 productions now as Dick. And he's been in My Fair Lady quite a few times. And I think he's played every part, including Eliza Doolittle, because I've seen the photo.
Rob Yates is going to bowl the last over before tea. We're bowling to Ben Folkes. Yates is 3 for 55. So the new ball didn't yield anything for Warwickshire. 15 overs in, well actually less than 15 overs in because they didn't take it straight away, did they? That's short and it's pulled. Too short from Rob Yates, didn't get that one right. Ben Folkes said thank you very much. And has swatted it for 4, and Kai Smith stands with both hands on hips and thinks, please don't bowl that there again, Rob, because his life flashed before his eyes. Fielding at short leg. You were mentioning eccentric catches earlier, because on this ground Jonathan Trott famously literally trousered a catch. Fielding at short leg. It was Joe Denley, I think, was the batter. Hit it hard, and we're all looking to see where the ball was, and Jonathan Trott pulled it out of his pocket.
Unbelievable that, isn't it?
This one is played to mid-wicket for a single by Folkes, moves on to 42.
Well, it was here as well, I think, I'm right in saying, in 85, that Wayne Phillips played the cut shot straight down into the boot of Alan Lamb, and it went straight up in the air, and David Gower caught it. But of course, in those days, there was obviously no TV or anything like that.
I remember
so they had to go with the honesty of the England fielders.
Yates gives that a bit of air, and it's hit away, but Simmons does well to block it, but it's a single to steal. 274 for 5.
My great cricketing hero is Tim Robinson, but I have to say I had a real soft spot for Wayne Phillips, especially the way he batted. He was very stylish left-hander, but yeah, he cut one off Phil Edmonds, I think it was, straight into Alan Lamb's boot, and it went straight up in the air.
It comes down the pitch there, does Folkes, and it's half stopped at mid-on, eventually stopped Hannon Dalby. So, 2 more balls to go. Till tea. Yates goes for a quicker ball.
Well
just
bowled.
a little late on it there, Folkes. Plays it to backward point for no run.
I'd like to see this one again. It's a good bit of bowling that from Yates. Yeah, it's just straightened. It's not exactly the Dusra, but it has just straightened on Benbow. It's nicely bowled again by Yates. I tell you what, Jonathan Trott must have had... He couldn't have been wearing tight trousers. They must have been fairly loose to go straight in the pocket.
He turned his back on it. Oh, he comes down the pitch, has appeal for LBW by Yates. He's absolutely convinced. Yates gives it a second shout. Doesn't get a lot of support. It was a leg by, and it's not out, and it's the end of the session. Yeah, he just turned, but yeah, I suppose he must have. He did get a bit of a bruise, I believe, where pockets were. Anyway, that's the end of the session. Yates looks a bit disappointed not to have got the verdict from that last one. 275 for 5. Ben Folkes on 42, Cameron Steele on 25. The deficit remains 390.
Yeah, it's a good session that for Warwickshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good session from them.
We will see you in just under 20 minutes.
Well, welcome back to Edgbaston for the final session of day 3. I'm Phil Britt, and with me Mel Farrell, and we will be talking you through the next half hour, 40 minutes, as Surrey resume on 275 for 5. They trail by the small matter of 390 runs. Warwickshire had made that score of 665 yesterday. Rob Yates, he did the unusual in this game. Mel, I think we're getting 3 wickets in a session. We've not had too much of that as the bowlers have struggled on a pitch which is giving them absolutely no assistance at all, and is making it really a batting net for both sides.
But he did bowl well, ably supported by Bo Webster bowling his off spin as well.
Warwickshire delayed taking the new ball. They took it after about 87, 88 overs. So we're going to start off after tea with Bamber, Ethan Bamber from the pavilion, and who beats folks outside the off stump as he pushes forward to that one. He's bowled well in this match so far with no success at all, Bamber.
He has never, I don't think, let his energy drop once.
No.
I would say with Ethan Bamber, he's been very vocal when he's been fielding. You can hear him through the effects mic all the way through, but he has bowled really well. It's just there's very little assistance for any of them.
He's in, bowls drives out to short extra cover, and there's no run. Nice looking shot for nothing, straight to Webster.
And 2 balls into his 21st over, and he's only given up 38 runs, which is pretty much the theme. They're generally bowled tidily. There's a very short boundary, but the batters have been unable to make as much use of it as you might normally expect with a short boundary like this.
Remember, Ian bowls, that's a nice straight drive, but again, can't beat the field. It's again just tidied up on the edge of the circle by Ed Barnard, running across from mid-on. So a nice looking shot from Boxers on 42 to 75 for 5.
The thing is, 3 wickets, I mean, that's 3 wickets falling in a session. That's the most we've had in the...
I think we've been restricted to 1 a session, haven't we, throughout? Remember, Ian bowls and focuses onto that one, just dropping that one down. That one kept a little bit low outside the off stump, and he changed his shot and jabbed down on it, and it runs away into the offside. A bit more cloud now has come over. It's earlier in the day it was a beautiful cloudless sky, but the cloud has built up during the afternoon, and whilst there's still plenty of blue sky immediately overhead, looking over to our left there's some cloud moving in as this one is played into the onside and Simmons does the fielding, which might just help the bowlers if there's a bit of cloud cover coming over.
There are some straws that I'd like to give you to grasp. I'm not sure.
No, listen, I've got to take anything to get a week. Melt anything to get something into this game. You know.
I mean, we saw when Warwickshire were
perhaps
batting.
The pitch might open up.
Well, we saw some batter error, really, when Warwickshire were batting.
Bamber in, and that's through to the keeper. That's the end of the first over after tea. It's 275 for 5.
Yeah, and that was the way through for Surrey, although they were only able to take 5 wickets in the end.
Yeah, in the final session of the third day, we've had 10 wickets, and we've had, 940 runs.
And that's it, yeah. It's not been at a particularly high-scoring rate
The surprise so far is that the Surrey batsmen haven't yet, none of them gone on and made 3 figures. They've all got a good start.
Yeah, and they haven't, and you know, fair dues to... Yeah, bless him, Jason Roy. Yeah, there was a bit of excitement there.
Yeah.
When he came in.
Feel a bit sorry for him. I mean, sat for 2 days watching Warwickshire accumulate, then watching his own team put on to come out there and think, right, this is it. And it lasted, what, about 10 minutes? Perhaps not even that.
Yeah, that's a little bit frustrating for him, you can imagine. Steele on strike as Barnard comes back into the attack. First ball played up to mid-off, no run. Yeah, it's just difficult, isn't it? That's where Warwickshire have done well. They have managed to chip in and stop anyone from getting completely wedded in at the stumps, although Folkes now, he's on 42 in a prime position. I thought Dom Sibley was going to be there forever.
Yep.
I've got to say, as Barnard is in. Oh, over the top, slashes at that one. It goes over first slip and all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. And that was a case of if you're going to flash hard, as that was a massive top edge off the bat of Steele.
They've had a third man in throughout some part of the game, but he probably would have actually been able to run in and take that catch from the way he went. He was looking to pull it away through midweek and got the top edge, and it flew down. So anyway, he gets 4 runs to his name. It looks the same as a nice cover drive in the scorebook.
Barnard in. Oh, there's a play and a miss, and they are very excited for a minute. So the return of Barnard has just injected a little bit of excitement into proceedings. That ball
just sort of stepped back and just followed it, didn't he? Just opened and the face run it at it.
I think Barnard is, whether coming back in, having had a bit of a rest, but I think he's getting a little bit of extra bounce, perhaps.
Yeah, I think, did he not bowl from the Pavilion end to start with? And we haven't seen him from the Birmingham end before.
Here he is again, over the wicket, and that one is a fuller delivery, and Steele took several steps down the wicket, had to turn and hurriedly get his bat back in as the ball went out to point. He realised there wasn't anywhere near enough on it to get a run.
Yeah, I think he would have left Ben Folkes high and dry there, because Folkes wasn't going to go anywhere, but he got quite a long way down the wicket before he turned round and raced back into his crease. So
here is Barnard once more over the wicket. Oh, and another play and a miss. And they're suddenly their tails are up a little bit, Warwickshire. They're like, come on, we're going to will an edge. But perhaps the fact that there was an edge earlier in the over, a big, thick top edge that raced away to the boundary, maybe that's just given them a little bit of
just watching that one bit, that last delivery which went past didn't do anything at all. It just
well, that's it.
Its line, I think.
Yeah,
through.
I don't think he's not getting any particularly great movement, Barnard, since he came back in. They're just dropping Zen Malik now down to deep mid wicket. Are we going to see something a bit shorter from Barnard? It's in. No, in fact, it's just sent to short mid wicket, and there's no run. So the end of the over there was a boundary in it, a rare one. Welcome. It's 279 for 5 now, with Steele on 29. Folks on 42, still trailing Surrey by 386. So the follow-on is a long, long way away.
It's about, at this rate, it's probably sometime after lunch tomorrow. Because unless Surrey suddenly come up with a huge spurt to score rate, they're going to struggle to get to, at the moment, 350 is only just about on. We've got 12 overs to go. So they need 71 off those 12 overs. This next one is Bamber back into the, starting a new over from the pavilion end. The first ball is left outside the off stump. So just looking at it, they're going to have to get a little bit of a spurt on to pick up a third batting point. Just got the one at the moment, 1 bowling point, 1 batting point. So
well, I think losing those few wickets in the last session
lost the momentum a bit.
Well, and also they were in just a little bit of a pickle.
Here's Bamber in bowls, and this is left by folks outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
And first and foremost, they had to just steady things and make sure that they didn't have a collapse and be in danger of following on. Even if they were made to follow on, I still think it would be very difficult for Warwickshire to take 20 wickets. Boy, oh boy.
I think probably sometime Thursday afternoon we might get to that point. There's Bamber again in and bowls. This is driven nicely, but straight up to mid-on. And Barnard does the fielding. It's not entirely cleanly, but he stops the ball. Bamber walks back and has a look and thinks, that's what I should have done. He had one just before tea, where he went to field it, and he went straight through the legs. The old schoolboy gets something behind it. Didn't quite work in his case. This one is driven down to mid-off. Hayne, under his white sun hat, does the fielding, and there's no run. Crowd, I think, has got even thinner, Mel. I think even more have gone at tea time.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
This keeping them on the edge of their seats at home. Bamber in, and this one chopped into the ground straight to Webster. Well, he's a sort of point position, but forward at point, so it's an unusual position to actually be. He's not short extra, he's almost like short cover point, isn't he? But anyway, he was there to field that one. Having a long discussion about the getting people to watch county cricket at tea time, and I think some of them have gone. This one is edged away off the thick outside edge. It's running away down to third man. It'll beat the fielder. It goes chasing after it. Smith, and 4 runs to the total to folks. Takes him on to 46, and the total on to 283 for 5 off the final ball of that over from Bamber. So a little bit to there, a little bit of luck going the batsman's way.
Look, it's one of those things. There are times when 4-day cricket, in the same way as Test cricket, it moves slowly. There are times when it's attritional. There are times when it's hard work for either the batting side or the bowling side, and there are times when it does become difficult to watch, and that is something that happens. And we all love cricket. This is why we're here, and we love red ball cricket. As Barnard runs in from the Birmingham end, is blocked by Steele. But I think that there is this question too. Surrey are 3 times champions. This is the 3rd away match that they've been greeted by something very flat. And I can understand that there might be Surrey fans thinking that this is a ploy to negate their strengths. The bowlers they've got who are able to scythe through sides, and batters who are able to survive tricky situations. I don't necessarily think that that's what's happened here, because we've seen matches, this isn't the first time we've seen a game here at Edgbaston played on these outer pitches unfold like this. As Barnard is in, that's slashed away, but Che Simmons is out in the deep on that deep point boundary, keeps it to just a single.
Make good ground there, Simmons. Nice clean pick up and throw. Just you always worry with Che because he's quite injury prone, or has been, and just there he gets up and he's flexing his left knee. I just hope he hasn't done something. When they go diving down like that, you do worry for them. One or two of them are just having a look because he's still bent over. Done something to his left leg as he went down. He's not entirely comfortable. Let's hope everything's okay. I don't want him to be...
Barnard in, and that's clipped through mid-wicket. It's going to send Oliver Hannon-Dolby on a bit of a run, stretch those long legs as they end up taking 3, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, he just took the... There wasn't enough pace on that ball to send it to the boundary, but there was a lot of acreage out there.
I think Oliver Hannon-Dolby's long legs were making big strides, but they weren't particularly quick strides.
No, it was a bit like he was running on sand.
Yeah, it was like a slow motion stride going behind it. It didn't seem to be covering the ground that quickly. Simmons, in the meantime, down there, is definitely hobbling. And,
in comes Barnard. The ball's defended past him up to Sam Hain at mid-off, no run. But to that point, so... I have absolutely no idea what the instructions were for preparation of the pitch. We do know that there are some flat ones on the outer sections of the block here. I think there'll be some very frustrated Surrey fans if everywhere they go away they are greeted with some pretty flat pitches. You can understand that. Same time, other teams will say we're in our rights to negate their strengths. As Barnard is in and play a miss, and it's a no ball. The arm comes out from the umpire, so he'll have to re-bowl that. But yes, when you're in the final session of the third day and you've had 10 wickets fall, you've not had a lot of runs scored, even with the short boundary. It probably isn't the best advertisement for first-class cricket that you would hope for, and that's not saying it always has to be quick. It can't be attritional at times, all of those things. But yeah, it can be testing. As Barnard is in, the ball just played out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, I think that if you're getting the perfect wicket, which has people trying to get people back to watch cricket at championship level, I don't think there's an easy solution to it. Do you have better wickets all the time? They've been trying to do that ever since I can remember. I've been coming to cricket since the mid-50s, and they've been trying to get their pitches right and getting people through the gate to watch championship cricket for 50, 60 years.
Barnard in, defended out towards mid-off, no run. End of the over. It's 289 for 5, Steele on 30, Folkes on 49.
I'm not sure that they're really being brutally honest about it, that there is a big appetite for championship cricket by the spectator. I don't think you're ever going to get... The problems we've got is the working week. Also, the demands of the weekends are much greater for people, family-wise, to go and do other things. And to sit and watch the cricket for the whole weekend, or being able to do it on a Monday or on a Friday, and some of the games are starting on a Tuesday, you're not going to get people through the door. And the kids are... The youngsters are at school and have other things. I think it's a real problem. Bamber starts a new over, and this is into the offside. Bank picks up and has a shot at the stumps.
That's the 50 up for Folkes.
Oh, sorry, it's just completed it. Sorry, is that what you were indicating?
Yeah, I was. Sorry, yes, that's the 50 up for Folkes.
Yes. So well done, Ben Folkes. It's been he joins the list of people half centuries and centuries on this wicket. But I think I don't think this wicket has been prepared just for Surrey.
No.
This one is played away beautifully through square on the onside and runs away down to the boundary. Steele timed that perfectly, just onto his hip and turned away. Chase Simmons is down there but wasn't able to get round to it. And
well, he was running back, and it does make me wonder if there is indeed a problem with that leg.
I think there is. I think he's done something to it, and if he has, he should be off and getting some treatment on it. Here's Bamber again. He's in and bowls. Oh, and that goes past the outside edge of Steele's bat as he leant forward to that one and through to the keeper. Bamber continues to bowl well without any luck at all.
This is what I mean. He just has not given an inch the whole time. He's never dropped his head. He really has bowled with a lot of heart and a lot of hustle and no inconsiderable skill. It's just he hasn't got the rewards for it. He'll bowl worse and take more wickets.
Sure. He's in bowls. This is going to be more runs turned away. Simmons defies the fact he's got a bad leg by racing after that one and getting to it and restricting Surrey to a single. 295 for 5. Just picked up a little bit of pace here in the last 2 or 3 overs. They hone in on their second batting point. Just 5 more runs required to get to it. This partnership beginning to pick up, become sizable now, up into the 70s. There's Bamber in, bowls, and this is left by folks outside the off stump. He's 50. A good solid player, isn't he, Ben Folks?
He's a terrific player.
How many times did he play for England in the end? He seemed to get into the England side and not...
25 tests
yes,
he's played.
He did have more than I thought.
Well, when are England next touring in the subcontinent might be a pertinent question.
This one is left outside the off stump. It goes through to the keeper. It's the end of another over. It's 295 for 5. So 27 overs remaining in the day. And we have got 9 more overs for bonus points. So Surrey need to score 55 in those 9. I don't think they're going to get any more than 350 in that, the 9 overs. Warwickshire need to get 1 more wicket if they're going to get a point apiece. And a couple of points for Surrey for batting, and Warwickshire probably another point for bowling if they can get that 1 more wicket.
I just think it's a case of well, they make mistakes as Barnard is in, and that did hurry Steele a little bit as he swipes across the line. In the end, he's going to get 4 runs for it because there's no one out there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they hadn't protected that that mid-wicket there, because they'd had Malik out on that mid-wicket boundary for quite a long time, but pulled him in there. But that was a strange shot because I thought it kept low, and he sort of dug it out and swept it round, but the contact was terrific. Now that's brought a fielding change. They have dropped Malik back onto the mid-wicket boundary and brought an orthodox mid-wicket in.
And the umpire just looks like he's doing a bit of yoga. He's actually lost his shoe. They're one-legged, like the Karate Kid preparing for his final kick at the end of the movie. So Steele on strike now. Barnard in. It's a bouncer. Short ball. And he just ducks under it, sails harmlessly over his head. Umpire signals. Here's his 1.
Miles over his head, isn't it?
A long way over his head. Oh, yeah, I guess for Surrey, they do have to keep being positive and they have to keep scoring, because they could get themselves into trouble if we do see any more errors, and they're a long, long way behind. But even if they were to follow on, I don't think they'd be in danger, as Barnard is in, and that is just clipped very fine. Alex Davies is going to chase it down and keep it to just a single.
End of this over.
And that brings up the 300 for Surrey, by the way. In the 102nd over, 300 for 5. You're making way, are you? Yes? Clive's making signals. So, Phil.
I'm going to go.
Thank you very much.
I shall see you tomorrow.
You won't see me?
Oh, no, won't do.
But I shall see you anon. Lovely spending time in your company, as always. So the 300 coming up, it's all even numbers at the moment. 300 for 5, Steele on 40, Folkes on 50. Barnard making his way in, bowling over the wicket, and that is driven with no real timing by Folkes, just into the covers. No run. Hello again, Clive.
I don't think I've actually been on the same time as you, Hardy, at all today, so I thought, let's get 10 or 15 minutes at least.
Were you feeling deprived?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I thought you might be. I thought you might be. One match finished then in the second division. Glamorgan have beaten Kent by an innings and 161 runs. Emphatic win, brought them out for 176.
Well, actually, I want to tell you about a game as Barnard is in. It's played out into the offside. There was a women's T20 World Cup Asia qualifier that happened. It's in the last 24 hours, and it's just absolutely incredible. After 16 overs, the UAE were 192 for none.
Yesterday, yeah.
As Barnard is in, and that has just played out towards point. Well, for anyone who didn't know, 192 for none they were. Esha Oza was on a century, and they knew that the weather was coming, but you can't, of course, declare.
Right.
So all 10 batters retired out, and then they knocked over their opponent's cutter for 27 runs. It was an incredible match. One of the more unusual ones. 15 ducks as Barnard is in. It's played second slipper running to his right.
It does sound like they rather manipulated the rules somewhat there, though, didn't they?
Well, what do you do if you can retire one batter out? There's nothing to say you can't just keep retiring out. I mean, you know, it's pretty. I mean, if you're batting and you say, well, we don't want to bat anymore.
But if you're not allowed to declare, then you are effectively declaring, aren't you? So you are manipulating the rules. I would suggest. I understand why they did it, but
it's certainly unusual. I mean, I think we'd see more in the shortest form of the game, when if a batter's stuck or they can't get going. We've seen it a few times. They retire themselves out.
Well, we had a game here. You or me? Which end do you? I'll just go. The Bamba plays out in the offside.
It's you.
It's all right. That's fine. There was a T20 game here, of course, when a couple of players retired in mid-innings. So I'll come to this.
29 they bowled them out for. Just checking that score. Ridiculous.
From his left, there's no run. Yes, so it was Carlos Brathwaite, and he was captain here. And he didn't fancy facing. I think he was he at the non-strikers then? He didn't fancy run. I can't remember the exact circumstances, but he decided that he didn't fancy being out there for the last over, so he retired. And it was against Nottinghamshire, who retaliated them, and Samat Patel was at the non-strikers end in the final over, and he retired out so that someone else could do the running. It's pushed out to the offside, there's no run. And it did cause a little bit of a diplomatic incident, but apparently it happened in the IPL the week before, so they'd all seen it on telly, so I thought, okay, we'll do that then. Other matches at Cowell finished today. Hampshire in big trouble against Notts, who continue their excellent start to the season. Hampshire 58 for 5. Need 425 more to win. And it's a bit of a thriller going into the last session of the day at Northampton. Unlike this one. as Bamber comes into bowl to steal and leaves that. There's no run. Lancashire 132 for 5, need 104 more to beat Northants. So that's a good one. Warwickshire's been involved in quite a tight-looking game as well. Durham are now 185 for 5 in the 36th over. They need 59 more to win in 14 overs of 5 wickets left. You'd think Durham are probably favourites there, but could still go either way. And Surrey have Somerset at 68 for 2, chasing 317 and 44 overs to win. They're in the 14th over there. That one is launched. Where's that gone? That's gone over the short boundary for 4. Cameron Steele pulling that onto the leg side. He's onto 44. These two came together with Surrey in a little bit of peril, but they have steadily guided them back towards where they were, really.
Yes, yes, they have. Well, as I said, there was just like a little, perhaps a tiny chink of a door being ajar, sort of just a little bit there. But a little gap maybe. That it's closed again.
Bamber in, that's defended, there's no run. Yeah, 217 for 5 they were. I mean, as you were saying, Warwickshire might well end up being able to enforce a follow-on yet, but so what is... because it's unlikely they're going to be able to bowl them out again. I wouldn't have thought. Who knows? Cricket is a funny old game, as they say. And 7 overs to go. A little bit of a sideshow here, because there's 7 overs to go for Somerset, for who are we playing? Surrey, to get another 44 runs, which would get them to a 3rd batting point. So they've got to go at more than a run a ball now. Warwickshire need 1 more wicket to get a 2nd bowling point. And it's going to be Chase Simmons who will try and get it this next over.
Yeah, change. I mean, I thought Barnard was he beat the bat on a few occasions. The problem is these bowlers, they have all beaten the bat various times, but the edges at the moment it's like they've got 2 slips, but they're so far apart that you've almost got it's almost like a 2.5. It's one slip at 2.5, almost 3rd slip, and one who's pretty much a gully, so they're really spread there. As he bangs this one in, it's pulled, but only as far as Zen Malik coming in from deep mid-wicket. They take a single. Yeah, any time they've tried different fielding positions, Alex Davies, you can't fault him on that. We've had players under the lid on both sides of the wicket. We've had straight fielders straight in front of the non-striker as well, and we've had catching mid-wickets and all sorts.
Well, he does that, doesn't he, Alex Davies? He does like to try different things.
As Simmons in once more, it's a full delivery and it's just played defensively back up past the umpire. No run. I guess that's the frustrating thing, you know. No one likes going into going into a 3rd day where you feel like you know what the result's going to be.
It's not ideal.
Unless, of course, can manufacture something here with Chase Simmons. He's in, full ball clipped away. Only as far as a diving fielder coming across from mid-wicket.
I suppose that's the only thing about it. I'd be very surprised if it happened, but the 2 counters could have a chance. Surrey could offer to declare some way behind and then Warwickshire to set them a target in the final day, but I'd be surprised if that happened.
That's an awful lot of manufacturing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, numerically it could be done, but the problem is the team batting second would have such a huge advantage.
Yeah. In comes Simmons, and that's played late, down towards backward point. I'll pick up another single.
Warwickshire talk about being adventurous of those sort of things, but there's adventurous and giving the game away, isn't there? So.
Yeah, it would take. I mean, it would take a massive amount.
I mean, they'd have to set
manufacturing.
something ridiculous like 450 overs or something.
Yes, it would take a lot. Here is Simmons. That ball just let through by folks not interested. They're still out there chirping away, chattering away.
Well, I'm a little bit surprised, and maybe they will later, but I'm surprised that Surrey aren't pushing a little harder towards getting another batting point, because have they really got much to lose? Because surely they'll back themselves to bat out a second innings anyway.
That's it. When they lost the 4th and 5th wicket, I thought, oh, okay, hang on, who are they? But I guess they wanted to rebuild. But yeah, now here's Simmons. It's played down towards mid-on. And it will be fielded. No run. End of the over. 308 for 5. Steele on 45. Folks on 51. This partnership now 91. We have 24 overs remaining in the day. Surrey still trailing by 357. So they're 207 runs required to avoid the follow-on. That is still miles away.
It is. Yeah.
Miles away.
In fact, strictly speaking, it's 208, isn't it?
208, yeah, sorry. Yeah, 49.
One could be crucial.
Oh, could be crucial.
Not that we're trying to talk it up or anything. Ethan Bamber is to continue. At the moment, Warwickshire have got 2 more points than Surrey, so if they end up with a draw, they'll have outpointed Surrey by 2. 1 more wicket would make it 3 in Warwickshire's favour. This one from Bamber is a forward defensive by Steele. There's no run. I suppose there might be an element of that from Surrey. They don't want to give away a bonus point to their opponents, but maybe they think they're unlikely to get theirs anyway, so let's just make sure that Warwickshire don't get their extra bowling point.
But in a season, it matters much more what you do than what one opponent does in one game. So,
well, as in comes Barnard to bowl. Oh, that's left us no run. If at the end of the season they've won the title 1 point ahead of Warwickshire, they'll be thinking, good job we didn't give them that bonus point there. But yeah, 308 for 5. What have we had now in this match? 973 runs for 10 wickets. So an average of about 97 a wicket.
Yeah, each one pretty hard fought for.
This next one is online, but it's played safely onto the onside. But, switch to this end. Even the Warwickshire fielders are a little less chipper than they were a while ago, trying hard to encourage each other.
Well, yes. Ethan Bamber has been the one to lead the chirping. He seems a little bit quieter now.
In comes Barnard. That's turned out into the onside for a single. He's been pretty tidy at Barnard, just 32 runs. This is his 13th over. Got the wicket to fall yesterday.
The only one who's actually been a bit expensive was Zem Malik bowled 1 over and gave away 10 runs. But Chase Simmons, he's gone at 5.36 and over. Everyone else is well under 3.
Once again, accurate from Barnard. Folks is able to defend it onto the offside. Clock ticking as far as bonus points are concerned. 5 overs after this one. So the 41 is beginning to look very unlikely from Surrey's point of view. Which of course just need 1 ball to get a second bowling point. Barnard pitches that one up, it's clipped, they'll get runs there. It's the only person who's going to stop that was Cameron Steele, the non-strikers there, but he managed to jump out of the way, and it's 4 runs for Ben Folkes. It's 3:13 for 5. So, if they are looking at that equation, still 37 in 5 overs.
That's
required.
definitely doable.
It's doable. And it might brighten up
yes.
the game a little bit if they went for it, to be honest.
Run a message out. Come on, get them on it, I say. Let's make this a little bit fun. I'm all for it.
Evidently, Bo Webster was off the field because he's coming back on again now. So maybe he's put some bowling boots on.
Maybe he's going to switch and we're now going to see him bowling a bit of pace. We saw him bowling his off spin. Did a good job too, bowling in tandem with Rob Yates. Now Jay Simmons is on and they've got a leg slip mirroring. Oh, first ball's hit him on the body as he's turned around.
Yeah, what are you looking for there?
You didn't bounce. Yeah, sorry, I was just going to have a look at the replay of that, but by the time it's come around, I know what are you doing, Clive?
Well, it's caused a bit of a buzz, I think, on our lines, so too much technology here, you see.
I'll unplug it because there we go. Actually, if you wouldn't mind plugging my phone in.
Oh, okay.
You know I'm obsessed with charging. Oh,
well,
that is
like
causing
that.
a buzz. It doesn't put it over near Phil.
It might be on my laptop, actually. Let's move that there then. There we go. Sorry about that, folks.
Ben, folks.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, Ben. It's all right. You can get on with it now. Let's have a dip. Let's have a dip at that extra batting point, I reckon. Okay, so they've just run a helmet out, by the way. Someone's going under the lid. I think it's Sam Hain again. He was fielding at silly point earlier.
Kai Smith that's gone a shorter square leg.
Oh, it is Sky Smith. Yeah. So they've got, and he's got Bo Webster is directly behind him. Where we are, we're officially at Funky Field time. Let's do something. Jay Simmons is in, bowls a bouncer. Yeah, so they've got a fielder at short leg, and then so that's Kai Smith, and then Bo Webster is almost directly behind him, and then Zem Malik is almost directly behind him out deep square leg. So you've got like a short leg, a slightly straighter, almost a squarish mid wicket, and then you've got a square leg. You've got a fine leg as well. As in comes Simmons, and that has played out to the offside behind point where it stopped at the boundary, preventing the 4 runs. They just get a single. So all sorts of manufacturing going on. There's a leg slip in and also a gully really mirroring him. I'm trying to see who else is out there. The deep backward point. He's got an extra cover mid on. And then actually, Guy Smith has just come in a bit closer in that short leg position. Bo Webster's just gone a tiny bit straighter. Simmons is in. It's played up to mid on, no run. It's an unusual field, shall we say?
Yeah, well, he does do this. I say if you just try. I don't recall too many occasions when it's come off, but you never know.
Well,
there's another one now, isn't there?
They've now put another one in on the leg side. Sort of on a... almost like a... well, it's like a backward point, but halfway through the boundary. So you've just got these fielders just dotted around. In once more, and this beats Smith at short leg and goes to Webster at mid-wicket.
At least that put one of those fielders into play, even if it was just to pick up the ball.
Yeah. And that fielder was basically taken out of leg slip, so I moved leg slip out, and he's going for a wander again, not really settling into any position. Still sort of backward square leg, halfway back. Next ball's let through by Folkes, not tempted. The end of the over, it's 314 for 5 with Steele on 47 and Folkes on 55.
Goodness me, Nottinghamshire are closing in on victory. Hampshire 68 for 8.
Ooh.
Dave Bracegirdle will be getting excited.
I'm going to see him next weekend.
Yeah.
He'll still be excited.
He will. He'll
Yes,
be
up
top
in
of the
Durham.
league for sure.
Yeah, up in Durham. See him there in his tracksuit. Wonderful man, Dave Bracegirdle. The Italian international.
Yes. In comes Barnard, and that's just driven to mid-off for no run.
Yeah, looking forward to getting up there. I love going up proper north to Durham.
We didn't discover my family until very late in my dear father's life. He revealed that he was a Papua New Guinea rugby international.
Oh, really?
He'd somehow played for them while he was working there. I mean, he has,
by
no stretch of the imagination is he from that country, but he was there working. I sort of got drafted into their team for a rugby match once.
Brilliant.
If we get that quiet down, it was nice to know that. That's our cut and very well stopped. There's a good, well-hit shot by Steele, and there's the low fives to celebrate Kai Smith's stop, the sort of thing that irritates some in cricket. So he's just doing his job. But it's a good stop from Smith, who not keeping wicket in this game. I wonder if it is just partly because they feel he's of better use in the field. Fielding close in. He's done quite a lot of close in fielding. Let's play back down to mid-off. There's no run.
By the way, I don't think they're chasing down that batting point.
It doesn't look like it, does it? Which is a bit disappointing. Unless they decide to try and belt 30 off the final over.
That'd be fun.
They would.
No, I don't think it's going to happen.
Barnard in. Oh, he's gone for a big shot there, mind.
Hey.
Steele, he's hooked that away and has got 6 for it.
Well, he's heard me.
Yes, and that brings up his half century of 92 balls, 9 fours, and that there 6.
So maybe, hang on, how many do they need now?
There's also a 100 partnership. It's just got off the scoreboard, isn't it? They need 30 in, well, 3.2 overs.
Oh.
You're going to have to hit a few more like that if they are going to go for it.
Yeah. See what he does this next ball.
It's Barnard, and that's played in the offside. And stopped by Smith. No run. I mean, if it was a T20 match now, you'd say it was on a knife edge, wouldn't you? Need 30 off 19 balls.
Yeah, just a few too few, I reckon. Sky's brightening up again, the clouds dissipating a bit. A lazy Sunday afternoon.
It's pushed out to the offside. They think about a single, they don't get it. Small faces, wasn't it?
Small faces.
Lazy Sunday afternoon. I think it was small faces.
I'll take your word for it. Yes, it does have that feel about it, though. I'm sure there are a few people out there feeling quite dozy in the late afternoon sunshine, and I just hope they're wearing sunscreen.
So come on, Ben, 10 and over for 3 overs.
10 and over, 3 overs.
Have a go.
I did say Jay Simmons has been more expensive than the others, so this is your moment, Ben Folkes. This is the chance that short leg in there again. You've got Sam Malik down at deep backward square. The short ball does come and it goes to that backward square. There's a bit of a tight single, but the throw was well wide and they get there comfortably. But they do have those fielders in and out on the leg side. In fact, that backward square leg is just coming back in to possibly leg slip, is he?
Looks like it. Albeit.
Oh, it's more of a leg gully. It's quite wide. Mirroring that fielder on the other side. In comes Chase Simmons, another bouncer. It still ducks under it.
Come on, Cameron, no ducking.
The thing, I mean, that is the long boundary that he's got on his leg side now. Be aware of that. There's two fielders. He's got a long leg and a deep backward square leg out there.
He knows he'll look a bit daft if he gets out to one of those fielders, won't he?
So Simmons in once more, does bang it short. No, he does go for it. Has a little swivel underneath the ball as it whistles past as Cameron Steele. So we're officially at the short ball plan at the moment. We've seen times earlier on when Surrey were bowling. They were sort of bowling dry down the leg side. They were bowling dry outside off stump. Now we are at a point. It's a short ball plan. And in comes Simmons. It is short, but it's pulled with control. And a fielder picking it up down at fine leg. They'll get a single. Just rolled his wrist, kept that ball down. Brings folks back on to strike. Still a bit of breeze out there as well by the looks of those flags too. Simmons turns, begins his run, he's in over the wicket. This is just driven defensively up. Dolliver and Dolby will pick it up and give it a bit of a shine at mid-on.
Mark has emailed saying he's astonished to hear the Warwickshire cricket commentary team suggesting the pitch had not been prepared for a draw. Close to 1,000 runs scored for 10 wickets across both teams. At the time of writing, stress a draw pitch has been prepared. My suggestion, says Mark, to prevent teams preparing draw pitches is in the event of the draw, the home team gets 4 points whilst the away team gets 8 points.
As Simmons is in, down the leg side.
That might go some way towards preventing this kind of negative and boring pitch preparation. I think the point we're making, Mark, is we don't think they've actually set out to produce a draw pitch. It has been an issue at this ground for some time, particularly either side of the wicket. It's difficult, and they find it difficult to prepare pitches that offer an even contest between bat and ball.
Yeah, and that is the point that I've been making, is that, and I've seen the Warwickshire players be a bit frustrated with it as well.
Absolutely.
Last year, the earlier ones, when the
didn't win at home at all, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't win at home, so it's worthwhile remembering that. You know, Warwickshire, they struggled to get results on their own pitch, no matter who they were playing, and that's why I'm hesitant to say that I think it's been prepared specifically like this for Surrey. It has been an issue for them when the pitches are on either end of the block.
Should we get Mark back in? And thank you very much, Mel. As always, been great having you with us. Thank you very much indeed. Melanie Farrell. And you can read her thoughts on the cricketer afterwards. Ollie Hine-Dolby comes in to bowl to Steele. And there's no run.
Good afternoon, Mr. Eakin. What a lovely evening.
It is. It is interesting that Surrey don't seem to make any real effort to try and get to this extra batting point.
No, not at the moment.
Well, it's gone now pretty much.
Can I say as well that actually on this, Warwickshire bowled really well today, and they've stuck to their game plans, and they've made it hard work for Surrey.
This next one, Hannah Dolby's pushing the offside. There's no run. Just go back to Mark Seaman, his suggestion that in the event of a draw, the home team gets 4 points, the away team gets 8 points. It's an interesting one, but I do see problems in that. It would encourage away teams to be fairly negative, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Knowing they get 4 more points than the home team.
I've always said this. I've never actually been a fan of the batting and bowling points at all.
No,
really. But that's just me.
As Hannah Dolby comes into bowl, and that's driven out and fielded there by Mallet. Yeah, I remember you said that before. I mean, I am in favour of them. What I do think, though, is 8 points for a draw is too many.
Yep.
Far too many. Make it 4 or 5, I think, at most.
Yeah, it is what it is. But it's tricky for the bowlers, this, isn't it? You've seen for the Warwickshire bowlers today, you know, they got those 3 after lunch, and they did really well to get those 3 after lunch.
And then Dolby bowls, and that's played to mid-wicket. And there's no run.
But let's be, perfectly honest about this. We're approaching 1,000 runs now in this game for the grand total of 10 wickets.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 100 runs per wicket, which for any bowlers is, that's hard work, isn't it?
And of course, Warwickshire have to do it. I mean, the pitches aren't all quite like this, but they have struggled to bowl teams out here for quite some time now, Warwickshire. Hannah Dolby comes in to bowl, and Steele drives it into the ground, well fielded off his own bowling by the tall Yorkshireman.
And then the other thing I would say, with Surrey today with the bat is, as I say, I think Warwickshire have bowled well on here. I didn't think Surrey bowled badly at all. I said that. I thought what they found, they stuck to what they needed to do. They came up with their plans for doing things, and it's exactly the same here with Warwickshire.
There are some very interesting games going on elsewhere. Not that we're trying to divert you away from us. Hannah Dolby comes into bowl to Steele.
Sell it, Clive.
Who tries that to bid on. There's no run. Well, Yorkshire have declared 426 for 6, setting Essex a cool 520 to win at Chelmsford. So good luck there, Essex. Yes. But Hampshire are on the verge of defeat at Trent Bridge. They're 83 for 9. They only need another 400 for the final wicket to win.
Wow.
And in the second division, Northants pendulum appears to be swinging their way. They have Lancashire at 137 for 7. Still needing another 99 to win. We already know that Glamorgan have beaten Kent. The other first division game was, should I make it a fist of it at the moment? Set 361 to beat Sussex at home. They have lost 1 wicket, but they're 64 for 1, so they're by no means out of that.
Well, fair play to Notts there.
Well,
has Mo Abbas done the business again in the second innings against Hampshire?
Let's have a look.
It's the first time they played against him, isn't it?
No, Lyndon James has taken 5 for 17, and Brett Hutton's got the other 4.
There you go. Wow.
So
that's going to be another win for Notts, isn't it? At the top of the table.
Ooh, quite a good finish in Warwickshire's women's game. Durham need 23. They've still got 7 overs to go, but they've only got 3 wickets left. 2-2-1 for 7.
The Surrey women were back out there and going
and they were. Latest score I got is Somerset 68 for 2 in the 14th, chasing 317 and 44 to win. So.
Yeah, 110 for Bryony Smith.
Yes.
So Shay Simmons is back into the attack down there in the distance from the city end, and the first ball short. He set it up for the short stuff here as Simmons. The young man's being asked to come round the wicket, bang it in, because they've got the leg slit, the short leg, mid-wicket, deep backwards square. Hannah Dolby down at long leg, so this is going to be a bit of the short stuff.
Well, it's Warwickshire's last chance to get the second bowling point. Got 5 more balls to try and get the 6th wicket.
Yes, indeed, because we're in the 110th over now. Shay Simmons is in, and that's short, and that's well played by Folks. Gets inside it and just helps it down to Hannon Dalby, down below us at long leg. The throw comes in over the top of the stumps. Folks moves on to 57. Good partnership by these two. Cameron steered his first innings of the summer. He's on 54, and Folks on 57, and that after those 3 wickets after lunch for Mr. Yates, who bowled very nicely. Sibley caught by Barnard at backward point for 64. Lawrence caught behind for 43, and Roy caught at mid-wicket for 2. Actually, all the Surrey players have been out playing attacking shots today, as this is a short ball, as we suspected, nicely pulled away by Cameron Steele. I'm not sure Smith will be enjoying this in there at short leg at the moment, because he knows what's coming, but that was really well struck.
Right, Sumi saying, can I be wicket-keeper again, please? Yes. So, sorry, I'm definitely not going to get another batting point unless Simmons bowls a whole load of no balls. I mean, he's bowled a few, but I don't think he's going to bowl enough to allow Surrey to get to 350 now, with 3 balls to go.
That'll be a couple of batting points. Simmons is in. Short one. Oh, that's gloved by Ben Folks. That'll run away for 4. Just tucked him up, coming round the wicket on the angle, and just made it uncomfy there for Ben Folks. I think in the end he was almost trying to get the gloves out the way, and he's almost punched that past Davis. And yeah, he's just rehearsing getting inside it again there, but he picks up a boundary. And Folks moves on to 61. The partnership moves on to 111. Just made it very awkward, that delivery, did Simmons for Ben Folks. So 328 for 5, sorry. Folks on 61 as Simmons is into another short one, and Folks will just help it off his hip for another single down there to Ollie Hannon Dalby. Little misfield from him, but they'll take the single. And Folks moves on to 62. Steele comes back onto strike on 55. Ground bathed in sunshine. Nice warm day today. I went out in front of the ground on the Edgbaston Road and had a little sit and look at the new flats, and there's some nice sort of concrete benches, and it was nice and warm out there. As he's in again, Simmons, and that's just a ball short going outside the off stump and just swayed inside it. Did Cameron Steele. End of the over from Simmons. 18 to go today. And 329 for 5. Surrey Steele has 55. Folks is on 62, and they've added 112.
Well, it's been a good partnership. It's got them, I wouldn't say out of a hole, but certainly prevented them falling into a hole, perhaps, might be a better way of putting it. But bonus points in short supply then in this innings. Surrey have ended up with 2 batting points, and Warwickshire 1 bowling point. So in the match, Warwickshire take 5 bonus points, and Surrey take 3.
Well, I think it's credit to Warwickshire as well that, you know, Surrey normally tick along at 4 and over without doing a great deal, and they haven't allowed them to here, so they bowled very well today, Warwickshire.
And Dalby bowls, that's defended by Folks.
And it's not been a case of they've been beating the outside edge on every ball and it's looked completely different. It hasn't, but they've just stuck to the plan that they put together, and then Yates has picked up those 3 wickets after lunch. And again, as I say, they were all attacking shots because Sibley was trying to drive through extra cover. Lawrence was looking to cut, and it was the slog sweep from Jason Roy. But I think he's getting warmed up again over there as Yates for another twirl. And they're at mid-wicket.
And then Dalby. But I can't remember, was it me or you?
It's you,
okay,
boy,
well, that's played the point. It's coming towards the end of the day, you lose track.
I don't blame you.
3,
You've
2,
had a log of 3 days.
9 for 5. I fear Warwickshire's women are going to lose. Durham need 12 of 33 balls. He's still 3 wickets down. Matty Villiers has done some of the damage. He's on 56. Warwickshire will stay just outside the qualifying places in the one-day cup. Top 4 go through to the semi-final of the 8 teams. Warwickshire came into this round of matches in 5th place. Hannon Dolby. Ooh, that's a wild delivery. It's unlike Hannon Dolby. It's gone through for... Well, Alex Davis did half stop it, but it'll go through for 1 by. It's well down the leg side.
Here is Mr. Daniel Norcross with a thought on points.
Yes.
Divide the 16 draw points between the two teams on the basis of who was on top. Ludicrous that 240 and 300 plays 135 and 120 for 9, and both sides would get exactly the same points. Create a Duckworth-Lewis calculation to distribute the points.
Oh, you get on with that then, Dan.
There we go. Marvellous.
That one is played to point. There's no run. Yeah.
Well, you could do it. You could also do it to make it more exciting. To it's like an FA Cup draw at the end of every game when you are dividing up the points, couldn't you? To get a celebrity to put their hands in the bag to pull the points out the bag.
Yeah. One of the biggest problems for me about 8 points for a draw is you get the same for a tie, which seems after all that effort. That one is played 2 points. Then Malik makes a good stop. There's no run.
Well, maybe you could call it the Norcross equation.
Yes, that's
couldn't you?
That sounds like something.
Well, maybe if that's the way
Len Dayton would write.
If that's the
Norcross equation.
The Norcross equation. And if maybe what you should say to the great man is that he has to go to all the games himself
work it out,
to work it out.
Might get accused of a little bit of bias at some games. Hannon Dolby. Oh, he's gone right through, so he's appealing. Has he bowled him? He has bowled him.
That's a cracking delivery, that. Yeah, that's just nipped back. That's a really good ball from Hannon Dolby. It's just nipped back and clipped the stumps, and I think it took Hannon Dolby a little while to work that out, but it's the end of Cameron Steele. It breaks the partnership, and that's a very nice delivery. It's hit the top of the leg stump.
Easily for Warwickshire's come 1 over too late for the bonus point. However, the hopes of enforcing a follow-on remain alive. They're not yet halfway to Warwickshire's total at 330 for 6.
Disappointing for Cameron Steele, but actually that's a really good ball. It's sort of come from nowhere from Ollie Hannon Dolby and clipped the leg stump.
It's an important partnership of 113 for the 6th wicket between Steele and Folkes.
330 for 6, and Jordan Clark is making his way out to the middle to join Ben Folkes. That was a nice innings from Cameron Steele. And actually, I think to be fair to Steele, he's got a good one there. And as I say, it's nipped back and bounced, and yeah, it's just clipped the top of the leg stump and the bails come off. That's a very nice delivery. Ollie Hannon Dolby. Probably the ball of the game so far, actually. So well bowled.
His first wicket. It's hard for it. So the deficit remains 335.
It's going to be Jay Simmons to continue from the Birmingham end of the ground. And Jordan Clark is just rehearsing a few shots down there in the distance. And Ben Folkes will be on strike on 62. Alex Davis just setting the field up again, but it's going to come over the wicket now. So I think we may have had the one over from Simmons now, the short stuff, as they picked up the wicket at the other end. So it looks as if he's now just going to come over the wicket, go back to maybe the odd short ball, but not every ball. So just waiting for the field to settle, and then over the wicket comes Simmons, and yes, he's gone fuller on that occasion. And to turn it leg side was Ben Folkes, but he was just a little bit early on that. It rolls away into the offside. So yes, Surrey still training by the 335 runs. Simmons goes marching back to the top of his mark, but Bamber's dropped the ball, so he's had to go and retrieve it and then lobs it back to Simmons. Folks settles himself down over his bat as Simmons is into him, and this is down the leg side, and Folks gets nothing on it, looking to help it down to fine leg, and then he goes off for a little wander. Tom Latham lurking in the gully position, away to our right hand side. Sweeper on the cover boundary rope. Should think if you're sat in the bottom of the holly stand, it's very pleasant now, as Simmons is in, short ball and just tucked into the leg side by Ben Folkes, and Jordan Clark responds to the call, and Clark comes on to strike for the first time. 331 for 6. Back on the board. That number trailing by goes down by 1, 334. Follow on is Clive for 5. How is it?
5. Oh crumbs.
Yeah,
516.
Thank you.
516.
Thank you. 560. Because my math is absolutely appalling. Mal Farrell was trying to show me something then, and I completely missed it. Oh no.
Oh, I think we've had that covered. Yeah.
As he's come up with the Norcross equation now. Short ball given. Oh, looking to sway inside it was Jordan Clark. That's a cracking delivery from Simmons. Now Jordan Clark's looked to sway inside it, drop the hands, and it's obviously brushed the glove, has it? And the finger's gone up. Jordan Clark can't believe it. He's gone first ball, and Simmons from round the wicket banged it in. Clark's trying to drop the hands. No, I think that's, if it's hit anything, it's the back of his bat. I think if it's hit anything, it's the back of his bat.
I mean, there must have been a noise just from the reaction of the bowler and the wicket keeper. Good take, by the way, by Alex Davis.
Well, there you go. So, Jordan Clark has gone first ball, 331 for 7. As I say, the noise would have been off the bat, almost the back of his bat, as he's just dropped the hands, but the bat stayed out there. And it's a good catch from Davis because it swung the other way as it got to him, and he had to take it over his left shoulder. So there you go. Simmons has his first wicket, and it brings Nathan Smith to the middle for the first time.
And the last Warwickshire's women have lost by 3 wickets to Durham.
Was it a dramatic end?
Not really, truth be told.
No. Well, a little bit of drama here. Cameron Steele goes, Jordan Clark goes.
I don't think it's going to be a dramatic end at Taunton either. I think Surrey are pretty safe there, but Somerset 166 for 7.
There you are. Eyeing up a second win. Surrey women. So, first ball for the right-handed Smith. Simmons is into him. It's short. This is good from Simmons. Coming round the wicket. He's been asked by his captain to bang it in again from round the wicket. And that first ball for Smith, he's just ducking underneath it, the right-handed Smith. As I say, his first innings for Surrey. Folkes is watching all of this from the other end on 63.
Was Dan referring to the notorious Somerset-Worcestershire game when he said yes? And that was when they stopped allowing you to declare in
after one
limited
ball,
overs games.
it?
Yeah,
I like that. As here is Simmons, and up on his toes.
You wouldn't have if you bought a ticket and taken a day off work for the game.
And this is turned into the leg side by Nathan Smith. End of the over, 331 for 7. Simmons has that wicket of Jordan Clark, and Smith yet to get off the mark. Folkes on 63, and And Surrey still trail by 334.
For those who are unaware of the story, was it Brian Rose as a
Yes.
Somerset captain? The feeling was he was somewhat goaded by Lord Botham. Somerset had somehow worked out that if they, in their last group game against Worcestershire, they would qualify on whatever the tiebreaker was if they declared after 1 over or something in their innings. So the match lasted about 10 minutes and obviously did not go down very well with the locals. And that's when they changed the rules. And Somerset were subsequently thrown out of the competition as well, so it didn't even work for them.
No. In disgrace.
Yeah. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl to Ben Folkes, forward defensive to mid-off, and there's no run.
Well, yes, you can't be doing that, but I know it's not good, but I quite admire the ingenuity of thinking it through and working it all out and then actually doing it.
It's these things sometimes when rules for competitions are made too complicated. I often tell this story. I was born in Bangor, County Down. Our beloved Bangor football team were involved in the bizarre one year in the Irish League as Hannon Dolby comes into bowl right arm over, and that's played on to mid-wicket for no run. And the Irish League, this is the league in Northern Ireland, had for years consisted of 12 teams, and Bangor usually finished 12th. And then they decided they were going to introduce a 2-division system of promotion and relegation. But for some reason, they decided that they would allot teams' places in the 2 divisions based on 2 seasons and based on where you finish. And the long and short of it is Bangor had a miraculous season first time round and came mid-table. Hannon Dolby comes into bowl and it's stopped at mid-on, there's no run. They reverted to type in the second season and were bottom, but they came into the last game and calculated that if they lost, the team they'd lose to would finish above another team, which would mean that that other team would be in the second division and not Bangor. And surprisingly enough, Bangor lost 2-0 in that game. So that was
somebody sat down, worked that out, haven't they?
Didn't think that one through.
Very good, very, very good.
Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's played into the ground to mid-on. I think there is some picture somewhere on the interweb of some international competition where again they came up with overly complicated rules, which meant that both teams wanted to lose during extra time, and so were both trying to.
I'm actually sometimes a bit of a fan of overcomplicated rules, especially when it turns the whole thing into an absolute Horlicks. Yes, and then everybody sits there and goes, "Oh, well, no wonder it was far too complicated." Just keep it fairly simple, I think.
Anyway, 3-3-1 for 7. Warwickshire looking for these last 3 wickets. Should give them some hope. It's played up to the offside. There's no run. Got 15 overs to try and get them today. I did say they needed to have Surrey all out or nearly all out by the end of the day to have any real chance. So I suppose one more wicket would leave them at the end of the day thinking they still have some hope.
And they obviously get a new ball.
Yeah.
Second time round, so they'd like to sort of use that straight away tomorrow morning. So I know I see exactly what you're saying.
Hannon Dolby bowls. That's solidly defended by Ben Folkes. I mean, he's a problem for them. Fine batter. Last time I saw him bat here, he was absolutely outstanding. He's on 63, 331 for 7.
Yep. Nathan Smith and Ben Folkes get together for a bit of a natter out there in the middle. So yes, sorry, we're 330 for 5, and then Cameron Still bowled good ball from Ollie Hannon Dolby for 55, and then Jordan Clark looking to drop his hands. It just brushed, I think, the back of his bat if there was a noise. And they obviously heard something, and the finger went up, and that off this young man, Mr. Shea Simmons. This is a good spell from him.
2 other results in the Women's One Day Cup, by the way. Hampshire have beaten Essex by 17 runs at Southampton, and Lancashire have beaten the Blaze by 4 wickets at Old Trafford. It's just the match at Taunton, which is still in progress, but that's a shoe-in. That's a Surrey win.
As I say, that will be their second win in the competition this season. I think their next game is Wednesday at Beckenham against the Blaze. So
Sure,
I think
here on
it is.
Wednesday, which is women. I forget who against. Might be Lancashire, but don't quote me on that. Just to see he's got Surrey wickets have actually all been shared out. Daniel Gregory's got 2 of them.
Now they're going to have a leg slip and a short leg. So this is the short stuff again. Simmons, it's a short ball to Nathan Smith. Ooh, I think he's got a bottom edge on that, looking to pull, and it hasn't carried to Davis.
Certainly the reaction of the fielder suggests that. Just bounce in front of Davis.
Well, he's going to take it on from what we've seen there. And I think he has got a little bottom edge on that, Nathan Smith, but it didn't carry to Davis because field at the moment is a leg slip under the helmet Sam Haim, the short leg, then an orthodox mid-wicket, a man just behind square on the leg side as another short one is ducked by Smith, and then a man just in front of square on the leg side as well. And in terms of the offside field, there is just a deepish backward point and a gully, so there's acres of space through the covers, and he's coming charging in to the right-handed batter round the wicket, trying to tuck him up for room with the short ball. Smith still looking for his first Surrey run as Simmons is into him, and Smith clips this just past that right hand of Smith in there at short leg. That would have been a heck of a grab, diving away to his right, but it's got the Warwickshire players vocal once again.
Well, they have done what Surrey were unable to do during the Warwickshire innings, in that they have had little spells where wickets have fallen in, not exactly clusters, in couples at least, which didn't really happen in the Warwickshire innings.
He's in again, Simmons. Short one going across Smith. It's a good lead from Smith. That's a diving take by Davis away to his right hand side. Smith comes down to do a touch of gardening. Ben Folkes comes down to have a little natter with him. Settles himself down over his bat once more. Does Smith. Simmons is in. Short ball down the leg side. And Smith is just stepping inside this one. It was taken by Davis away to his right.
Surrey have only scored, what, 233 runs today. That would suggest that they will probably have to bat right through tomorrow, if they do have to follow on, in order to save the game.
Yes, indeed. And the weather's meant to be like this, I think, isn't it?
I haven't seen. Yeah, that's nice.
And Simmons is in. Another short one. Smith ducking underneath it. And it's well bowled again by Simmons. Good effort this from the young man. He's coming charging in, and he's getting that ball short at the batter, just ducking underneath that. It's just making it awkward for the right-handers. So good stuff from Shay Simmons. Sorry, 331 for 7. There are 14 overs remaining today.
So having got to tea on time, we're going to be a little bit late for close of play. We haven't seen Rob Yates, of course, in this final session much. If at all, I'm trying to remember who's bowled at all this session, but certainly not much. So this will be a slightly late finish. Warwickshire sensing they have a chance of getting Surrey in again. Hannon Dolby bowls, shortness pulled, so it'll be a good stop by Rob Yates. Scrambling to his right. Prevents any runs. Yates has rushed over to Alex Davis. To suggest something, presumably. Maybe he's saying, do you know what, I fancy having a bowl here. I've just spotted something, he's probably saying to him.
Yeah. The captain will appreciate that.
In comes Hannon Dolby. Folks leans back, plays it to mid-off. He's batted well, Ben Folks. He's on 63, ever reliable.
Well, the runs have completely dried up now. A couple of wickets as well. So, very good from Warwickshire. They've just stuck to their plans today. And they've executed them extremely well. Now they're going to move the field up now. The deep backward square has come up. And the sweeper on the cover rope has come up.
Hannon Dolby. That's left. Who's and ours. Looks a fairly reasonable lead from here. 1 for 27 in his 17th over, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Lights have gone on in the holly stand.
Oh, so
yes. Saw them come on.
Floodlights haven't come on, but
the lights are on.
Perhaps someone thought, what's this switch for?
Yes, I think they may have done, because I'm not sure we need them on. I can't see it's gloomy over there at the moment.
No,
but they've turned them on.
Aeroplane in the distance, heading to Birmingham Airport. In comes Hannon Dolby, and that's driven down the ground. It'll be cut off by Ethan Bamber.
Yep, very good stuff from Hannon Dolby, bowling to his field.
Warwickshire have really depended on him in recent years so much. Like everybody has his odd injury, but he's not had any really lengthy absences in the last 2 or 3 years. Keeps coming back, bowling a huge number of overs, taking wickets, and when he's not taking wickets, he's not conceding runs generally. He comes in there to bowl, and that's played to mid-on by Folks.
All he's doing here is that old trick of bowling stump to stump with his field set up. Takes a lot of discipline and skill to be able to do this. Because there was a while there, wasn't it, that he was in the T20 side, but he wasn't playing championship
Absolutely, he
cricket.
played white ball cricket only for it's been a few years now where he's been a red ball regular. But yeah, you're right. He used to only play red ball if there were a few injuries around. Comes in now to bowl, and Folks defends that. And he's taken 50 wickets at least each of the last 2 seasons.
Amazing, really, isn't it? Sort of that white ball specialist bowler, and then actually.
In fact, he doesn't get into the T20 side anymore. He gets to commentate instead.
Yes, complete turnaround. Well, Simmons is going to continue. He's doing PCA stuff as well now, isn't he?
Yes, he's the PCA. Something chair or something.
Chair,
he's
I think he is
big
the
role
chair
there.
of the
Yeah.
PCA now.
Nottinghamshire have beaten Hampshire.
There you go.
By a lot. Hampshire all out for 116 in their second innings. Lyndon James 5 for 22. Mohammed Abbas none for 11 off 6.
No, there you go.
But yeah, a comprehensive win for Notts, who remain top of the table.
Yeah, that is a comprehensive win.
Just see how many points are going to carry on.
Simmons, round the wicket he comes to Smith. That one's again short, going down the leg side. Simmons gets nothing on it, looking to help it down towards fine leg.
Notts will get 21 points from that game. Hampshire will get just 3.
So that will take Notts on to 91, I think. They're going nicely,
Yes,
aren't
I
they?
think it will. 91, yeah.
Third win of the summer.
To play for Hampshire.
In again goes Simmons, another short one, and Smith's up on his toes, turning this one down into the leg side.
Hampshire were just behind both Surrey and Warwickshire before this game, so obviously they'll remain behind them.
Well, fair play to Notts, because there's now 5 games with 3 wins.
Yeah.
So that's a good start to the season, isn't it? In that block of 7 at the start of the season. Seems like a while ago we started now. As waiting once again is the right-handed Smith. And Simmons is into him. Another short one. He's ducking underneath this.
The Kookaburra Ball games are coming up in June, aren't they? isn't it?
Yes,
June,
I think so. That might not help.
Yeah.
Tends to not do a great deal at the best of times, does it? Yes. Just moving Ethan Bamber up there at mid-on, a little wider. Oh, Simmons was about to come around the wicket. Nathan Smith, though, was wandering off towards square leg because I don't think he was quite ready. Sue Simmons charging in at him from a distance.
Bette Midler.
Very much so. And he'll be looking for the wind beneath his wings here. Will Simmons, as round the wicket he goes once again. Another short one. That's really well bowled, and that is caught at leg slip by Sam Hain. This is terrific stuff from Simmons. He has banged it in. It has got big on Nathan Smith, tucked him up for room and gloved it, and Hain has hung on at leg slip, and it's 331 for 8.
Might have damaged his hand as well. He's taken his gloves straight off and he's sort of wiggling his fingers.
That's very good though from Simmons. Bowling to the plan, hostile stuff.
Warwickshire are defying our expectations here with the number of wickets they're taking.
No, they certainly are.
And Surrey are still not quite halfway to Warwickshire's first innings total.
Very good stuff. And it means that Ben Folkes still there on 63, but that was a really good ball. It just was a get-off-me shot from Smith, and Hain fell forward and took the catch. So it's a couple of wickets now for Simmons, and it means that Surrey still have a lot of work to do here. Tom Laws has joined Ben Folkes. It also means that Surrey there have lost 3 wickets for 1 run, because they have gone from 330 for 5 to 331 for 8.
That's somewhat out of context
in
for the game, isn't it?
It really is. And all credit to the Warwickshire bowlers here. And Simmons making something happen. Folkes has just wandered down and given Tom Laws the thumbs up. So, first ball for the right-handed Laws. As Simmons is into him, it's short, and Laws is in behind it. And he will get a single to get himself off the mark, because of course it's a very leg side field. 332 for 8.
I think Simmons had forgotten that and was just letting the ball go past, and then he realised there was no one else going to fetch it. That's a well taken single to get off the mark.
Ben Folkes' role changes a touch here, although Laws and Fisher can both bat. But Surrey still trailing by 333. And there's been that little cluster of wickets, hasn't there, today? The 3 for Yates, and then Oliver Hannon Dalby and a couple for Simmons. Simmons is into Folkes, short ball, and Folkes is pulling down towards Oliver Hannon Dalby. A cry of well done, Ollie. And well bowled Shay Simmons there, because that was a really good short ball on a pitch that's really got no great pace to it. And it was, he hurried up Smith, and it was just at an awkward height, and it was sort of a get off me delivery, and straight to Sam Hain at leg slip.
Applause for Jay Simmons, great for him. Took 5 wickets in his first-class debut, his 1 first-class match last season at Chelmsford. So I've got 2 here.
It's got all the attributes. But what's impressive here is, as I say, it's a pitch with no great pace to it. Still a good pitch to bat on. He's been asked by his captain to go round the wicket, set the leg side field, bang it in. And he's picked up a couple of wickets.
They're concerned about protecting him. He's had his injury problems. That's why he tends to bowl short spells, doesn't bowl as much as you might expect. Ollie Allen Dolby, on the other hand, comes in again to bowl the Folks, who defends that to point for no run. 3-3-3 for 8. So, where did those 2 runs come from? Has that been a no ball just there? It means they are now halfway to, well, just over halfway, in fact, to Warwickshire's first innings total. 3-3-2 behind.
Yeah. Well, Laws got off the mark with a single.
Yes, there was that,
and then Folks, I think it was a single off the last ball of the over. So.
Yeah, it's late in the day.
Oh, absolutely.
Keep count these.
Warm all day as well.
Fielders dropping out on the mid-wicket boundary. So you might just try and tempt him with a short one here. There's also a fielder on the long leg boundary. Pitches it up in the end. It was a bit of a bluff as it's driven to Sam Hain at mid-off.
Big Manar there from behind the stumps. Davis has captained this well today.
Well, yes, I have hopes. I wish it were to pull off a win here, and I still think the draw's the favourite. It would be a massive one though if they could. Comes Hannon Dolby to bowl to Folks, who pushes that into the covers for no run. Still need 12 wickets on a pitch which is still not offering a huge amount. But Rob Yates is going to have a go by the looks of things before we close today.
Yeah, and I think again they've done really well today, but we're 11.3 overs towards the close of play tonight, and they picked up 7 in that time today. So again, that just short of show, and you know, 6 of those have all come in the space of a few overs after lunch and after tea.
And Dolby bowls, he waits for that one, Folks, plays it out to the offside for no run.
Hannon Dolby, he really has shut down the pavilion end. Now I can't get a run off him at the moment. So Davis is able to let Simmons just run in and bang it in, because he knows runs aren't coming from his pavilion end.
Little skip at the end of his run up. He's got green soles in his boots, he shows as he comes running in. Well, that one gets up a little bit on Folks. Is the pitch beginning just to...
I think he's actually played that straight down and it's gone back up again at him. I think.
Didn't look too comfortable with that one.
Yeah, he's just played it straight down into the pitch and it's gone straight back up again.
Would love to wrap up this first innings today, give them a whole day tomorrow to try and bowl Surrey out. It would be an even bigger bonus if they could get him in for a couple of overs
That's
today.
Exactly what I was about to say.
Hannah Dolby bowls, Folks. Gets his bat on that. Not have gone up too much, but keeps it out. And we've got 11 overs left in the day, 333 for 8. The deficit is 332.
A chat between Messrs Laws and Folks. Simmons is going to come again from the Birmingham end. Banging the ball in at the 2 right-handers. As I say, this is a fine effort from the young man. The field will be set up again for the short ball. So, Tom Laws trying to get those feet moving. Settles himself down over his bat. Simmons just waiting for Davis to change the field again. Just bringing Barnard across from backward point into the cover region. I suppose that's also saying to Tom Laws, if I go across you and it bouncing. Do you want to take it on through the offside? Short one, he's pulling straight past Hayne, who's not really there for that. A leg slip, and it's a good stop from Halland Dalby. I think Hayne was more taking evasive action than anything there. That was pretty well timed by Tom Laws. And Laws will move on to 2. 334 for 8.
I've had enough of this.
Yes.
Tosses his helmet to Alex Davies and drops back a bit further to safety.
Just almost threw the helmet at his captain there. So he's going to go more to catching position at 45 degrees behind square on the leg side. As Simmons is in to Folkes. Now that hasn't bounced as much as Folkes was expecting. It was banged in. He's looked to get inside it, and in the end, he's almost glanced it off his hip. And it was on around about middle stump, that. So maybe it is just going a little bit up and down now. It's had the sun on it since the start of play, really. On the first day, somebody's phone is ringing nearby. You can hear the ringtone on the effects mic. Simmons in, short one. Oh, I tell you what, Folkes has looked to hook that, and that's hit the glove again. This is really good stuff from Simmons, and that's a really awkward ball again to Folkes. And Simmons bending his back, he's getting it into a really awkward area, and I think we're going to get the physio out to have a look at Ben Folkes here. But I think it's that right hand of Folkes, and just hit the glove and then went up and hit the crash helmet. So it may be as well that he's got to have a little bit of a concussion type test here, because of course if it hits the helmet you have to do that. So Folkes is also going to get a bit of spray, I think, onto that right hand of his. So we have got a slight delay here for a little bit of treatment to Ben Folkes, and also a concussion test for him. I think they'll check the helmet as well, make sure there's no damage to that. But yes, he's definitely getting a bit of a squeeze and a spray. That right hand or wrist at the moment. It means that some drinks can also be brought out for the Warwickshire players as well. No, it's just Alex Davis who's gone across to the drinks waiters and got himself a drink. And I think Sam Hayne has just spotted that as well, so he's going to get a drink. Folkes is okay.
Well, go through the other scores while we've got this delay here. Essex still very much up against it at Chelmsford, 29 for 1. Set 520 to win. We know Nottinghamshire have beaten Hampshire by 366 runs, apparently according to Kevin James on the BBC website. It's Hampshire's 4th heaviest defeat. At Hove, second wicket for Sussex, Worcestershire 92 for 2. Need another 269 to win, that one could still be close. Lancashire are hanging on rather grimly, but look like they're going to lose at Northampton, 160 for 9. Need another 76 to win. Morgan beating Kent by an innings and 161 runs. And in the Women's One Day Cup, Durham beating Warwickshire, Hampshire beating Essex, Lancashire beating the Blaze, and Surrey on the verge of victory against Somerset, who are 199 for 9.
Thank you, Clive. All the other scores from around the country. So, Folkes okay to continue, and Simmons is into him. Another short one, he just gets inside it. And into the gloves of Davis it goes away to his left-hand side. End of this over. I might just nip off for a call of nature, if that's all right, Clive. I won't be long.
Yes, I think,
thank you.
It might be a good idea.
I just thought I'd be honest. I think it's better that way. Settles over his bat once more. Does Ben Folkes. Simmons is in. short one, and this is tucked away by Folks off his hip. And he'll get a single. Down there towards deep backward square, Hain gets round to do the fielding. And that'll be another single for Ben Folks. He's on to 65. 334 for 8. Oh, sorry. Tom Laws comes back onto strike on 2. It's just having a survey of the field at the moment. They're gonna again go with Crane's not at leg slip. But, he's at 45 on the leg side. There's Simmons. Round the wicket he goes to Laws. Short. Oh, that's hit Laws on the crash helmet, I think. And gone straight over Davis's head for 4 leg byes. I tell you what, this is quick from Simmons. And are we going to get another concussion protocol here? Because I'm pretty sure that went straight off the top of the crash helmet. And he's almost nodded that straight over Davis's head. So I think that the physio will have to come out again here. And just check on Tom Laws. Yes, he is, which gives me an opportunity. Thank you. I'll be back.
I'm not going to go through the scores again. I've just done them. Yes, let's go through today. Shall we go through today? We might also be about to, again, in the interest of transparency and honesty, I think I may have to change the batteries shortly in the unit. I'll hang on until if and when the line goes. But I'm poised, so if you lose us, don't go away, we won't be too far. So Surrey started today on 98 for 1, with only 6 wickets having fallen the first 2 days. And it really continued along those lines for much of the day. They did lose a wicket relatively early today when Ryan Patel, good delivery actually from Bo Webster, just drifted away from Patel and he edged it and he was caught behind for 42. And that was 136 for 2. The fishes actually sorted it all out, so I don't really have to carry on going through the whole card, but I suppose in true Magnus Magnusson fashion I've started. And then, well, they dug in. It was a slow going up to lunch. Didn't lose any further wickets until as Hannon Dolby comes in, and that's driven. Hannon Dolby gets a hand to it on the bounce as no run. Didn't lose any further wickets, didn't score many runs either. And then after lunch, Dom Sibley, who we were becoming convinced was probably going to bat to the middle of next week, surprised us by falling to Ed Barnard. A very good catch from Barnard at full stretch. He was gone for 64. I was saying, I started going through the card thinking that the fidget was going to be on for a while and I'd have to do it. I only got as far as the first wicket and we were playing again.
It was off.
So, Hannon Dolby bowls, and that's a little tip and run there. Folks and Laws, just for a moment, slightly panicked, but then they got that comfortably.
It's impressive from Simmons.
Yeah.
Because, as I say, it's a pitch that's offering nothing, no great pace to it, and he's hurried them up there. So he's picked up that wicket of Jordan Clark. He's got rid of Smith, Nathan Smith, and that one, he's hit the glove of them Folks, and it's gone straight up and hit the crash helmet. That one went straight off the top of Laws's crash helmet, so impressive stuff from him. Certainly got a bit about him, the young man. Stood down there at long leg. I tell you what, Rob Yates has been warming up for the last 45 minutes in there at short mid wicket, but I think because of the way it's gone, they're not going to him yet.
That's clipped out into the offside by Laws for no run. Laws wearing a short sleeve sweater. Then Malik fields it.
It's one of the more surreal moments. Hearing myself there.
Sorry. Yes,
No. Just worrying if that's what I sound like.
Do you remember the first? I mean, I was a child. The first time you hear yourself on tape, and of course, tapes was quite a novelty in those days.
horrible. I hate.
No, that's not me.
I hate hearing
That
myself.
doesn't sound like that.
I still do. I hate hearing myself.
Hannon Dolby into bowl, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run. Well, I heard Radio WM was doing a sort of retro piece, and they played a commentary that I was doing from how many years ago? A lot of years ago. And honestly, the only reason why I knew it was me was because I remember doing it. It didn't sound anything like me.
Interesting, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, I've had the odd occasion where I've been driving back somewhere and I've heard my report that it's horrible. Absolutely horrible.
Ollie Hannon Dolby. Right arm over to Laws, pitches that one up, Laws drives, beats the first dive, Zen Malik is giving chase, so will get a comfortable 2. If they'd really gone hammers and tongs, they might have got 3, but they settled for 2. 340 for 8.
Yeah, nicely played by Tom
342 for 8,
Laws.
sorry.
Yeah, just put the bat on it. Got it in the gap.
And he needs to try and get them to the close now. They've still got 12 wickets intact going into tomorrow. They'll still feel pretty confident. Ollie Hannon Dolby into bowl, and that's clipped to square leg by Laws. Runs the first one hard, but it is just going to be one. Jay Simmons fields that short boundary on that side.
Yeah, I suppose on this pitch what will disappoint Surrey, it's an obvious thing to say, but Burns 27, Patel 42, Simley 64, Steele 55, so and Lawrence 43, so nobody's gone on. That's the thing.
And there have been 1 or 2 shots, haven't there?
Yeah, they're looking to be positive, but then what you have to say is Steele, Clark and Smith were all got out by Simmons and by Hannon Dolby. So that has been a very impressive spell of bowling from young Jay Simmons.
Big win for Northants in the 2nd division. Ooh. They've beaten Lancashire, bowled them out for 165.
There is a few 3-day games going on.
There are, yeah.
So it will be Rob Yates. He's got impressive figures of 26 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 61.
So Lancashire struggling at the moment a little bit in the 2nd division. Calvin Harrison 4 for 32 there. Northants' first win of the season in the championship.
First win for Darren Lehman then.
Yeah.
So Yates is going to have the short leg, the slip, the backward point, sweeper on the cover rope, deepish mid off, deepish mid on, short straight mid wicket, deep mid wicket, man on the sweep, and the short leg. And he's going to be coming over the wicket to the right-handed Tom Laws, and Laws is forward and clipping this one into the leg side. Bo Webster does the fielding, moving round to his left. Wow. I think Simmons is stood there very satisfied with his work. Sweeping on the cover rope, is pushed into the leg side by Tom Laws. Webster will do the fielding once again. Lights are still on in the holly stand. Maybe someone's reading a book. As over the wicket goes Yates, down the pitch comes Laws. That's nicely played actually by Tom Laws. Just pushes it down the ground, will pick up a couple. 2 more to the total, 2 more to Laws.
Rob Yates can still get his first 5 of his career if he manages to get the last 2 wickets.
Indeed. Laws moves on to 7. It's the first time I've seen Laws bat this summer, in the fact that it's his first game this summer. He's forward, he can bat as well. And this one up the pitch to Yates.
Well, that's one of the things I suppose is admirable in the modern game, but also slightly disappointing, is the fact that you don't get proper number 10s and 11s anymore.
As this is punched off the back foot by Laws. There to Webster. I suppose you still get the
occasional one, but not many.
whenever I've seen Mohammed Abbas bat.
Well, he was the number 11 when Warwickshire needed that last Hampshire wicket, so they had some hope.
Yes. As over the wicket comes Yates, and this is pushed by Laws into the offside, but Yates was on his follow-through, sprinting across to do the fielding. So it's the end of the over from Yates. Tidy first over back for him. Sorry, 345 for 8. And are we getting Bo Webster into the attack? Yes, we are.
The days of an Andre Von Truce coming in and just swinging his bat at everything and hoping for the best. Thoroughly entertaining though it was rather gone.
We used to have that with Stuart Broad as the night
yes.
walk, or whatever the ridiculous term was for him.
So yeah, Bo Webster, what will he be bowling?
He's going to have the short leg in there.
Yeah.
And that could be either for off spin or his medium stuff. I think it's going to be his off break.
Yes, it looks like it.
Yeah. Nice skill to have, isn't it? I remember when Ricky Clark went through a patch of this.
Yes, that's right,
didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, actually, again, because of his height, he was a bit of a hand for bowling spin. Didn't last for particularly long, his off-spinning career, but it was handy.
So he's bowling to Ben Folkes. 8 overs left in the day. Folkes looks to kick that away with his front pad. Actually misses it. Let's take him at Alex Davis.
Graham Wagg could do it as well. It's very, very clever skill to have.
This one is played on the onside for a single. Who was it recently? So who actually used to do it within an over with change styles.
Poor old Chris Brooks had to do it in the test match. So they said it was too dark all of a sudden for him, and he was halfway through the over, so he had to bowl. It was only a couple of balls, but they were dreadful. And he's bowling off spin.
So next one is. Oh, is he gone caught behind? Yes! Finger goes up. They actually were appealing, I think, for a stumping as well, but it's the umpire at the bowler's end that's raised his finger. So Laws goes, and Bo Webster strikes with his first over, and Warwickshire do have a chance of getting Surrey in before the close second innings.
Well, it's a nice bit of bowling. I think it was the bounce as much as anything that did for Tom Laws there.
Can I just say, if they could get this other wicket now, it would allow us to seamlessly change the batteries. So that would be good.
That would be handy, wouldn't it? Yes. Yes, the old batteries are running out.
Yes, little green flashing light, but we're still connected,
there.
so I don't want to do it until I have to.
Well, there we go, and it brings Matt Fisher to the middle. So Matt Fisher making his way out there to join Ben Folkes, who's on 67. There are 7.3 overs remaining today, and Surrey still trail by 319.
Well, weren't really expecting this.
No, it's been very good bowling from Warwickshire. They've just stuck to their plans today. And I think actually, Simmons there doing what he did is very important, especially for tomorrow as well.
Yeah. So Fisher on strike, 3 balls left this over. It's a slip and a forward short leg, so they're showing him due respect. Fisher plays back to that, pushes it to backward point, no run there.
Worked very hard on his batting over the winter.
Yes, that's the problem. The number 11s are doing that.
Yes, they are.
There shouldn't be. Should be a new law that says you have to have a number 11 who doesn't do work on his batting. Webster comes in, gives that a bit of air, and it's pushed out to the offside for no run. So the deficit is 319. So we need a monumental final wicket partnership to avoid the follow-on. Warwickshire will unquestionably enforce it, whatever. Well, unless they've come up with some funky plan with the two captains, but I can't believe that. I can't believe that would be the case.
I'd be amazed.
Warwickshire will enforce it and try and bowl them out again. And that's going down the leg side. He got back to that just past Alex Davies. Just got enough on that Fisher to clear the wicketkeeper and get 4 runs. And bring up the 350. 350 for 9.
You say that. So what, they trail by 350. I'll tell you what will make it an interesting day tomorrow is if they took a wicket down, then Davis said, right, we forfeit.
Yes,
you have a chase tomorrow, Surrey.
Yeah.
That would make it a very exciting
It would.
day tomorrow, wouldn't it?
It would. A bold move.
I tell you what, I would always be a huge fan of Mr. Davis if he did that. That would be a hell of a move. It would make it very well. He could still be interesting tomorrow anyway, but
it would give him a better chance of bowling them out.
I think it absolutely would, and I think Surrey would take it on as well. So, but I think what we're looking at here is try and get this last wicket, and then, well, I think do exactly what you've done today if you're Warwickshire. Here is Yates then coming into Ben Folkes, and Folkes is turning this one straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. 350 for 9, Surrey. As this one's tossed up and it's driven by Folkes. He's not going to take the single though. He's going to try and see as much of the strike as he can. And actually, again, credit to Warwickshire, as we were saying with Surrey as well. That short boundary hasn't really come into play here.
It's interesting though, having him not taking the single, Warwickshire decided, well, okay, if you're not going to take the singles, we're going to bring all the fielders up.
Yep. Right, too. Ben Folkes is just having a survey of the field. As over the wicket goes Yates. That's very short, very quick. It's just pushed back down the pitch towards Yates by Ben Folkes. So we're not quite finishing on time, but we're not going to be too far off tonight. Hasn't been too bad on all 3 days, really. That's tossed up, and there goes Folkes down the pitch, works it into the leg side. Webster gets across to do the fielding, and there is no run.
So they're going to have to bat well into the final session tomorrow. Sorry.
Do you like my idea there, though, Clive?
I do.
Yeah.
Well,
as sweeping is Folkes, and that's away for 4.
Perhaps slightly more realistic, it would be Alex Davis to bat for about 3 or 4 overs tomorrow.
Yes, yeah.
Set them a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely, because that would be 100 a session, wouldn't it, really?
Yeah.
But, dear, it would make it interesting,
game then, wouldn't it?
Surrey pride themselves on the way they look to be positive.
Yeah.
And if it's there, they'll have a go. But I think it's far more likely to be the other scenario. They've got to pick up this last wicket first. Nice sweep shot that from Folkes, whistled away to the boundary. He's on to 71.
Yes, I'm sure they'll feel, having got themselves to this position, it'd be a bit of a shame to sort of toss it away.
Yes.
However,
I'd admire them for it, I really would. Yes. Yates is over the wicket to Folkes, and Folkes is sweeping again. That's very well played by Ben Folkes. And he's probably taking that from just outside his off stump. And of course, he's a very fine player of spinning. The fact that he got 100 on Test debut in Sri Lanka, did Ben Folkes, so he can play spin bowling. He's on to 75, and Surrey move on to 358 for 9.
so they've had to go negotiate 4 more overs to avoid having to start their second innings today.
Well, yeah, there's a long chat here between Webster and Davis.
So Webster got a wicket in his last over. Forward short leg, getting a slip. First 2 wickets for Warwickshire. For Bo Webster. He floats that one up and it's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. Ian Westwood doing the obligatory coach's walk around the ground.
Well, he's been doing that for about an hour.
Yes.
He's done a few laps now.
Certainly. Piling up the steps. This sort of gives that one plenty of air. I think it's hitting the full in the end by Fisher. Back to the bowler, no run.
It's obviously settled into the role pretty well.
Yeah. He's been around these parts for some time. His retirement as a batter always makes me chuckle. In comes Webster, and that's played up the offside. There's no run. It was the season they introduced day-night cricket, and the word is he practiced in some floodlit cricket with the pink ball. I'm off. I'm retiring. I'm off. This one is a forward defensive, and there's no run.
I'd rather be tucked up in bed than batting out here at 9 o'clock at night against the pink ball.
Yeah.
I remember listening to Edward Bevan with the first one down at Canterbury. Oh, and it was so cold. And he definitely had enough at that point.
They've got a few more around the back now on the leg side. They've got a leg slip and a forward short leg, along with the slip. And that's defended by Fisher. One ball left this over, so I'm sure he'll just look to keep it out. And I mean, there's plenty of singles if he wants them, but I'll be very surprised if he takes one.
Yeah, they're just pushing mid on a bit further back. How are your batteries, Clive?
No, they still seem to be intact. Plays back to that, back to the bowler. End of the over, 3:58 for 9. 5 overs left in the day. The deficit now is 307.
Yep. Saying 5 on the ball, but of course, as Clive is saying, you can get through the 3, and then you did lose a wicket. That would be stumps anyway. So for the change of innings, the 2 overs. So Yates it will be from the Birmingham end of the ground. Still find it remarkable that it took me until a couple of years ago to work out that the floodlights were in the shape of an E.
Yeah, it took me a while as well.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it until someone mentioned it.
Yep. As settling himself down over his bat is Ben Folkes. Yates round the wicket to him, and he's just clipping this one down towards a deepish mid-on, but he's not going to take the single again. So the field is spread to give him the single if he wants it.
There was a time a couple of years ago where there was one ball on the light over in the left-hand corner that just wouldn't go off.
Oh no. As round the wicket once again goes Yates, pushed off the back foot by Folkes. I don't know what you're like at height, but I wouldn't want to be up there going up there to change the light bulb.
And I think it got to the stage where that was the only way they were going to get the thing to go off. They tried switching it back on and back off again. Nope, still that bulb was...
Need to get one of the T20 batters, didn't they,
Yes,
to try and hook one straight out there and hit the bulb. Around the wicket again he comes. Yates quicker, and Folkes just pushes this one down in front of him, and there is no run.
I don't know how they do. I don't know what they do just to get a crane up there, and I suppose they must do.
Yeah. You're not going to climb up at that angle.
I don't think the lights lower down. Maybe they do. I don't know. They lean in. They have to lean in here at Edgbaston if you're not familiar with Edgbaston, whereas a lot of floodlights, like at Chester Street, for example, are just straight up and then point down. Well, the pilots have to lean in. That's because there was concern. Well, a few gardens around the ground needed to avoid giving them light pollution.
Well, they're like when you go to the dentist, those mirrors to have a look in your mouth, aren't they? They've just moved the field up on Ben Folkes now. And we've got 3 balls of the over remaining. Yates is into him, and he's down the pitch, clipping it. And Webster does the fielding, moving round to his left. In there at mid-wicket. As Folkes settles over his bat once more. As Yates is in. Folkes is down the pitch, doesn't time this. looking to drive, and Yates does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Sounds like there's a fireworks display going on.
Yes, a bit light for that.
I'm sure you'd see a great deal. As surveyor the field again by Folks, and then settles himself down over his batters. Yates around the wicket to him, quicker, and he wants the single, he'll get the single. Just to the left of Malik, and that's good batting from Ben Folks. End of a tidy over though by Yates. 3-4 to go tonight, well 2 really. 359 for 9, sorry, they trail by 306. I suppose the other thing here is, Clive, obviously if Surrey were all out tonight, but actually if they're not, or they are, Rory Burns could just stroll over to Alex Davis at some point. They could. How do you feel about this? You go for half an hour tomorrow morning. You name your number. It's not going to happen, but no. I'm just sort of saying. I still like that story that when Yorkshire and Middlesex won in dramatic fashion, and do you remember there was a period on that last day of setting it up, but the discussions were McGrath and the captain for Middlesex.
That's pulled out to square. They don't take the run that they could have had there.
James Franklin. So he went up to the dressing room and Franklin was in the toilet. So they did the whole negotiations through the toilet door. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That's carved out to backward point. There's no run. Yes. I don't think Somerset fans are particularly
enamoured with that. No. Terrific finish though.
Yeah.
Toby Roden-Jones with a hat trick, wasn't it? Yeah. And Lords was packed that day.
Plays back to that, flicks it past the short leg. As Folks again could have easily had a run, chosen not to take it. Bo Webster the bowler still. I suppose from Surrey's point of view, if they can get to the close still 9 wickets down, that's 2 overs they don't have to bat tomorrow, because there'll be a change of innings. This next one is just was a peel from Bo Webster. It was quite leg-sided. It has come off the pads. Interestingly, he has taken the single 3rd ball of the over.
Leaves Fisher with three to go. And he sounds like a fireworks display.
It does. Can't see any fireworks, mind.
No, you'd struggle, wouldn't you? Bright sunshine in the blue sky.
So 2 slips in place. That's that. Here we go. So change in the over. Bo Webster's going to bowl a little bit of pace at the number 11. And he bowls right up. And, well, there's a bigger celebration from Alex Davies behind the stumps. Meanwhile, Bo Webster was falling over and didn't join in. But it was a good delivery. Well, it's the outside edge.
He really did fall over as well, Bo Webster.
So that's what happens when you can't make up your mind what type of bowling you're going to do in an over. More encouragement from the Warwickshire fielders. Get a wicket now, and Surrey will have to face an over in their 2nd innings. They bring 2 night watchers out. That one is pushed out to the offside. There's no run. I suppose they bring 1 night watcher out and put the senior batter at the non-strikers end, maybe.
I'd be surprised.
Anyway, it's immaterial now because that's not going to happen because they didn't get a wicket.
I would expect if we did get that situation at any point, I'd still expect Burns and Simply to go out, because the other thing with that, and I always think this, is it would be tough for those 2. So it's going to be even tougher for someone who doesn't normally open, and that's the thing. So we did have in the Hampshire game 2 night watchmen. Yeah, and they both got out, unfortunately. So Gubbins still had to come out and face.
I'm not a
bit of bowling.
I've
never have been.
No.
I never have been. The Nighthawk as well. I was. Yes. 361 for 9.
Twice I've seen a night watchman run out going for a third run. Which
That's
is somewhat
tremendous.
Yes.
That is tremendous. Or
Luke Fletcher was one of them.
Yeah, or they go out with 5 overs to go and don't face a ball. Yes. Only face the grand total of 2 deliveries. And then the batter gets out and the night watchman's still there in the morning. On strike for the first ball of the day. Fantastic stuff. As Yates is in and he's sweeping again. Here is Ben Folkes. And Malik will come round to do the fielding. So still operating from the Birmingham end is Rob Yates. He's had a very good day. 3 for 72 he is at the moment. He's still got 5 deliveries of this over to go. He's in and Folkes is forward.
Yes, no fifers in his career. He's got 2 fourfers. Yates.
You can hear the encouragement for Yates out there in the middle as he's in and Folkes is driving. Won't take the single. Out there to Simmons. Might see. They'll keep it as it is, but they are going to get a leg slip in now. Barnard's gone across to leg slip. Folkes is just having a little look round. 3 balls to go the over. Yates is in, and this is pushed away through backward point by Folkes. There are 2 there if he wants it, but he's just going to take the single. Tom Latham. I suppose if he was being naughty there, Latham, he could have sort of run along the side it and then tripped over, and it trickles up. But the problem for it was slowing up all the time. 361 for 9. So now the field does come up with Fisher on strike.
Sam Haynes going to take the helmet.
Yeah, that looks like they'll have 4 round the bat of Matt Fisher in his short sleeve sweater. Easy to say that at 20 past 6 on day 3. We got there in the end. So 4 round the bat for Fisher. Yates is over the wicket to Matt Fisher. Fisher lets one go outside his off stump that just threatened to spin back. But it's a good leave in the end because his stumps are still standing. Waits once again does Fisher as Yates is into him, and Fisher's letting this one go on with the arm outside his off stump. So whatever happens now, Surrey will not have to come out and bat tonight. And we have 2 overs in the day remaining, Clive Eakin.
Yeah, so can Surrey still be intact in their first innings at the end of the day? Ben Folkes is on strike, so what does Webster do now? Does he bowl spin to Folkes and seam to Fisher, or is he just going to...
I'd be tempted to bowl spin at Folkes and seam at Fisher. Yeah,
that's
exactly
what
what he's going to do.
Slip in a forward short leg. In the bowl, Ben Folkes pushes that to the onside. He's kept his team intact here. 77 not out.
Certainly has. This was the innings he played at Chelmsford as well, really.
This one he sweeps and would have got a single had he not decided to stay where he is. Jay Simmons fielding on the boundary.
Does sweep well.
Perhaps if he's played that shot, they've shuffling with the field now, so field's gone to back of square. Jay Simmons moved around a bit to be on the square leg boundary, that short boundary. Matt Fisher's had a word with Ben Folkes. He spotted something perhaps. The sweep on the offside's coming in, or perhaps they were just discussing strategy in terms of if and when they go for a single. This is the 3rd ball, so he might just be saying, do I run if you get it away for 1 this or not? And Fisher plays it bang. Well, they would have done because Folks rather played the shot, was ready to run, but he didn't get it past the bowler, so he can't. So now Matt Fisher comes down again.
Yep, another discussion.
What about now then? Do I run now? Yes, you run now. Another fielder comes in to save the one. .361 for 9. There's 9 balls left in the day for Warwickshire to try and get the last first innings wicket. And these clock that in the air, and with all the fielders coming up, Ben Folks says, okay then, I'll take a 4. And he launches that over the inner field for 4 more useful runs. 365 for 9. It's got the deficit down to exactly 300. Still need another 151 to avoid the follow-on, so that, I'll tell you what, if they get that, they'll certainly deserve the draw. This final pair, get that.
That was a good bit of batting from Ben Folks.
He's on to 81, so we'd also be thinking, can he get to his 3 figures before the last wicket falls? And having seen that shot, Alex Davis decided not to give him that option again. He's put the fielder back on the square leg boundary. Everyone else still saving 1. And he carves that into the offside for 4. Ian Westwood would feel that. Just the other side of the boundary ropes. A successive foursome, folks, and these are good runs for Surrey. 369 for 9.
Well fielded, Ian Westwood. He was whacking balls up this morning for high catches. He was sort of lobbing them up to himself and then absolutely launching them in the air. And then Matt Walker was out there doing some fielding drills.
Alex Davies having a word with Bo Webster. So, last ball of the penultimate over of the day. Should be just slightly frustrated by the last wicket pair. Ben Folks drives that into the ground. Webster gets a hand to it. They can't get a single, so it does mean that Fisher will be on strike at the start of the last over of the day, which presumably will be bowled by Rob Yates. Well, just bowl it quickly, Rob. The batteries might just make it.
Yep, well, it will be bowled by Yates. I just, you know, with Fisher on strike, I wonder whether he might think about bugging the ball to Simmons just for 1 over. With what we saw him do.
He wouldn't like it, would he?
No. Round the wicket, into the body. Picked up the wickets of Clark and Smith doing that. He hit both Laws and Folks on the crash.
Do you know what? I was just looking at Simmons there, and he was sort of stretching, and then he looked slightly crestfallen. When,
well,
he was probably thinking like, yeah, maybe he'll call me up to bowl this last over.
Yeah, absolutely. I was really impressed with that from Simmons. For a young man, got a bit about him in only his second first-class game. So it is Yates with the final over of this third day. He's coming into Fisher, and Fisher's playing him off the back foot. And it rolls away into the offside, and Latham comes round to do the fielding. Settles over his bat once more. Does Fisher. And this is pushed back up the pitch by Fisher. He's on 6, folks. He's on 85. Sorry, trail by 296.
Oh no.
As waiting once again is Fisher. As Yates is into him, and Fisher's playing this one off the back foot, just gets himself in a little bit of a tangle. But it's played down towards backward point. And there's no run. It's interesting actually, isn't it? So let's say they just did get through these 3 balls. As in over the wicket once again is Yates, and that's a quicker one. Fisher pushes this one back up the pitch. So they've had a really good day of Warwickshire with the ball, but we've got 2 balls left, and they've taken 8 wickets today. So they need, if they get there. So I'm just saying your best way of winning this.
Yeah.
As this is tossed up and it's pushed into the offside. So I don't know if Burns would go to Davis or Davis would go to Burns. And you name your number, Alex. You have a bat tomorrow morning. We'll knock a few more off, and then we'll have a chase. It would make it a very interesting final day, but I don't think it will happen.
No.
Oh my word, Matt Fisher's become extremely popular here. With one ball of the day left, he's got a lot of company round him at the moment as Matt Fisher. He's not going to get lonely, is Fisher. So, well, Bamber I think is going to join in here because he didn't feel he was part of it. So he's coming across, and Bo Webster's going in there. So it is, everybody's around the bat of Fisher now.
I mean, the temptation's got to be just to swat it over the top of the lot of them.
It has. The one thing you don't want to be bowling here at Yates is a full toss. So this is the last ball of the day. It's Yates to Fisher. He tosses it up. Fisher's forward. It's a slight anticlimax, really, because he's just pushed it straight back. But Warwickshire have had a good day there. They've taken the 8 wickets on a pitch that's still very good to bat on. Ben Folks has played nicely for his 85, 369 for 9, then Surrey, and it means they still trail by 296 live.
Yes, so Warwickshire have performed well today. They will still have to perform even more successfully tomorrow if they're to win the game, but at least they have given themselves a chance in the game which we thought